Why are they lying? Why are they encouraging people to ridicule us? It's weaponized.
Yep. So if they felt so strongly about the globe, like you, Barack Obama, why don't you have a space agency come out with an official position on Earth's figure? How come none of them do that, ever? How come not a single astronaut has ever or will ever swear on the Bible and testify that they've actually landed on the moon? Rhetorical questions.
We don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society.
Yep, we've been fringed. If you say to your employer or your bank manager or your partner or anyone, and you're looking into the flat Earth, you're liable to be pilloried. Your access to credit could be removed. You may well even lose access to higher work or more money or contracts. You may even find yourself removed from the social clubs that you're in, and people just stop calling you because they've got a perception of what you are all about, that you're not mentally stable. It's weaponized.
Really sorry to interject. I've looked the official position of NASA, and NASA says even though our planet is a sphere, it's not perfectly a sphere because of the forces caused when Earth rotates. So NASA's official statement to the Earth is that it's a sphere. Just want to correct this misconception. Thank you.
Yeah, they say it's an oblate spheroid, but if you actually do the math, it's only a few miles more oblate around its middle than it is across the poles, allegedly.
I don't know. Sorry, I just lost because he said NASA doesn't have an official position on it, and I just wanted to correct that because I have.
Yeah, no worries. No worries.
I'm sorry if it came across as belittling. I'm sorry. It wasn't meant to. I apologize. I'm sorry if that was me.
It's more potato shaped. Shaped like a potato.
Yeah, bro, don't worry. It wasn't taken a great. No, offence is taken, not given, my friend. So it's cool. Don't worry. But yeah, I mean, they tell you different stories, and they get people annoyed and arguing for them. There you go. You stand up for the narrative because it's what you've learned all your life. And why wouldn't you? We used to. That's what we did. We believe in it.
It's actually quite easy for the flat earth to prove their point. You know what the cost of a cheap satellite is to put it into space? About $1 million. I don't see why flat earthers have not done a crowdfunding yet and send a satellite into space to prove their point.
Interesting.
Have you looked into satellites?
Yes.
Where can you buy a satellite for $1 million? That's I
actually saw one 2 days ago when I was looking at the Borealis. That was over everywhere visible in Europe, and you could actually, thanks to the Borealis, easily pick up satellites with a telescope.
All right, so what are the payload requirements for a commercial satellite launch?
Depends on what you want to launch.
Okay, what are the restrictions?
Depends on what you want to launch.
Okay, how about this? I have an idea. I want to launch a satellite that transmits an encrypted signal to me, which I only have the private keys for.
That's possible.
How is it possible?
If you just have to have basically you can send as a private holding. You can send a satellite, and if it has a requirement, if it has no military purposes, you're good to go.
Okay, I'm going to tell them it has no military purposes. And I'm also going to encrypt not only the message of the signal itself, but I'm going to do encryption on the actual signal itself. So the message and the signal are both encrypted.
I presume you're not capable of developing your own satellite. So the thing you have to do is you buy a run-of-the-mill satellite of one of the 15 companies that make them.
Let's say I'm fully capable of creating this with a Raspberry Pi and a really strong directional antenna.
Well, I don't think you're capable of.
Well, you cannot think that at all. I'm trying to ask you a question. This is what I want to do. And I know that I know what restrictions there are.
If you're going to work with a hypothetical, then if you work in a hypothetical, at least has to be realistic. You're not capable of building a satellite.
You have no idea who I am, sir.
Yes, that's true. But I'm pretty sure you're not a space engineer on any level.
How do you know this? You have no idea who I am. You have no idea what I'm capable of. I'm asking you a question.
Well, to be fair, you would be the first space engineer that's a flat earther. I never met her in my life. If that
You
would be
don't
the
know that.
case,
So let's continue with this question.
well,
What
no.
requirements are
Please,
there? What
if there's
restrictions?
one, please let me know.
All right.
Because now I'm very
Let's say I
interested.
am one
You
for the sake
saying
of the
you're
argument.
capable of doing
What restrictions are there against my
I would
communication?
like to see your qualifications then first for me to
Can you
accept that.
can you answer a question instead of result to I want to see qualifications? Let's talk about the
Yes,
substance of your claims
I
and your
answered your
cosmology.
Guys,
questions,
relax,
and
relax,
you have
relax.
Let's
to
talk
answer
about
as
the
well.
substance.
If you're
Relax.
qualified
Speedmaster,
for making a satellite, I would love to
calm
see
down.
that before I can continue with a hypothetical.
Maybe you can assess my knowledgeability of the industry based on the quality of our conversation, sir.
But probably not. I think you could skip it over, and
Probably
if you have
not.
the
So does that mean you're
qualifications, you can sell it.
incapable? Does this mean you're incapable of assessing my domain knowledge based off of the context and substance of my conversation?
Yes, because I've seen a lot of flat
Okay.
earthers misuse the information. So
All right.
yes, qualifications will
continue.
be needed in this context. No, I said I didn't
Okay.
agree.
What restrictions are there against the public encryption of signals transmitted through the airwaves?
Depending on the purpose of the satellite, I answered that already.
How
Clear cut.
How do
And then
they
I
know
went
what
into the
okay.
questionnaire, basically,
I'm
that you're not
responding.
capable of building a satellite. So
I
you
am
have to
responding.
buy them of one of the
Will
manufacturers,
you let me
which will
respond?
already pre-approved. So I know what kind of satellite you can send into space. If you know anything about the imagery, you should already accept that to be a fact. If you're
Great.
not capable of
So,
building your own satellite, you have to go to one of the manufacturers, and there are 15 companies able to make it off the shelf for
I
you,
am
which
capable of
are
developing the
pre-approved.
payload. I'm capable of developing the payload. And I'm asking you what
I would need to see
restrictions
the
there are. And you're telling me
qualifications.
as
I
long
can
as there
believe
aren't
you.
any military restrictions, and that's not true. You
I
are
reject
not
your
allowed
claim
in every
100%
country. The
on the
international
basis that the
the
space
international
engineers are a very limited thing.
you're not going to talk over me. And if you're going to continue talking as I talk to the audience, that's your problem and you're going to miss out. The International Telecommunications Union sets bandwidth requirements for communications and deconflicts these across countries. They also encourage countries to promulgate their own requirements to ensure that their citizens are not transmitting unauthorized on these bands, to include the encryption of messages over those bands that are also unauthorized. The reason why encryption is not authorized, and there's a blanket unauthorization of encrypted messages, is because the military is unable to assess whether or not those communications are for military purposes and happening covertly or clandestinely without them being able to tell. So if I were to create a satellite payload that can only transmit a signal that I can recognize and interpret with my receiver, the governments of the world are going to have a big problem with that because they don't know if I'm potentially using this for military communications purposes or not. So what they require is for me to hand over the private keys. They were at a minimum, but usually they'll just tell me, no, you're not allowed to send encrypted signals over the radio. Back to you.
Mate, you have to mute. First of all, kudos for taking one law about specific satellites. We're not talking about a telecommunications satellite. That's not the point. We are trying to send a probe or a satellite into space with one purpose and one purpose only. Seeing the shape of the Earth.
How
Correct
do
or
you
not?
communicate with the
What you're
satellite,
doing-
moron? How do you communicate with the satellite, moron?
Ever heard about private bandwidth, you idiots? You see, you know absolutely nothing
That's
about
what
the
we're
topic you're
talking
talking
about and what I'm
Now,
debunking for the
you're
audience live
absolutely
in front
now
of you.
claiming that you know.
All right, back on mute again. You're talking through me. So you seem to think you can send up communication satellites without any communication scheme. Oh, but you can if it's private. Okay. Well, why don't you tell me how it is that we can have private communications that are encrypted?
Koneska, can I ask you a question?
That are encrypted over the airwaves, I should add. I want to understand how this is attained, and I want you to describe the legal framework for this and legislative framework.
Mate, if you're gonna mute me, you already proved multiple times,
Okay, here's another mute because I can now talk about imagery. Let's say I want to put a camera up on that satellite. I now have to talk to another government agency to get approval to do that. It's illegal within the United States to send up private satellite payloads that have cameras on them to look down at Earth to take pictures without first getting approval from the US government. In fact, I think the agency you need to get approval from is the Department of Commerce on that. You have to talk to the Department of Commerce. And in order to get permission to transmit encrypted signals, you need to get the FCC to sign off on that. And you'll have to provide evidence and proof of what your encryption scheme is and if they will approve it at all. And you have to turn over your payload, essentially. And so let's say you do design the payload. Your next step is having to turn it over to a private payload integration operation somewhere. And guess what? They're going to be cleared defense contractors. Oh, he left. Yeah.
I find it very interesting what you guys were talking about. What is the...
I don't find anything you have to say worth talking about, eh, Guy? You can stay on mute.
Anything that goes into private airspace is registered. Anything that goes into commercial airspace is registered. Above that is military. Don't go near it, trust me. If you're going to go that high, they've got every access code that you've got before you've even got it. And if you don't give them access to what you've got, you're not going anywhere, dude. Off the shelf, via NASA, doesn't matter.
Can I ask a question, maybe? Like, I came here to, basically figure out, I gotta be transparent with you. Like, I don't know if the Earth is round or flat, but I'm really curious to see why you guys believe that the Earth is flat. I would want to see, a perspective. Can you guys maybe share it with me, by any chance?
Sure, dude. No problem. You know how Earth's supposed to be a certain size, yeah? It's got a given radius and a given circumference. Well, on these numbers...
My headphones are bad. Do you say Earth?
Yeah, the Earth, the ball, the globe, it's supposed to have a given size, a given radius. And on those numbers, it should have a rate of curvature, a rate of drop that it must curve from your feet as it extends away. Now, it boils down to 8 inches per mile squared. So if you apply that over distance, the geometric curve of Earth, the point of Earth that curves away from you, like you're looking at a tennis ball up close, the part that you can't see beyond where it starts to drop away, should only be 1.22 miles times the square root of your eye height in feet. So if you're sitting in the water at the ocean, all nice and comfy there, with your eyes just above, like a foot or two above the water, that curve should only start about 1.5 miles to 2 miles away. And everything after that, if Earth is a globe, should begin to curve and drop away, like they say it does. And the further it goes, the more it's behind that curve, and the more further away it should be, the less you could actually see it. But if you apply that in reality, we see orders of magnitude far too far.
Is that so?
20, 30 miles. And then if you gain in elevation, you'll open the aperture of your eye, you see longer, it opens the angular resolution of what you see out at distance, and you see hundreds of miles too far for it to be a ball.
Really? I've never made this experience, to be honest. Can you give me, is that, the only reason why I believe that the Earth is a globe? It was sphere, sphere, sorry. Or is there, another reason I believe that the Earth is a sphere?
The mechanics of water. We use water as a tool in the construction industry. It carries level. You know about level? You know about builder's levels? Do you know about the hose level? If you use a hose pipe, you can carry one height around a corner or for any distance, and the water at the other end will be level with the first end. That's how you transpose a level. It's one way to transpose a level. The mechanics of water over distance must curve if Earth is a globe, but yet it lies flat and level over any distance.
Yeah, it's not about the reality, right?
Yeah.
So you believe that the Earth is flat because water curves. It doesn't curve.
Yeah, literally, yes. It would curve if Earth were a globe. When the oceans and the bodies of water, the lakes, and the lochs are lying still and flat and calm, that water would curve, and it would have to curve at a certain point.
Yes,
After
and
that,
why
it would drop away. But it doesn't.
why do you think that water doesn't curve?
Sorry?
Why do you think that water doesn't curve? Like water curves all the time, right?
Yeah, well, water flows downhill. It's a fluid medium. Yes, of course it curves. It forms to whatever its container shape is. But its surface, if at rest, lies flat and level.
What if you have a raindrop?
That's in free fall?
No, a raindrop like on a like when you have like a metal sheet and like put like one dot of water on it, like it curves.
Oh, that's meniscus, bro. That's the surface tension of the water droplet. But
So
if you
it curves, right?
that's, you don't live in a water droplet. Yes, gravity says that the water would bend round the ball like a water droplet on a piece of dirt or whatever. But we measure it, we apply the maths, and it doesn't fit. And we use that in, as I say, construction. That it's flat and level. Does that make sense, or did I scare you away?
Yeah, you left.
Well.
They keep leaving. Talk a good talk in the voice, and then if you mute them, they'll start spewing all kinds of ad hominems and fucking text, and then they'll leave. It's the age-old pattern. I've seen it so many times it could fucking make a rug.
Yeah. Most people think we're utterly nuts, but if they come in here and they can understand me, or you, bro, you know what I mean? They start to realise that we're grown adults talking about stuff that we understand, and when you go to things like water levels that they've experienced in life, and you tell them that we're seeing too far because there's figures involved, and they start to understand that we're not nuts. We're actually legible, probably adults. And we're talking this truth. So they get scared and run away.
So, but they also get confronted with a couple of singers. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I got a question. I sometimes come in here and I ask the question. I haven't really gotten a good answer yet, in my opinion. So one of the main reasons I believe that we must live on a globe is due to the the star movements in the sky, and I still haven't got like the best answer because in just what I learned through my own it works perfectly fine if you live on the globe. If you look up on the northern hemisphere, the stars rotate clockwise or counterclockwise. I forgot which one. Go in the southern hemisphere, rotates, and in between they move left to right or whatever. And this works. Like you can talk to this to a young child, and he could even understand. Like, yeah, okay, that makes sense. It works out. But on a flat Earth, I still haven't gotten in my opinion, like a clear answer on how that works on a flat plane. So if you guys could explain that to me more clearly.
Yeah, it's very, very hard to explain, to be honest. Well, it isn't. It depends how well you can conceptualize things.
Mm-hmm, yeah, so if you can try, I can try and understand.
So you get the concept that if you look north, the stars are spinning anti-clockwise, and if you look south, they're spinning clockwise. So it's sort of like you've got your arms outstretched, and they're both spinning in the same direction. But if you look one way, it seems to be one way, and you look the other, it seems to be the different way. Do you understand that? They're all coming from east to west, though.
Sorry, what?
All the stars are coming from east to west.
Okay.
Yeah, you agree with that?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So there isn't any difference in star rotation as you look north and south. It's your perception of it.
Yeah, no, but if the reason why they changed direction. Like it's not like if there's a ceiling fan above your head, right? Okay, and you look at the ceiling fan, it'd be going clockwise. And then if you were to flip directions, if you just look at the ceiling fan from another direction, it'd still be going clockwise. I understand your point. It's perception. But we're talking about if you're looking at a clock from a certain way, like if the clock's above your head, okay? And then the clock is going clockwise. And then if you move positions and still look at the ceiling, the clock would be moving counterclockwise for some reason.
So if the clock above your head is going clockwise, what direction is the clock below your feet going?
Oh, not below my... yeah, it'd still be going clockwise, yeah.
Well,
if it was below your feet. It'd be going clockwise.
So above you is going clockwise. Below you is going...
is it is the hour hand facing you or not facing you?
Yeah, it's looking in on itself. Literally, it's like if you think of a cardboard...
If it's looking in on itself, then it's also going clockwise.
Well, if you think of a cardboard tube, or like if you're standing facing west, you point your right arm towards north and your left arm towards south. If your right arm towards north is circling anti-clockwise and your left arm towards south is circling clockwise, that's the direction of the stars. It's your perception of it. They're both spinning the same way.
No, they're not. I'm confused. They're not.
Who else can tell them how this works? Like, okay,
no, I'm actually confused. I'm actually confused because they're not both spinning clockwise, right?
No, you're looking north. The stars are spinning anti-clockwise. Yes?
Yeah.
Okay, so make an anti-clockwise circle with your right hand pointing at north.
Yeah.
Now, with your left hand, you're looking south, and the stars are rotating clockwise. Make the clockwise circle with that arm.
Yeah.
Both arms are going in the same direction, bro.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, okay, right.
Wait. So this is clockwise? No, counterclockwise. And this is clockwise. Oh, yeah, they are there.
There you go. Yeah. Right, now you're standing on the ground, and you're looking to your right, which is north. And you're looking to your left, which is south. You're at the equator. That's what's happening.
So, I understand that. So you're right. So this would be like flat plane and then a hamster wheel spinning around it. Perfect. No, now I'm talking if you go to that North Pole and you look straight up, though, how does that work? Yeah, I understand. If you're living on the equator, right, and you look again, that works perfectly, old dude. That works fine. I understand that. There, you actually just helped me out. That works fine. You look south, you look north. Yeah, because there'll be like a giant ball spinning around this flat plane, right? Yeah, I understand that completely. But my problem is once you go to that North Pole, the stars should still be going clockwise, still rotating, but it doesn't. They'll be above you and rotating clockwise.
No,
how does that work?
If you go to the north, they'll be above you, but still rotating.
I'm saying, how does that switch happen? If it's one big ball spinning, when does it switch? How do the stars move like that? Because on a sphere, it works fine, right? On a sphere, you go up because you're literally moving on top. So when you look up, the stars, it's not like a ball spinning around. It's just you are the ball and the sky is there. But on a flat plane, I have difficulty understanding how does the stars switch like that? Because I understand from the equator, you look right, you look left, they're spinning. That works fine. But why is it when you move towards that axis of spinning, do they magically start moving upwards in angle?
Okay. Well, you move closer to that. Keep pointing towards north with your right hand. Now turn and face it. You're going to walk towards the North Pole. Keep it spinning anti-clockwise, bro, and move it up the wall and onto the ceiling. That's you moving closer to north.
What do you mean?
Well, your right arm is pointing at north, spinning in an anti-clockwise direction.
Yeah.
As you walk towards north, that gets higher and higher and higher. And
what do you mean? Why does it get higher and higher?
Eventually, it becomes the ceiling fan. It becomes higher and higher because you've moved underneath it. It's your perception of it.
What do you mean? But how does that work? What is
mechanics
causing
of
that?
it.
Because why can't everybody see that? I understand your perception, but you're just okay. I understand the concept, but I'm saying what that has. There's nothing physically possible in that. That's not how a
Right.
flat plane works. If you're to look over there, you would still see the stars spinning above that guy. Why is it when
No,
I'm over here, they're spinning like this? Why do they magically move up because of my perception? How does that work?
it's the angle that you perceive the stars at. They move in accordance to your angle to them. If you're closer to north, it's higher in elevation. Further away, it's lower in elevation. It's
Yeah, exactly.
possible.
What is causing it? Because every sort of I don't know any art or direct with vision doesn't work that way. We haven't seen that. What is causing that? Is that
Well,
just a law that you just made up, like in this world,
no.
for it to make sense?
That's how the angle of perception works, bro. You see a tiny little building in the distance. If you walk up close, it'll be a skyscraper, and you're looking straight up at it, mate. It's the same thing.
It's not the same thing.
It is, bro. It's the angle. It's the angle of elevation in regard to where you are, how you perceive it. The mechanics of it. We don't know why the stars move, and they're fixed. It's you that moves, but we don't know why we perceive it as a celestial dome. There's people in flat Earth working on this. They're making models on how it moves in regard to if you're closer to north or closer to south. It rotates above you, but it's angular elevation change. It changes angle with your. It changes elevation angularly with how close or how far you are away. I'll link you a thing on it if it helps, bro.
Oh yeah, I understand. No. I get it. Actually, yeah. Okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's fair. Yeah.
There's no rush in all this. You have to be able to almost conceive it in your mind before you get the whole principle of, everybody thinks, the star rotation, that's going one way and then it's going the other way. But you see how simple it is? It's like an axle in a car in a sense. Both stars are going the same direction. But in actual fact, you're on a flat plane. And that's sort of like one end of the tunnel and south is the other end of the tunnel. There's no confirmation that that's the same all the way around south. That's only from allegedly somewhere down south. So we don't know what else is going on for a fact. We need to collate more data. But yeah, it takes a lot of understand. It takes a bit of thought to try and get your head around it, dude.
Oh, actually, yeah. So the angular. I was just thinking about it for 2 seconds here. So yeah, I understand that would work with like non-moving objects. So like Polaris, for example, that would work on Polaris, right? Like on your example, it'd be really far away, but the closer you get, yeah, it goes above. Like an airplane, for example, real far away, the airplane might look like it's on your eye level, but of course, when you get closer, it's actually 30,000 feet in the air, right?
Yeah.
That I understand. So on Polaris, on a non-moving star, that works fine. But the moving stars, though, around Polaris, that's when that would not work, because from far away, they'd still be on the same plane. They wouldn't. They're not going up and down. They're moving together. So from far away, they'd also be eye level. They wouldn't be rotating like you would see if you were looking from far away. They wouldn't go up and down. They'd still be on the same level. So that angular would not work on the stars moving around Polaris. It would work on Polaris, that example you gave me, but not on the stars moving around it. Unless they appear out of nowhere, the stars, then that's something else, yeah.
I think I see where you're going, but yeah, you need to look more into it. It's the same thing, angular elevation change where you are on Earth. It's how we navigate. It's celestial navigation. So the stars in relation to Polaris, when I'm closer to them, tell me that America's further left or further right, or Russia's further right. Or if I want to hit France when I'm travelling up, I need to go more right. Or if I want to just skip off and head towards America, I need to go more left, because the angular elevation change of the stars near Polaris, or in reference to my point at Polaris, have also elevated change as I've moved up or further towards north.
No, I understand. I just have difficulty understanding how the movement of the stars is affected by the angular. Alright, because if they're spinning, like again, you're on the equator, you see them spinning, they're going like left to right or whatever, east to west. Yeah. Like it's very clear they're going, like in a circular path. Okay, yeah. That's fine. They're still there. So Polaris is there. So the closer you get, I understand Polaris goes up in the sky because of angular, whatever. Okay, yeah, that's fair. But why did the stuff around it also? Because I don't think that would work. Yeah, they would just be like a straight line above you if they were like on the same. Unless there's more stars that you can't see when you're on the equator, and then they like pop into existence, and the stars that you were looking at on the equator disappear.
Exactly. The ones on the equator disappear as you get closer to north, and it becomes, instead of like a tubular rotation, it becomes a circular rotation above you.
Okay, so you did just make okay, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. If I mean, you can see that works. If you just say that stars disappear and reappear, yeah, for sure, that would work. Yeah. Awesome. Okay.
Yeah. Well, I mean, as you move further away from Polaris, there's less chance of you seeing it. You have to go past the equator before you can actually see it. And the same with Sigma Octantis, the Southern Cross. It can be seen from this side of the equator. Not very well, though. But you have to be near the equator.
Maybe on the horizon, yeah.
Yeah. So it's like a sort of like two big discs of stars that turn. If you were the axle of a car facing forwards, and they're both turning, the same way. But as you get closer to the one on your right, it becomes more like the blades of a helicopter above you. And as you go back further away, it lowers on the horizon and becomes more like an axial motion. And the one on the left, if you go closer to that, the southern rotation, it becomes like a helicopter effect on the ceiling above you.
Yeah, so we would see clear cuts, no? That would also, well, not clear cuts, but we would see. So then we could probably very easily figure out how the continents are lined up on the Earth. Yeah, we still haven't done that because every time flat earthers do, obviously a bunch of stuff doesn't work, like seasons and all that stuff. Because you're saying, oh, go right to go to North America and stuff. That's on the map, but on a globe that works. Like I know, go right, left, up, down. But on a flat plane, though, every time a flat earther does try and come up with the continental, locations, like how stuff is lined up correctly. Like if you were to zoom out and look at our Earth from far away, how would it look like? Every time people do try, it doesn't work. Again, with the star map you just gave, it's like two discs, and in between it's like a cylinder rolling around you. Again, there would have to be a certain shape of the continents for that to work, which is impossible if you were to actually line it up, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, well, again, it's to do with how we've plotted the land masses in regard to celestial navigation in the first place. The lines that go from north to south are based on your angle to Polaris, and the alleged lines that go around the circumference are based on the angular point of the sun and your point to it. It crosses the equator between the tropics of is it Capricorn and Cancer or something like that, and that's actually what's causing your seasons. Circles closer to north, and that gives us a summer in what's called the northern hemisphere. But technically, it's just getting closer to north. In winter, it's moving out, it's moving further away towards the southern, what's called hemisphere. And that's giving you summer down there and shorter days up here. But the whole celestial navigation thing plots out on the azimuthal equidistant map. But that's actually a globe projection.
Yeah, exactly, and that one's been known to be false.
Or something, yeah. But that's the whole thing of it. It's actually mathematically projected onto a globe, dude, or a flat, like you see this A thing. And in actual reality, it doesn't measure as curving, and it's purely and simply only maths.
What is the map?
The maths apply where we are celestially to a globe. It works mathematically.
Sorry, what does?
Celestial navigation can be done theoretically, plotting it from, what's the word, trigonometry, on a globe. It works mathematically, dude. The story works on a ball, in maths, on paper, in the model. But in actual reality, we use a flat and stationary plane and a stationary Polaris for all celestial navigation. It's based on a flat and stationary plane. It just maths into a ball. Math magic.
Yeah, I mean, and visual confirmation, but that's something else that I guess we don't have to get into.
That's satellites in space, and is NASA telling you stories, or is it CGI?
Yeah,
dude, that's all digital mapping.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we don't have to get into the how they can't fake the shit that they posted, but so
Well,
that's a whole other conversation. That
Yep. But again, I'll say it's digitally mapped. It's mapped instantly to what you see. You think it's live. You think you're looking at a cloud. You think the ISS is looking at the same.
I don't even have to talk about that. I'm talking about like before CGI was even a thing. But
well,
it was like Stanley Kubrick, just impossible physics on the moon that literally you cannot recreate on Earth as far as physics go. But yeah, and certainly at the time, CGI didn't exist. We didn't have that technology. The physics and the CGI involved would be, I mean, hundreds of years in the future if we had to do that. In like when we went to the moon for the first time and when we got film from there. Film, by the way, not video recordings. Also impossible to. Again, it's just a whole other conversation. I mean, it's just CGI artists and effects artists know that it's impossible to make stuff like that.
Bro. Sorry, but I know it's hard for you to accept it, but the whole of the moon thing, they sent rockets off and people thought, oh, we're going to space. They took some high-alt imagery. They had some top artists working on the digitals, on the negatives instantly. It's all physically recreated. It's filmed in a Hollywood basement in a great big old container, dude. Sorry.
Yeah, you say that, but it's the physics in it is impossible.
The physics? What physics?
How they move around. How they fall.
Down.
No, it's not slowed down. No.
Wires, bro. I'll link you something in chat. They're supported by wires. And
no, they're not supported by... You just said slow-mo.
Yeah, the film's slowed down.
No, it's not.
How do you know that?
Because they're moving in fast forward, but they're falling in slow motion. That's impossible.
Because of wires, monofilament wires.
Well, you can you can have wires, but you can't be also slowed down.
Speed up the film to record it and then play it at normal speed, and it looks slow. Come on, man.
So what is it? Slow mode? Is it wires? Is it fast forward? Which one is it?
All of it. It's shenanigans.
All of it at the same time? What would that give?
It gives the impression that you're looking at some dude on the moon. You think you're seeing the physics of the moon with moon gravity and stuff, bro, but it's a stage.
What's a stage? The impossible stage? Where you can see miles and miles in the distance?
All the world's a stage, bro.
Well, the space that you see? That's
on the moon.
Backdrop.
What do you mean digital? They didn't have digital. Unless you believe they did have digital.
It's a backdrop. It's a painted backdrop.
No, that's impossible to. No. if you.
Oh man, we've been doing this in film industry since the 1940s.
Yeah, but the quality of it would be almost impossible to recreate. Very, very difficult. Even with CGI today, it'd be very difficult to recreate the level of detail and the backdrop that they did. Dude, pure black, pure black in the background, pure black, no lights, no digital. They would have to use Manta Black or something in the background. A massive scene. We're talking hundreds of meters tall of a background for that to work. For that the lights don't even remotely. It would. I mean, again, it would be like the sun, the shadows, and how tall the lights would be. This would have to be a structure that is hundreds of feet tall with Manta Black as the background. I mean, do you understand how impossible this is?
Have you ever been on a Hollywood tour, bro?
No, I have not, no.
You need to go on one. But they've actually changed a lot of it. You don't see all the old techniques and how they used to do stuff. Like, you know what I mean? They take out like massive big bulldozers and they rebuild the landscape, and then they get huge canvases and they create a backdrop, umpteen backdrops. It's a stage, a massive stage that's lit correctly, that's put through processes that make it look like it all works. It's purely film, TV, industry telling you a story, dude.
Yeah, but I'm saying it's nearly impossible to do that.
That's what you think.
No, that's what VFX artists and artists in the visual artist industry that have studied this for years and years effectively understand this much more than me. That say, yeah, it would be easier to actually go to the moon and film this than actually do this on Earth.
Yeah,
The quality that it. Again, you can say they're brainwashed to understand this or something like that.
Yeah,
but I don't. Yeah,
that's the undermine. That's how they undermine it. Oh, it would be easier to go to the moon than fake it. Sorry, but get lost, bro. Listen, last year they released to the public digital imaging where if you're caught on camera, you can be instantly digitally projected as doing anything you like anywhere you want, as anything. You could be Godzilla on the moon fighting a Furby, but you're just walking down the street and they've captured your image, dude. They've had that technology for decades now. Before that, it was all artists, painting, like fine detail handwork, modelling. Like you think you're seeing the moon, that was a model, bro. Yeah, it's all a stage, man. I'm not going to try and convince you by words alone. What I'm going to say is research our server, the stuff we've got on the moon landing, the stuff we've got on green screen fakery, the stuff we've got on old movie techniques, the things that people can link you to, how it's done. Take the time and research it, bro, because an argument of words won't change things. You need to see the evidence.
Yeah, I mean, I try. And when I look at both sides, because I research, again, Flat Earth, and then I look back at evidence from non-Flat Earthers that also prove, I go back and forth and see one has more evidence than the other. One has the math, one has the 10,000 scientists that have 20 plus years in their field, one has advanced physics and math, and measurements and scales and equipment, much higher technology than Flat Earthers. That all prove slowly through thousands of years of science, slowly but surely growing and entrusting. And the other one was made in the 1800s because of scientific revolution and because people were unhappy of science advancing too fast. So that's when flat earthers came about.
Close, but no cigar, bro. The Earth's always been flat, and people have tried to cover it up for a long, long time.
Yeah, exactly. Also, I mean, that's kind of. I mean, you have no proof of what they've of these like worldwide government.
Bro, hang on. We're getting a bit heated here.
Science. Oh, sorry. No, I'm not heating it. Yeah,
no, I am too. But I'm just saying that science came along and applied this theoretical idea of a ball and made it fit through maths, fancy calculators, stories of things going to space, pictures from this place called space. It's all a theoretical paradigm, dude. Yes, the numbers fit. Yes, it all sounds fancy, and it can't be refuted because it all sounds fancy. And it's got umpteen layers of sounding fancy. But that's all it's got, mate. It's a story, and only a story.
Yeah, again, if you don't understand the math and you don't understand the physics, and that's okay, right? I don't either. But I'm not going to say because I don't understand it, because it's too advanced for me, because I haven't done 10 years of high advanced education, therefore it's fake, right? Because I don't know what logic is involved in math, right? Because of math is one of the best inventions we have understood as humans, what our brain is capable of, because math has repeatedly been shown to almost exactly prove reality. I mean, again, pi is such a beautiful number. It's a real thing that exists in real life. 3.1415. It goes on forever. That's the relationship between the circle's circumference. It's gorgeous. It's real. It's real life. So if these scientists that have 20 years of education in mathematics, advanced physics, logic beyond you and I can even comprehend, right? And they're all talking about this with their IQs that are like double ours. Of course I won't understand it. It'll sound like magic to me, right? Like, what the fuck are they saying? What is this shit? They have like letters in their math, yet it works, right? Because math and most of it is good.
It sounds to me like you're trying to say you're not equipped to evaluate the claims of the globe.
Oh, yeah, no, I mean, some claims, yeah, I can try, but again, like math, no, I'm not that high. I try my best to understand.
I think you are equipped.
So do I.
Yeah, I'm
You are
equipped to
equipped
to do
handle
some.
the claims of the globe and to challenge them.
Yeah, I am, and
Right,
I
but
do
you're
challenge
telling
them.
everyone that you're not, and you're saying all these smart people have all these smart ways and
Oh no,
means of proving
just in the
stuff.
math and physics department. Sorry, just to prove that like physics. But yeah, I mean, I can try and I do. I try and every time I go back to yeah, I mean, on the globe Earth, it makes much more sense than on the flat Earth.
Well, you can't say that because you also say you don't have enough knowledge to evaluate the globe Earth. At least you think you do at this point. You think you are incapable.
Well, on some things, yeah, I think I'm
So-
capable of understanding simple logic, but again,
All right.
advanced mathematics and physics, I don't think I'm capable of truly giving my own word on that.
Okay, so is it necessary for you to believe in that for you to accept a globe?
No, not necessary. No.
All right, so
I
then
don't-
what evidence
I
do you
don't-
have to believe in the globe and to accept it as a justified true belief?
Well, I mean, we just talked about it some about stars or what's it called? How fuck hurricanes move and shit. What the fuck is that shit called?
All right, but
I
what about
forgot.
that requires a globe?
Coriolis effect.
Yeah, Coriolis effect. Thank you,
Coriolis.
Cooper.
Okay, well, what about that requires a globe? Coriolis is real. Do you say Earth Coriolis is real? Because I don't think that's real. Nobody can
Yeah.
prove that.
I mean, you can say that all you want, yeah, but
Well, I mean,
think
nobody
I'm
can
moving
prove
to
it though. Like
Coriolis.
nobody has ever. Nobody's ever been able to substantiate any demonstration of Earth-based Coriolis. That's a fact. That's
yeah,
reality.
that's true, yeah.
What do you mean by
Well-
Earth-based Coriolis? We see like hurricanes and tornadoes, like weather systems function differently in different parts of the
That
Earth.
doesn't require
Yes,
Earth to be turning underneath.
Yeah. So he's saying, Cooper, he doesn't know, but it doesn't have to require. Like, if it does happen,
Right.
it's an unknown thing that's outside of our knowledge, outside of physics that we can't comprehend yet. It's basically magic, but it doesn't have it doesn't have to happen on the Earth. So
No,
yes,
nobody-
the
yeah,
Earth would
nobody's
perfectly
demonstrated Earth rotation.
so the Earth would explain it perfectly fine, but it doesn't have to because there's like magic that we can't comprehend that's actually causing it.
No, there's no magic involved at all.
Not magic, but physics that we don't even know about that's causing it. Yeah, I mean,
Physics that is so far beyond our comprehension that it would be viewed as magic.
yeah. So if you go on
your
based on that, yeah.
You're telling me your evidence is beyond your comprehension. How's that a good look?
Sorry,
You're saying it's beyond your comprehension.
what is?
No,
You're saying this evidence that you're bringing to the table is beyond your comprehension.
No, you're saying it's beyond our
No, I'm
comprehension.
not saying it's beyond my comprehension. I'm saying it's imagination. I
So
can
what is?
comprehend it by telling it,
Sorry.
imaginative.
Actually, I should have asked you. So what is causing hurricanes to spin in the way they do?
Pressure differential, changes in pressure zones. You've got something that is high up and something that is low. Your pressure doesn't match. You've got density disequilibrium.
But
You've got a lot of complex things happening.
Sure. So
Where does gravity or Earth's rotation factor into any of it?
Sure. So it factors in the direction of rotation. So like when we see hurricanes in the northern, like above the equator, you see them exclusively spin one way.
So
and
what?
When you go south of the
No, they're not
equator,
exclusive. They're anticyclones. You can Google that. Like, no, that's an urban myth. So do you have something besides urban myth?
Isn't that only when there's wind disturbance created from other cyclones?
What, for anticyclones? These are basically hurricanes that rotate in the opposite direction of where they're expected to.
Hurricanes that rotate in the opposite direction on the...
Yeah, called an anticyclone. Look it up.
I will look that up.
Yeah, so like it's the same urban myth as how if you go to Ecuador and the bowl of water rotates the other way.
That's fake because Coriolis effect can only test it on very big scales. They have done it like in giant bathtubs with they had to make sure that the Earth was perfect, that the water was and it does work, but that's whatever. That's another story.
Okay, cool story.
Yeah, exactly. That's just another conversation. Like people have tested out the Coriolis effect in giant pools and stuff
So
just to make sure that it's
if Earth
real.
is rotating, it should have a torque measurement. How do you measure the torque
I
of
don't
Earth
know.
rotation?
I have no clue what torque is actually.
need a lever for torque, or like?
You need some kind of force transfer, which gravity isn't. So
Alright, yeah, I searched up the anticyclone. It's pretty cool. That's an interesting phenomenon. There's no hurricane like that goes in anti-clockwise. There are wind patterns and big systems that go against it. Yeah, but there's hasn't been a case of a hurricane going against their normal like northern southern hemisphere stuff.
right. So
There-
Coriolis can't predict this anticyclone.
Well, yeah, I guess it's
Right,
I don't
so
know all of
VN.
it, so it's not
VN.
belt. I
VN.
guess it's air, but again,
that's
so
like
so
saying that,
so why
yeah.
does
that
I get, okay,
Coriolis
perfect.
effect can't affect the like. That's like saying the Coriolis effect can't affect the wind or like predict the wind blowing south. It's like a non sequitur.
I mean, it still doesn't explain why like 99% of hurricanes, or actually all hurricanes that we've seen so far, have all gone with the Coriolis effect, northern and southern hemisphere. Yes, there are anticyclones. They're rare, and they do happen because of either hurricane is close to the other one, or special wind pressure, which is very cool and interesting. I can research some more on it, but in terms of hurricanes and stuff, all the ones that we've seen have been in accordance to the clockwise, counterclockwise, northern southern hemisphere. It's not really case closed. It's interesting, odd cases, but 99% of cases do follow the Coriolis effect. Unless, again, you have an explanation for that.
So correct me if
Yeah.
I'm wrong, but the Coriolis effect is just like some sort of directional force that influences just like any other kind of force, the direction of like pressure differentials, or someone said. But that's not like the be all end all. Like there's other factors too, right? Obviously.
Oh, yeah, for sure. But
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
like the main big reason why the hurricanes look the way they do. Why
Yeah,
they
and
spin in that direction. It's very cool.
yeah, I imagine the larger the scale, the
Oh
more
yeah, it's
effect that
mainly
it
like
has
you
on
can't
it.
like again that the one that he said, like the myth where if you like
Yeah.
flush your toilet in northern, that's not real. That's a full myth. Like,
Mhm.
but yeah, on big scales again, like they did an experiment like this with giant pools of water, and they had to make sure, and yeah, they proved Coriolis effect. And again, in hurricanes, it's one of the most visible. I mean,
Yeah, I wouldn't really take anticyclones to be like a debunking of that.
yeah, it's
because
really not,
if
because
you
it's not like
stir
they're
water,
hurricanes. It's
you
not
know,
like it's giant hurricanes in the northern hemisphere going like
yeah, just
the opposite
becoming
way.
that, like just starting that way.
Yeah, no.
Like well, apparently people have been able to track why they do that specifically, like what other kinds of forces are acting upon them.
So what y'all into now? Cyclonic forces, is it?
Yeah, we're talking a bit about what's it called? You forget the fucking name.
Coriolis effect.
Yeah,
Coriolis.
Coriolis effect.
Yeah.
Pretty
It's an
interesting.
interesting one. Some people say it could be a toroidal effect, or could be a magnetic toroidal effect between the poles and the equator. Like, it's been explained to me that if you take a paddle, if you're in a boat and you're paddling one side and then the other side, either side of that paddle, you'll see the toroidal swirls going in different directions from one paddle stroke. So it's very hard to say what it is that's making the air move, one way or the other way, other than it's definitely thermal. We know that thermal fronts build out up at sea, moisture levels coming off the land can increase it, or if it hits a cold bank, it can cause various different things.
I'm pretty sure that's what causes a hurricane. Yeah, that is correct.
Mm.
But I'm pretty sure that the thing about the core is because of those pressure and stuff, the air actually wants to go in the middle of the hurricane. But because of the Coriolis figure, that's what people say. Because of the spin of the Earth, the outer part actually kind of brings it up, and that's what causes spin. Is this constant need? The pressure wants the hurricane to close in, but like the warm air, cold air wants it to close in. But because of this effect, it keeps spinning to the right or to the left, where what hemisphere you're in matters. And this what causes that very distinctive spin in giant hurricanes and stuff. It's very cool.
I'm sure there was a thing the military went into about busting hurricanes and actually breaking the pressure waves a long time ago. And just something that you said there made me think of that, the way that the pressure changes as you gain in elevation. It causes it to carry on, like almost cause itself. And if, it can get a lot worse a lot quicker kind of thing. I've got no idea what that would have been, though.
It's really interesting.
Yeah, I've linked you to the server, dude. Take your time and look through it. There's gigs of data in there. There's terabytes of data in there. It's taken me up until now, since I started this, I'm learning every minute of every day. I don't claim to know what I know for fact. Just a lot of the things I say I'm quoting. But what I have done is I've went out and I've checked the whole thing about flat Earth, and drop over distance doesn't happen. It just does not actually happen. It's an applied thing through mathematics.
Sorry, what does? Sorry, I was watching the video. Yeah.
Physical drop over distance. The surface doesn't curve as it should. I know that for a fact. It can't be the adverse effects of refraction because, well, the truth of refraction is it doesn't actually extend your vision all that much. So it's not that. But,
Yeah, I mean, there's many videos of like, oh yeah, I see this mountain. It's very far away. Technically, it should be invisible, or I'm not invisible, but beyond the curve, but I can still see it technically. But if you plug in the refraction and curvature rate and the height that you are, and let's just say in this video, there's multiple videos of this where you can only see like the top, maybe 1,000 feet of that mountain. Well, if you plug the entire, mathematic equation in, guess what happens? It says that you should only be able to see 1,000 feet or so of that mountain, and that's what most videos do show. When they say, oh, I can see this mountain from really far away. But again, when you do use the math that is provided, it shows exactly what you are observing. It mirrors reality, which is interesting because it's a very cool thing that math can do.
Also, I'd like to add that refraction accounts for being able to see different amounts on different days, depending on the weather.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, different amounts depending on the weather, yes. It can make the air clear or very hard to see through. That I'll agree with, yeah. But to try and say that it's looming a mountain from around the corner of the Earth, or it's bringing something up to flatten level view below your or like in parallel to your eye line, more or less, like that's meant to be obscured by over a mile of Earth curve at least. Sorry, no, you're taking the piss out of me at that point.
Exactly, really a mile of coverage. Well, if the mountain is more than a mile tall, and you only see the tip of said mountain, you don't see the whole mountain, you don't see the base of the mountain, you see maybe half, a quarter of that mountain.
The mountain should be obscured.
Yeah,
Right,
again, but when you do plug in the refraction rate and all that stuff, you can only should be able to see.
Calm down, bro. From the top of the mountain to where you should be able to see it is over a mile. The mountain is over a mile below the curvature. Not part of the mountain or, oh, the mountain's a mile tall. The whole mountain should be, according to the math, and a mile below your eye line at least.
Okay, perfect. Can you show me this?
Yeah. It's the Canada thing. You know, this is like, you think refraction's doing this. You see calculators like Walter Bislin, who's actually changing the radius of the Earth to do this. Earth's radius doesn't change, bro. It's set, allegedly. Yes, refraction can clear the air and help you see a little bit further, or it can screw the air up entirely and you hardly see at all. But it doesn't bring things up to flat and level from away around the corner of a ball, the globe that you live on. Hang on the link to the Canada thing. There's a whole section on Canada in our main server, but they decided that it's a world record distance, long distance photograph.
Yeah, that one. Yeah.
And they decided they would do it in infrared, and that's when they realised that if you do the math, that whole mountain range is like literally supposed to be under or be past a mile curvature. Where is it? Come on, phone. Come on, phone. Oh, yes, no. I don't know how your French or whatever is, or your Pyrenees or whatever, but there's a video on it in the main server. I think it's French, possibly Italian. But yeah, the mountain at the back of that should be below a mile of curvature. That mountain's not like 1,700 miles tall and it's just poking out the top or something.
That's not the world record photo, is it? That's something else. What is that?
No, that's the same thing, but in black and white. In infrared. It's literally the same shot, but in infrared. It's the Canada thing. Get up, PMAC. I'm joking with you, man. You know I'm joking with you. Bloody hell, where the hell's the Canada thing, man?
Is that a city on like the bottom of the picture?
I think there's a town in the village. There's a village and it's a yacht haven or something in the bay. Possibly.
How high up is this photo taken from? Because that looks like
now you're
really
asking,
high.
dude. Possibly 9,000 feet. It's, as I say, go to the main server, scroll down to additional information, Canada section.
I mean, does the link work?
I'll try and link what I can for it.
No, I mean, like, can I enter the link on the bottom? Does it have all the information?
Oh, I don't know. I don't think there's any hyperlinks on them. I don't know.
I could just type it.
There's one of them. Oh, maybe another one.
Old man, I don't know if you talk about this or have an answer to this question, but I'm going to ask you. What is the explanation, or is there an explanation for like why we see like the apparent, like what I would call seeing like a boat go over the horizon, like that that optical phenomenon? What is the explanation for that?
Yeah, there is an explanation, dude. Like, okay, so you're seeing a way out 20, 30 miles at sea and you're seeing the bottom part of a boat excluded. There's a lot of different factors involved in this. The water between you and that boat can be choppy. What seems to be like a 2 or a 3 inch wave can cover 20, 30 feet of a boat due to angular size reduction. The boat's getting a lot smaller as it's going further away, therefore it's easily more obscured from the bottom up. There's a thing called total internal reflection that involves the angular resolution of the eye and how far you see things before they snap out of your view, depending on the refractive indices of the day. What else? Let me think. There can be a Looming effect that as the boat's going away, you see it angularly stay the same size, where in actual fact it's getting smaller, and then suddenly, oh my, it's covered by a wave. What you know? It's just literally the is it foreshortening? They call it the angular as you move down in elevation. The lower part of your vision, all that seawater takes up more of your eyesight.
Yeah. I understand. So if you have a low angle of view, a lot more water is going to get in the way the farther you go along. Wouldn't we see the boats bobbing up and down then, instead of just steadily disappearing or relatively steadily disappearing over the edge?
Some you do, yeah. Like some you do, but again, there can be a lensing or a refractive effect that can cause towering or stooping or compression or looming. You see, then it gets to Fata Morgana, where it looks like the thing's sort of floating on the horizon, or it's reflected in a mirror sense, just on the horizon. Then there's the thing that looks like boats floating on different colours of water, which actually looks like they're floating in the sky, but it's not. It's a tidal change reflecting the water, reflecting the sky in a different way. And literally, when a boat gets so far out at sea, it's angularly obscured by what can be, smaller waves or rougher water in front of it, and that can be caused by tides coming in and gaining elevation as they approach a landmass, which is shoaling. It can cause different colder tides going out to sea as the tide's coming in from the sea. If it's a river estuary, then that can cause the same effect, and it can be angularly obscured at distance. But it's no one steady thing to it. Sky Free has done a lot of work on this. Temperature changes can cause things to look like they're going into the horizon. And it's not, it's this total internal reflection or refraction, I can't remember. But it's all linked on the server. Take your time, go through it all, dude.
Okay.
Basically, where you've seen a boat going away over like what you think is a curve, it's physically the wrong place. If you look into the math, that confirms it. It's orders of magnitude, like where it should be disappearing at 1, 2, 3, 5 miles, the boats are disappearing at 20, 30, 50, 60 miles. And that's a massive problem, because refraction doesn't bend stuff up to flat and level, like I've been trying to say. When somebody else took a pile of rubbish for half an hour. My mouth's tired. Hey, Mac, where are you Irish blether?
In the background, sniffing tulip, trying to be inconspicuous.
And what does Tulip think about all this sniffing that's going on in the back room?
They don't know how to think. They haven't got a fucking brain. Hey, old dude.
No, it wasn't me. I've got witnesses. What?
That was Sydney. I've got video recordings, private eyes, and all that there. No, I see Doctor Who is back, and he's not white. So, what's wrong with that? Most doctors aren't.
Oh, brilliant! Is there an ethnically considered Doctor Who now? Is it still a guy or is it a woman as well now?
Oh, that's. I was surprised at that. I thought it was going to be a black woman with balls.
Okay, that'll be the next thing. Eventually, there'll be some lady with a beard.
Oh, I got
in a boiler suit and a dress, and it'll all be
Doctor.
the doctor. Yeah,
Doctor them they.
Doctor what?
Doctor, don't you assume my pronouns?
It's a modern world, sure now. So
can you imagine Doctor Who gets out of the TARDIS, he goes to the restaurant and somebody fucking misnomers him as a female.
Have they done a flat Earth? Has Doctor Who done a flat Earth one yet?
Maybe.
Doctor Who even human?
No, he's a Time Lord, dude. He's beyond
Time Lord.
us. Somewhere between us and God, allegedly.
I don't care who you are. If you're a Time Lord, I'm on your side.
Sounds a bit like one of the Nephilim to me.
It's crazy, eh?
Time Lord.
Doctor Who.
Kronos.
A black Doctor Who female comes out of the TARDIS, and says, "Don't you dare fucking mispronounce my pronouns."
See, Mac, I really don't mind if it's a girl or what her skin colour is. As long as I know that that's who the Doctor is now, I'm fine. But I hate watching programmes that there's a character and you're wandering along and like half an hour later it's like, hang on, that's so-and-so nowadays. That's who they've been replaced by. And I can't watch this now anymore because in my mind these characters were someone else or were something else. If they tell me about what's going on, I'm supposed to believe in it, then I could maybe believe in it. But nah, it's not a story.
The great reset of the great replacement theory.
Aye. Thank God for cowboys and Indian films, because that's what really happened. Not.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to make a joke now and put it on my Facebook. I see Doctor Who is non-white. Sure, why not? Most doctors aren't.
I think it's a great thing. There's a massive Asian community in the medical profession over here, mate. I think it's brilliant. I've actually learned things, word like Swahili and Hindi, and stuff like things like that. Like, you know how like, if you go on with your doctor, you can have a laugh with him, eh? So I ask him, I say, what's the word for this or what's the word for that? And he tells me, and I've got it written down. I'm learning how to pronounce it. I'm learning how to curse people out or tell them the earth's flat in Hindi or Swahili or whatever. It's great, mate. I love it.
It's weird. I delivered newspapers to another place the other day there, and there's a guy, he's from Tunisia or somewhere like that there, and I said to him, so if I said, shukra, he said, thank you. He says, what if I, and he stopped me and he says, what if I say, I ate your hole with some candy? Well, that's what it sounded like to me, and I was like, what? I ate your hole with some candy. I said, I don't know what that is. That's fucking, hello, my friend, in Irish.
Wow.
Oh, that's kind of funny.
Wow. Yeah, we've had a big ethnic Asian community. The UK is like one of the most ethnically diverse places from everywhere, really, for decades, for hundreds of years. And it's great, like, it's really great. But some places it's hard to go now because it's all the modern way of things. It's like, if you're not part of the community there, then you're not accepted anymore. And that's not right. That's not right, man.
If you believe AI, some of the founding fathers were darker in color.
There's been coloured folk through history and for all time. Like, you look at some of the old black and white photographs, and I'm not making a joke here, but you look at some of the old photographs, and there's lots of the town officials are actually ethno-Caribbean origin. You know what I mean? From hundreds of years back. And look at the British Raj as well. How there is the British Raj, the crown in UK, how it's tied with India. It's all hype in media that people think that we're different and we've got differences because we're different colours. It's all nonsense, man. We got on fine together.
That's just there they fucking separate us. We're all the same fucking thing. We're all the same animal.
Right. Apart from the ones that believe in a ball.
Yeah, they're
a bit confused. They're a bit confused. That's all that is, though, P-Man. Same as us. We were them once, man. What can I say? Believed in it all once. Thought we were going to go to space. Or the grandkids. We were going to buy a timeshare on Mars for the grandchildren. Why the hell not, eh? What am I going to do with the money? Yeah, let's name a star after the dog. Why not? Send more money to NASA. Yeah, let's do that. It's all nonsense.
Why so serious?
Aye.
Yeah, we keep them in the special cages.
Well, absolutely nonsense. Your child screams at you because it can't have NASA merchandise to wear to school, or you have to stay up for 3 days straight trying to make some kind of rocket thing that half works for a science demonstration. You're making rockets that demonstrate a Narnia, a theoretical paradigm that nobody will ever go to, other than on TV. And your bairn believes it, man, and gets all upset because you don't want to help him build it. So you have to.
Yeah, I suppose that's kind of true.
Nonsense, bro. Utter nonsense, man. Oh, build a volcano, son. That's a real life thing. No, Dad, that's been done. I want to build a rocket that goes to Mars. I want to beat Elon. I want to be the next Elon, Dad. Sorry, son. They're lying to you. I've got to wreck your childhood because somebody's already lied to you. Great. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Dad. Great Christmas present. The Earth isn't round.
But, like, you do what you can, man. You know what I mean? It's not that you're taking all these things away from a child or you're ruining their childhood. It's just that it's more fun building a go-kart, bro, than building some flimming rocket thing. Kids should dream for the future, not like, something that isn't going to happen. They should dream for the future here. Who keeps drinking all my coffee?
You do.
Bro, I just made the thing 5 minutes ago. It's not there now.
You fucking drinking, you dirty, you fucking greedy bastard.
Used to be battle mod. I used to roll a cigarette and make a coffee, and I'd come back 2 minutes later. Battle mod would be talking, and it was gone.
Battle mod could roll a cigarette, drink coffee at the same time, bruh.
If there's anyone out there that's listening that wants a map or a model of Earth, go to Dave Weiss, go to DITRH. Stop asking us for it. We don't have these things yet. Because I can feel that question coming up soon.
I can feel it in my bones.
That's what it's like, bro. I want to just tell them all the things that they're going to say to me because I've heard it a bajillion times. I don't mean to be angry about it, but
yeah, I know. Yeah.
It's cool though. I like once we can stop all the fighting and you actually get a conversation with people. Some very, very intelligent young minds looking into flat Earth, and it's a great thing, mate. It's brilliant. I wish I'd had this to look into when I was their age.
Yeah, I think it's growing, man. I mean, when we started, fucking 2% of the population thought it might be a possibility, but now people are talking to me about flat Earth. I haven't even mentioned flat Earth, and they're like, "Hey, bro, do you think they're? I don't know. What do you think?" And I listen to what they say, and like, wow, I never thought I'd see this day, where 6 out of 10 people that I work with are talking about fucking flat Earth and conspiracies and things like it used to be pariah. It used to be like a pariah back in the day. Like you would be too afraid. Maybe not too afraid, but you might speak out about it, and people think, he's a fucking lunatic. But this is kind of par for the course now today. People are waking up.
Yeah. Slowly but surely, dude. Slowly but surely. If they want to call it a globe or a ball or think they're going to go to space someday, that's fine. But could we not just stop all the fighting, the poverty, the disease, the famine, the instability, the fear mongering, the daily terror of life that is life nowadays? Can we not just stop all that?
That's kind of a fantasy, isn't it? Because that's never ever going to stop. No matter, as long as humans are here on this plane or planet or whatever side you fucking come from, it's never going to stop. It's just it seems like a innate, inevitable thing that's going to continue forever and ever. I don't know how you stop Discord. Oh, hello. You know, I don't have much hope for humanity. I think AI would probably be better for us. And I'm talking. I am actually making a joke now. But anyway,
Would you consider the transhumanism as an option if someone said you could download yourself tomorrow and go on digitally from there on? Would you consider that as an option?
what the fuck? That's like a fucking living nightmare, isn't it? Imagine somebody putting your consciousness in something that cannot fucking die, and you have to live within that forever. I mean, like, what if you go in there and your thoughts aren't really good, and you're like a bipolar or depressive, and they put you in a fucking robot? You'd be like Marvin, the paranoid android, wouldn't you?
You would.
Forever.
You'd be constantly trying to pull your own batteries out, I think.
Here we go again. The fucking brain the size of a planet. And they're asking me how to open a fucking door. You got that.
I can't find.
He can't find. None of them will get that. I can't find, but we got it. That means he knows well.
What's up, my flat earthers?
The sky, my brother. How's it going?
Not too bad, old dude. Not too bad. Living life, breathing air.
The game. That's what it's all about, dude.
I'm still like, this is now my third time on this Discord, and I'm still in awe of the fact that you guys are the most chill. Like, there's pockets of chill, but everyone else is yelling and angry.
Aye. I hear you, bro.
Top marks. Because, like, I think I said this the first time. You guys get a bit of a bad rap, and you guys get a bit alienated by the wider community, but you guys just maintain chill. You're not out here, like, bashing and aggy and all of this. You try and make your points. It's all of that jazz, and I respect it. It's a nice little community you guys got going on.
Well, bro,
I like this guy.
You're not going to want to come in and sit in the beer garden or, sit and listen to the conversation if we're trying to glass each other continually or stab each other or, throwing pint glasses across the room at each other. You're just not going to want to hang about, are you?
Just so. It's not a very convincing narrative, but the other bastards haven't really seemed to clock that yet.
Yeah, I don't care what you believe. It's not going to get me upset.
Very good. I'm in a similar boat. Like, I'm quite secure in what I think and what I believe, and other people can, believe other shit. That's fine. It's all about the vibes. It's all about the conversation.
Exactamundo.
So what's
How
going
long
on
does
today then? Well, thank
Where are
you
you
very
from?
much.
Are you from Ukraine?
I am from Britland.
Sorry, you sounded very very Russian to me there.
Ooh, nah, not Russian. I've recently been liming with a Russian Canadian girl. Far out of my league, thoroughly enjoying myself. But I don't think I've spent enough time to start aping her accent.
All right, is it an OnlyFans thing?
Nah, man. I'm a student I'm spending a little bit of time with. Masters in criminology, big brain human.
And is it in Canada or Ukraine?
Say?
Why did I bring up Ukraine?
I don't know why you brought up Ukraine.
But you're currently trying to get into a Ukrainian girl's knickers?
Nah, she's Russian. Well, she was born Russian,
Oh.
but she spent most of her time out and about.
Yeah, we're close enough.
Wow, it's all part of the wider Slav community.
Yeah, which is where the words slave and robot first came from, right? The Slav.
Yeah, but that's a semantics argument. I don't like it when people try and make that point because it's trying to
I'm not arguing with you, bro.
No. It's I was just talking. No one's arguing here. I have ADHD. I never stop talking. It's a passion of mine.
Passion.
Yeah.
You said passion, passionately.
What? It's you live by your morals, boy. Your channel.
So what do you believe, bro? Let's get back on topic here, shall we?
Are we on flat earthing or like?
We are. Are you on the fence or yeah?
Nah, not really. Like, I disagree with you guys on this. I'm not convinced by it, but doesn't mean I need to be disrespectful. I'm part of Globe Earth community. I'm a slut to Big Atlas.
Okay, well you're welcome here, bro.
Thank you very much. Nice to feel accepted. All right, I'm gonna bounce about, but you guys continue to be chill. I'll probably come
but when you have enough of the fucking shouting in your ears, come back to us and we'll talk
exactly
sweet nothings. We'll cup your balls and talk sweet nothings to you.
Gargle the gravy, my guy. Adios.
Peace,
all right, bro.
Yeah.
Gargle
He's
the
a good
gravy.
lad. He's
all right, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's what? Yeah, he's all right.
He's a good lad. Yeah.
Even though he's English, we'll forgive him that. Like,
we've all got a wee bit of Sassnach in us.
Walking about with guns in their hands, taking things off other people's lands. Aye, never mind. An Irish rep. Limes in their mouths and guns in their hands, taking things from other people's lands. You can put that in the rap song. Yeah, never mind.
Something says that he's one of the boys that would have been commandeered. There would have been a silver crown put in a pint glass for him, and as soon as he'd finished the pint and chased that silver crown, bang, he'd have been put to work as a conscript for the Navy.
Oh, yeah.
Britain did a lot of things, and it wasn't just to the other people in the land too.
And what they call them? What they call them boys? They put in the boys woke up in the ship the next morning and were like, "Well, that's you. You're fucking part of the Navy."
There is a name for it, like
Shanghai.
Shanghai's one of them, but Shanghai's left, and Shanghai left in the port of Shanghai, but there is a name for it,
They used to do that. They used to get boys drunk in a bar. They'd pass out, and then they'd wake up on the ship the next day. Half an hour out to sea, no way back to land. They go, right, you're part of the British Navy now, you bastard. Put this lime in your mouth.
Aye. They would they'd throw a crown or a whatever, like a florin or whatever the money was, they'd put it in your pint pot. So you drink your pint and say, ooh, I've got money, let's have another one. But that's you've taken the Queen's crown or the King's crown at that point.
That's right.
You've sold your soul. And that's why you wake up on a boat that's halfway out to sea.
Yeah, you're the way back in 6 months to fucking South America. Enjoy the journey. What do they call that in English? I mean, it was Shanghai in the east or whatever. What the fuck was that name in English?
I mean, there's a lot of good people taken for fools, or whatever the term may be, yeah. A lot of good people, and it still happens today, as we know. If you're willing to believe it or just let it be as the story that it is, then that's what it is, man. And you go around gullible for it. No your fault.
Fool me once, or fool me again. Fool me twice. Can't be fooled again. I don't know which president was dumber, George Bush or fucking Biden.
I actually think that Biden's just the Bush thing that's been reanimated somehow. Bush Senior, possibly. They've reanimated it and restretched the skin, and it looks like a Biden now.
Yeah, he was Shanghai.
Yeah, I don't understand that either. I mean, I grew up thinking, oh, you know, all the people in politics and the world leaders, when you're young, oh, they're all old men. I'm practically an old man now, and there's even older, more doddery, haven't got a clue what they're on about, can't remember their next word, dudes, running things. What's that about? Commander-in-Chief's a geriatric. Hello? Give him the controls to the nuclear machines. Go on then.
He said something the other day. It was completely fucking whack. Well, if you don't believe that Indians are real, then maybe $1 million would change your mind. And red is the color of blue, and there you go. What?
He's away with the fairies. That's a packet of Werthers and put them in a high chair in a nice sunny room, somewhere to look at the roses. That's what we do with people like that. Give them a bag of hard candies, sit them in the corner, let them play like skeet ball or whatever it is now and again. That's not running the country. Hello.
I don't know. I don't know if Joe Biden can play skateball. Probably in his mind, like ping pong, ping pong, ping pong. That's about it. He is the worst thing I ever seen in my life. Honest to God, like I think he is. The aliens have taken over. We thought they were intelligent.
I don't know. America was one of the most organised, forward-moving, self-supporting countries. It really, really was. Like, in
was being the operative noun. I don't know. English not so good.
Now it's all yeehaw, we go to space.
Oh yeah, they'll be doing that for the next 20 years. Hey, we're going to put a railroad and moon, and we're gonna not in your kids' lifetimes, not in their fucking grandkids' lifetimes. Never. They just perpetuate the lie. And so we're trapped, eh? We're trapped in a big fucking bubble of apple.
Yeah. We're only trapped if we think we're trapped.
That's
I'm
right.
free to go out the front door. I'm free to go anywhere I like.
It's not
If I need a piece of
irreversible.
paper, I can apply for it, I suppose.
It's not.
But yeah, there is a limit again. Yeah, if I wanted to actually go to Antarctica. Yeah.
It's not irreversible. In your mind, I mean, you can basically do anything you want. You know, so yeah, the wrong approach is to be detrimental about the whole thing. It's like, oh, everything's fucked and the world's fucked and people are stupid and they're always going to be stupid. But maybe someday in the future, people might actually fucking do something better than this.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Maybe. We'll see. We'll see. They used to say the world's your oyster, eh? Can be again if you want, I suppose.
That'll be $5.
Aye. Aye, that's the only thing. Now you have to pay for it. Now you have to be accredited to it to actually to be allowed to pay for it.
It's all about, to me, it's all about, just quickly, what can I get out of it? It's all about the I, me. It's all about very, very selfish things about people. Now, and I'm one of them. I'm not saying that I'm fucking nut. Of course I am. But it's all about what can I get out of things? What can I do? I think when the world reverses that way of thinking, then we're going to get kickstarted into something different. Until they do that, no chance.
Yeah. Yeah. I used to do things for other people because I was a social vampire. I'll be deadly honest here. I used to prey on other people's good.
You dirty bastard.
I honestly, like, I knew that if I went to someone's door and I approached them the right way, I could win a contract, I could get them to pay me, they would recommend me to my friends, my business would grow. I could manipulate them to get physical, financial gain out of it. I had to put the work in. I had to put the work in, sure, and it had to be good work. You know, it wasn't just shoddy stuff I was doing, because you don't get any, you know, they don't recommend you to the neighbour, so you don't get more work if it's shoddy. But people can be manipulated, dude, and I used to do that for financial gain. But in this past, like, you know, latter half of my life, I've learned that there's far more wealth to be gained by doing it for them. And they give you a natural reward for it that's beyond money. To see somebody's face happy when you do something for them and it's not for money, or like maybe you let them pay for your petrol or something like that. But when you just do a thing for a person, oh my God, it lights up their life. And you get far more back than you ever did in cars or money or women or horses or houses. Or you get far more back, man. And then they pay it forward too. They go out and they do the same thing. They stop thinking about themselves and they pay it forward as well.
Fucking. I'm with you, man. 100%, bro. Yeah, I understand exactly what you're saying, man.
I've had people offer me cars for nothing, where before I used to have to say, right, I'll do this, I'll do that, I'll do something else for your Jaguar, pal. Do you fancy the deal? But it's now gone to the point where it's like, dude, do you need a vehicle? Or dude, do you need your house fixed? Or dude, do you need some coal? Or dude, like, you know, it's just constant. And it's because I paid it forward, man.
Right. Somebody approached me the other day as I'm delivering newspapers, and he's like I looked behind me, I thought, there's somebody there, but there wasn't, right? But then I looked back into the van, and I was delivering the newspapers, and I thought, no, there was definitely somebody. I looked back again, and there it was. He went, "Hey, bro." I said, "What? You couldn't. Are you going this way?" I said, "No, I'm going that way." Right. Okay, I just wanted to lift it up here, right? It's like 2 miles out of my way. I'm like,
yeah.
Okay, no, I can't. I'm sorry, man. I'm delivering newspapers, man. But there was something about him, the way he talked to me or whatever, and I went, and he was like 50 yards away, and I went, "Hey, what? Bro? Come back, get the front. I'll take you there." So I, took him out of my way. And when we got there, he was like, "This'll do. I'll go to the house now and get you 20 quid or whatever, 20 pounds, $20, whatever." I said, "Fuck off, bro. What the hell are you talking? What are you talking about? I just did a good deed for the day, man. Fuck that." That kind of thing. Like,
yep.
I don't,
Yeah.
I don't tell people about that, except in here, and you will do. But that
On the
happens
internet.
all the time.
Yeah, yeah. But there's an old thing that says that the left, what is it, the left hand shouldn't know, the right hand
right
shouldn't
hand
know
is
what the
doing.
left hand's doing. And that's because you gain with one hand, but the other hand should be charitable. But you shouldn't.
You're not looking for some fucking great
Yeah,
reward. You're just doing what
yeah,
you do because that's who you are.
yeah. You shouldn't focus on what the left hand does because let it be charitable. You know what I
Aye.
mean? Don't get all prideful over it. Just let it do what it does. The right one will try and gain all the time. Watch what it does.
That's the thing I'm telling you about. People seem to be just all about ego and what can I gain from things. And I understand that. I'm somewhat still ingrained within my fucking being. But I'm trying my best not to let that be a part of who I am. And I find myself much happier when I'm not worried about that or thinking about some reward or anything from anybody. I just do what I do. I'm a nice guy. And a lot of people mistake your kindness for weakness. But they soon find out that they're wrong.
Yeah, they do. I don't play cards, but I'll tell you this. Never get into a card game with me and think you're going to take me for everything I've got. You'll be out in the cold before you realise it, and then I'll be the one that's rehoming you too.
I accept your challenge.
Well, I don't play cards, bro. And you haven't crossed me yet, so you'll always be warned.
Hoe ga je er nu?
Chucky your la, bro. What can I say?
Chucky
Chucky your
your
la.
la. Focus, holy. Chucky your la, bro. As for anybody who doesn't know what he said, Chucky your la means, what's it mean again, old dude?
Our day shall come. It's not about them, it's about us. Our day shall come. Discourse or that. Here's to life.
Yeah, Sinn Féin ourselves, or something. Self-government or something, yeah. Fucking bunch of traitors, too. Like,
It was
all depends
once upon a time. It was a rebel cry, and people were shot or arrested or locked up for saying such things. But actually, it's a cry for freedom and peace.
Mm-hmm. What do you call that guy that did the Irish guy that did the Oppenheimer? Cillian Murphy?
Yes, yeah.
There's an actual video of him when the King Charles came out to meet him. He kept his hand in his pockets. And he
Really?
gave him a yeah. There's a video of
Really?
it. Look for Cillian Murphy, King Charles, right? He kept his hands in his pockets because way back in like fucking 1640 or something, the British Crown said that any Irishman caught with his hands in his pocket in Cork, I think it was Cork, maybe it was Dublin, no, it's probably Cork, should be shot.
Yes.
So Cillian Murphy, when he met King Charles, said, "Hello, how you doing? What the fuck? Yeah, ugly bastard, yeah." But no, I didn't actually say that, but he did keep his hands in his pockets.
God bless the boy.
Yeah,
God bless the boy for all the fallen that he thought about doing that. And he reminded the current monarch of the past for doing that.
Mm-hmm.
With respect. With a lot of respect. God bless the boy for doing that.
Well, keep my hands in my pockets anyway, you bastard,
Yeah.
He does a show, old dude. I don't know if you've ever seen The Wind That Shakes the Barley.
Oh, yeah.
That's Cillian Murphy when he was like fucking 18 or 19.
Yep.
Very, very good. Very, very good show. Just for the historic thing of it. Whatever. Anyway, moving on.
Aye, the story of the wind that shook the barley is a far greater tale, I must admit, and well worth the research yet again. Yes.
It's well worth it. It's well worth the watching. The Wind That Shook the Barley. Write this down, folks. And Rob Roy with fucking Liam Neeson.
Yeah, Liam Neeson did it really quite well, the Rob Roy story.
He did, didn't he?
That's the thing, though. I mean, politics has been corrupt by religion or where you were born for so long now. People have no idea how woven a web it is. You know, just the family that you're born into dictates your entire future.
Mm-hmm.
Not your fault. Sorry, it's not your fault, but it's been there and it's been in play for a long, long time.
I think it's the dumbest thing I ever seen. Nearly as dumb as the fucking Earth is round. Seriously. Anyway, I gotta take a break now.
You what?
You what?
You what? Very well, cheerio. If you're having a break, I'll see you soon.
Very well. Oh, sorry, I say it in English because I like the English. Very well, my friend.
Very well now.
Very well. I shall return momentarily.
Sure now, you be safe out there now, Seamus.
Sure, I will now, sure. Potato. Always like you, old dude. You're a fucking stand-up guy. No matter what anybody else says, they're fucking lying.
A wee simple Irishman from the land of the bogs and the little people, now sure I am.
Now, I heard that's how it did. If you were living in the land of the leprechauns, would there be any such thing as a wee person?
Are the fairy folk no wee folk to the leprechaun?
If you were living in the land of dwarfs, would there be any such thing as a wee person?
Aye, the fairy folk.
Oh, they're even smaller. Wee tiny bastards.
Aye. The borrowers.
I believe in fairies as much as I believe they're just fucking around. So I do. The land of the little folk. We used to be little back in the 1800s, like 5'2" would be a fucking very tall Irishman. I'm kind of 6 foot nearly. If I wear high heels, I'm 6 foot.
But like a lot of the Irish sons that went to war were absolute giants. The race lost its big gene in a lot of ways over time.
Who?
Well, like the Irish folk and the Scots, I think there's still big laddies come out of Ireland and Scotland and England still like 7-footers.
Aye.
The big boys.
I've
But
seen them.
so many of those guys didn't get to come home from battle and have children. I think we've lost it in that regard.
Right.
Still there's little buggers that are breeding.
Okay. People
That
call
and
me
the
big
fact that it's
fella, and
podcast.
people call me big fella in Ireland. I'm only 5'9" or 11. Sorry, like big fella.
Aye.
I'm looking round for the big fella. Like, who the fuck you talking about? Hey, big fella. I'm only 5'11". Like.
Because you walk tall, dude.
That's true. That's true. My back's up straight and everything. Like.
When I was in my teens, I was over 6 foot. I was near 6'5". But since then, well,
You couldn't have lost that much fucking inches.
bro. Listen, do you remember like the 90s and all the concerts that you saw some girl getting carried around on some dude's shoulders? I'm
I
that
did
dude.
that.
I'm that
Oh
dude.
yeah.
All the girls wanted to ride my shoulders, man, because I could make them dance for hours on end, mate. I'm built like a donkey. I'm built like a brick outhouse. So I used to carry all the girls, and I've lost height because of it, man. I know I have. True. My spine's shorter. It's got more of a curve in it now.
Did you hear Kevin Bridges was going to open a Chinese shop on the in Belfast on the
Kevin
Falls Road?
Bridges.
Kevin Bridges. You know Kevin Bridges, the Scottish comedian.
Oh, aye.
You know what he's going to call it? A
Do
Chinese
I
shop.
want to know?
The
What?
orange wok.
Oh, no. You sure that's not a Frankie Boyle joke?
No, I know it sounds very similar, but no, definitely Kevin Bridges. I've seen him live on stage one day on the YouTube.
I'll let it go as a Ouija joke then.
He's a funny bastard. Like.
Aye, sectarianism and humour has gone way, way back, and that's quite a funny one. Like, aye.
I sent a sectarian joke out on my Facebook the other day, like, and the guy I used to work with doesn't like me anymore. He thinks I'm sectarian. He has no fucking idea. I don't give a shit about it.
Is he sending the Pope's Guard or the Black and Tans for you? Who's coming for you?
It was the Black and Tan song. It's the one where fucking, what do you call him? Aha! Steve Coogan.
Why?
Come out, yeah, Black and Tans. He was doing a wee thing on the. It was like the one show. Hey, you're gonna miss a nice montage of German shepherds jumping up. And he started singing, and then he got the boys out behind him, and they were playing the banjo and the drums. But I don't think he liked it because he unfriended me on Facebook, and
Oh
he's giving
dear.
me the deathly stares like from like 2 weeks ago. I only posted about 3 weeks ago. You know, if he knew me, he would know that was a joke. He has no fucking idea. Like.
If it was the world it was 3 years ago, he would have taken the funny side of it.
Nah. Men behind the wire and all that shit.
Aye. There's a lot of people behind comedy that know the reality of what's going on with the government. They always have known. Look at the number of comedians that just rip government apart for the nonsense that they've had got up to. Like the whole space race thing. You know, take the Mike Night. There's always some dude up there ripping on NASA. Okay, might have a jag at flat Earth now and again, but like it's been moon landing hee-haw for as long as the moon landing's been supposed to have happened, man. There's a lot of people in film and comedy and like all these musicians and stuff. Just because they're not openly talking about it, you know from the comedy, they're aware what's going on in reality. It's funny.
Well, to be honest with you, I think reality is a joke. That's the fucking punchline.
What?
Reality is the joke.
Are you
Why?
quoting Joker?
What do you say, Dip?
I said, are you quoting Joker?
Maybe.
Oh shit.
Ah, or is Joker quoting reality?
I have my ways.
See what I mean about film and TV industry and about the people that work behind the scenes, dude? They know they're wearing a mask. They get away with doing and saying certain things.
But how can they all do the soul, the lie to the whole world at the same time? It must have taken millions of people. What? Are you millions of people?
Who was it that said all the world's a stage? If you believe he was an actual character?
That was I think that was Shakespeare. I'm going to go with Shakespeare.
Strangely
I
enough,
mean-
the stage at the time that he was born, or at the time that he was around, allegedly, the biggest theatre in London was
The
the
whole world
Globe.
was the stage.
The Globe Theatre in London.
Oh, that's
And
right.
that's where,
It was
that's where
Globe
he's
Theatre.
supposed to have said it. That's where he's
Fucking hell.
supposed to have said it. All the world is a stage in the Globe Theatre.
Inverted commas.
Uh-huh. Comedians, man. I love them.
Hey, one day they'll get the joke right. All the world's a stage, and all the people players in the Globe Theatre. Thank you, Shakespeare.
Thank you very much, folks. We'll be playing it out for the next ad infinitum. Get your
We'll be
tickets.
here.
at the door.
We'll be here for another 5 minutes and 36 seconds before the next eclipse.
Oh, dude, what's going on? How you doing?
I'm always good, man. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. What's up, Jester? What's up, Carr? And everybody in here?
What's up, Kim?
How's the Muslim server done since yesterday? Has it been busy, bro?
I've been busy.
Yeah.
That's good. That's good.
No, like I was asking you, has it been busy over there since?
Oh, have you
you
been
were-
busy? Not. Well, yesterday we had some people, but I was busy, so I took off. But before I took off, it was kind of like it was busy in a way.
Right.
A lot people start showing up, but there's more
Salam
quiet.
alaikum. What do you call it? Salam alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum.
Salam alaikum.
Chester, hey, don't worry, bro. Leave that to the Muslim brothers. Don't worry.
Hey! I'm a foreigner trying to speak fucking Muslim, right? Give me a little bit of leeway, bro.
I'm just playing, bro.
All right. Shukran.
I love it when the Americans do that. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum. I'm just gonna go Akbar. It's fucking alaikum. I went the opposite direction.
And I don't mean any disrespect. Like God knows, the Prophet knows. You know what I mean? As far as I'm concerned, the prophets and the angels are giggling right now too, dude.
To be there. Salam alaikum.
But dude. So
I heard one guy say it like salami at one point. I was on the floor.
Salami alaikum. Salami. Yeah, I like salami.
But dude, over there, I mean, of course, most of them come, when they come in, they pretty cool. We still get some bad apples, of course. But for the most part, it's less challenging than the server. The server right here, it's more challenging.
Yeah, it's nice and peaceful over there. The amount of respect that I feel just, listening to that server alone is And that's no disrespect to anyone here, but the level of respect over there is leaps and bounds beyond what's going on around here and other servers. Like, you know what I mean? So different. So nice.
People speak so confidently on this server. It doesn't sound like they enjoy even like having these conversations at all.
Yeah.
Yep. But listen though, the one of the beautiful thing is we got a bunch of people going to the server now from outside.
Which server? Sorry.
The main server.
Oh.
24/7. Yeah, we send them over there because we have a lot of information over there, library of information. So the best place for them to go look at them is just that place. Yeah, we had to explain to them that after 2018, right? They shadow ban us, right? They shadow ban a lot of information, so you can't be able to find the information unless you're really good with computer, But a lot of time you will run into like debunk videos, just like Professor Dave anti-flat earther stuff. So we send them over there, man. Like every other day, every day we send people over there. So I think that's a win-win for us.
Yeah, man.
You sound Far Eastern there. Are you? I'm sorry. I just went to the. Sorry. What ahead, Kim?
I sound like what, my friend? I'm sorry.
Hi, Ethan. Eat the vegetable. Eat the broccoli.
No. Yeah, I don't think so.
You don't eat the broccoli?
No, I don't know what that is, man.
Okay. I show you.
Sometimes I think it's kind of hard to, because I get used to certain accent, and so sometimes certain accent it's kind of hard for me. So, but I'm trying.
Hey, Mac, can you not guess where Kembo's from?
Yeah, take a guess, bro.
This is one of my favorite games.
I'll give you a clue. There's penguins there.
No clue. No, don't need no fucking clue. Shut your face.
There's penguins and igloos there.
Oh. He's from Hawaii? See, that's how you joke, right? You make something out and you make it left field, man. You're like, oh, penguins, Hawaii. That's a joke. A joke.
I'm in Antarctica. I'm protecting the penguin at the moment. So.
Thank you for your service.
You guys cannot come over here because we don't want you guys to come destroy the beautiful environment and the penguins. So I gotta keep the penguin in peace.
What do the penguins think about that?
I wonder.
You don't think a penguins are going to go, can we get this Kembo out of here? Say, fuck. I'm happy being a penguin. Why is he always fucking looking at us? Can we not get rid of this bastard? Alright, hang on.
What's going on with the servers? Why have I lost the Islam server? Kembo, go and send me a link, please, to the server, bro.
Okay, I'm gonna invite you.
Thank you.
1 second.
Don't know what's going on with my servers. Like, it looks like I've lost about 4 of them.
Hold on, let me see. For old dude. Oh. Damn. Or what I can do is just copy the link. There you go. I'm about to send it to you right now. Excuse me. Yeah, I mean, we got some people over there at the moment, you know, some of them just chilling there and they don't like to talk, you know, they just like to listen. Root and I was there earlier, but it got a little too quiet, so, you know, I came over here instead just to check it out. But I just sent you a link already.
Got you. Thanks, bro. Yeah, I don't know why it jumped off my server list. It just wasn't there. Oh,
Yeah, it'd be like that sometime.
yeah, thanks, man. Cheers. I'll need to drop in at some point. I've been meaning to come in. I listen on YouTube quite a lot. And it's so peaceful. It's just so laid back, eh?
Right. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's actually, yeah, pretty chill place for the most part. I came
Yeah.
over here a few days in a row. I get into with some people over here. You know, some anti-flat earthers that come in here. Man,
Them people.
you remember the guy Grim
Oh,
that come in
yeah.
here? Oh
Yeah.
yeah, that's
Oh yeah. Oh
one
yeah.
of them. Yeah, that's a bad one too. Yeah,
He's pretty
that's
grim.
yeah.
Grim's angry. But that boy's hurt about something, dude. He's like, the way he lashes out at people. Something going on there.
Oh, I shut him down that night. Well, you guys left already. It was just me and Crit over here.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, he came in.
Hello.
You know.
I'd like to make the order. So you're a Muslim flat earther, Kim? Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm a flat earther, bro.
Well done.
Yes, sir. I'm not the OG like you guys. You guys the OGs.
What's
The
the OG
original
mean?
gangster. Original
Oh,
gangster. You've
you
been
mean
doing
like
this for
20?
years.
Yeah, too many fucking years, man.
So according to that guy Grimm, he said that um the globe Earth, right? The globe Earth is more coherent with the explanation. I said, okay, cool. I mean, if that's what you believe, that's fine. So let's go through it, right? Which part that the globe Earth make more sense than the flat Earth, right? He start throwing a bunch of points that day, and I goes, just stick to one point at a time. He said season. I said, okay, all right. Let's. If you think that the season make more sense, on the globe, well, how does it work on the globe anyway? Let's go through that point. He couldn't even answer that question, right? He spiral around it. I said, no, 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 bro. You can't go anywhere. Let's stick to that one point real quick, right? So how could you judge the flat earth, right? And you think flat earth doesn't make any sense when you don't even know your own model. You don't even know how it works in your own model.
Yeah, most of them don't.
Yeah. And did he get angry at that by any chance?
Oh, fucking irate.
Yeah, in a sense, I hold him. I had to hold him to his claim with the season. He couldn't answer it, but we had Calbolt, whatever, the guy with the smiley face. I think if I say his name right, he came
Oh,
over
yeah.
here.
Yeah, yeah.
White Knight
Yeah.
for him too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I shut that guy down too. I said, listen, you sit down. Sit your ass down. So he finally sit down.
See, there you go, dude. You say you're not OG, you're OG all day long, bro. You're all about the original game. And that's what it takes. It doesn't matter how long you've been in this or not, it's about the full on original game, as if you were sitting in a room together, talking as grown people. Yeah.
I'm all bark, no bite, bro. Wow, I love that bite.
Right. I just wonder, have none of these guys ever gone to 24/7 and check out the information over there? I'm just curious.
Nope. Not a fuck. No chance.
It doesn't seem like it, does it? You'd think that they would be telling us, oh, but you say this in such and such channel, or you say that in this channel. But in actual fact, hardly anybody's ever done that.
It's real
Wow.
easy. It's real easy. Show us proof of curvature and we'll go back to Star Trek. That's it, bro. Game over. A few years later, a few millennium later, still nothing.
Yeah.
Back to Star Trek with blue women with DD boppers on their head and 3 breasts. Yeah, I could do that, dude. But just prove versa ball, please. That simple, really.
It is a simple. It's so fucking simple. Like, I'm not the brightest fucking tool in the box, but I'm not fucking stupid either. Like, all you have to do is prove that one thing, and I'm fucking done.
Yeah. That's where I agree with Campbell. Like, all the information's there. All they've got to do is go and go through it. But no, they still keep coming back. And why they come in without the knowledge of what their own model actually is as well, that confuses me.
Oh, holy shit.
Like, when people started to ask me stuff about this, like, I clammed up. I was like, oh, hang on, I'll have to go and learn that. Give me a minute. I didn't keep on shouting and blabbing like I knew I did.
Right. I think what it is too, they depend on the
Majority.
globe in the sense of outer space. They want this idea of outer space to exist so bad that they willing to go to the edge, right? And fight for it, right? They don't have nothing to gain from it, right? So if there's no curve, then there's no ball. There's no ball, there's no outer space. And that means the flat earthers will take all their imagination away from them. And they can't have that. They can't have that. They can't come to conclusion and accept it. Look, our everyday experience, it's not what the globe told us. Right? Maybe it's time for them to sit down, right? Be honest with themselves, go check out the information, right? But by now you would think that they would just go check out the information at 24/7. When they go over there, they don't have to talk to nobody. Join the server, don't have to talk to nobody. You don't even have to do anything crazy, right? Just
Yeah, but not even 24/7, bro. You can find out for yourself, man.
Right. But I'm just saying 24/7 is like the easiest way to find out because all the info is right there. You don't have to go search for it.
Like, yeah, but it's not the fucking fountain of knowledge.
Right, no, I do agree. Yeah. But I'm just saying, like all the documents, like the category, this additional information is right there. Right? You wanna look at composite images, we got category for that. You wanna look at celestial navigation, we got category for that. We want laser test, we want focal pendulum, whatever. We have everything over there. Right? Just pick one. Curvature or something. Right? It's so simple. I don't understand why they make it so hard.
It's up to them, bro. It's not my place to fucking change anybody's mind. Like, just you know, here's the facts. Go sort it out. I don't care what conclusion you come to. If you still believe it's a globe after you've seen all the facts, good luck to you. If you don't, well then hello. Welcome, my bro. But I don't actually give a shit. Well, I do in a sense, but what does it matter to me? Like everything's like inside the brain. That's basically it.
That's how I used to think about science and all that stuff. And like, what does it matter to me? Like, yeah, they can do what they want. It's above me. I don't need to involve myself with it. I don't need to learn it. Too much of a bother. I was too busy trying to make money, or make money for tomorrow, or make money for my kids' future, or something like that. You know, it didn't matter to me. But now, I wish I'd known. I would have done so many different things. It does actually matter. It really, really does matter.
No, it does. It does. I'm not, I'm not negating the fact that it does matter, but I mean, when you see people that you explain things to in no uncertain terms, and they can't fucking accept that for the fucking reality that it actually is, when their brain just fucking melts and they go, but my photos, and but you're like, what is the fucking point, man? Well, I mean, what is the fucking point? I think it's an individual journey. I think this whole thing about flat Earth and other things, not just flat Earth, like Mandela effect and all kinds of other things, are something else to understanding of where we actually are. An enclosed environment? Well, people accept enclosed environment as, oh, therefore there must be a God. No, if it's an enclosed environment, we're probably in a fucking jail, bro. I mean, you that's what I believe, but you make your mind up about that. If we're encapsulated in a terrarium, then it's probably not a good thing. But you make your own mind up. I don't give a shit. I'm trying to fucking figure out what the hell it is anyway. All right? Good luck.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, man?
Yeah, dude.
And-
if
and
there
then-
isn't anywhere to go, then somebody's probably figured out a long time ago. There isn't anywhere to go. And
this is the thing, right? I actually think that we would probably never figure it out. And anybody who thinks they've got it all figured out, anybody who says it's this, it's that, and because of this, you're a fucking ball bag.
Yeah.
There's no way you fucking know, bro. And that will bring controversy, and people will fucking hate you for that, because the ego, again, even though they felt they had lost their ego, is still there.
yeah, it's right there, right in front of them. Yep.
You get me, old dude.
Aye, but that's because I'm ages with you and I understand, and we've walked the same paths and the same lives, and we've learned the same things over time and history and whatnot. And
probably
there comes a time to be serious about life and put down the childish things, and you know the look beyond.
Well, that's why I give up gaming, man.
Aye.
Sorry, I interrupted
No,
you. That's why I give up gaming. I was so big into gaming till about 15 years ago, and I just dropped everything. I mean, I lived for gaming. That's all I did. And then I just went, bah, fuck this, man. And then I met Flat Earth. And then I realized why I give up gaming. Anyway.
Right. You know, we have flat earthers from everywhere. Right?
Everywhere.
We got everywhere. We got Africa,
Everywhere.
Asia, Europe, South America. Everywhere we do. But I think some of the flat earthers hasn't found their way into the Discord yet, because I've been a flat earther for a long time, right? Since 2016, right? But I didn't know Discord existed till last year.
Yeah.
Yeah, till last year. That's when I found you guys, right? Never been to debate, never
welcome.
talk never talked to any of these guys. So when I first came in, and we had the PNR, the Politics and Religion server, and the first time I come in encounter with anti-flat earthers, and I had to learn that the hard way. They were not genuine people at all. They were very disingenuous. Um, but yeah, I learned. Within about 1 year, I learned how to talk to them, right? But before that, I didn't know. So I think there's still a lot of flat earthers out there that haven't found their way into the community in the sense of like Discord, be able to talk, communicate with each other. So we'll try to, spread out the word, put the words out there.
Well, yeah. I I've been flat Earth for quite a while now, and I came onto the server, and then I heard about anti-flat earthers. Well, okay, I remember people being flat earthers and glovers, and it was anti-flat. And I think, what the fuck is this word? Where the fuck did this come from? Suddenly the anti-glovers. I mean, I had no idea whether they were anti, and it sounded, I don't know what it even sounded like, anti something, fucking something like. I mean, every day you wake up is a new fucking term for something, like. You know what I mean? Maybe I didn't explain that well. Anti-flat earther. Well, that was a glober in the old days. That was a glober. Like.
Yeah. There's now like people have categorised themselves as disingenuous and had to earn labels for it. And now it's a badge that some of them wear, bro.
I'm a fucking, it's not what they're telling us kind of guy. That's basically it. It's bullshit. And I don't care whether you think it's true or not, because I'm just not there. Like, I know it's not true. That's basically it. You can terminology me with whatever fucking label you care to stick on me. I don't give a shit, bro. It's not what they're telling us, and it's obvious by things you can go out and prove for yourself.
Yeah.
Things that no, let me tell you this. Inside you, you knew inherently there was something wrong with the world. You looked up at the stars and you went, what if they're not actually light years away, but just pinpricks in the sky? What if it's just fucking lights in the sky? And you thought, that's the most fucking strangest feeling I ever thought I ever had in my life. And 20 years later, you turn around and you find out most people think they're actually not lights in the sky 1,000 million light years away. The whole thing's a fucking ball baggers. Wow. So we could be living in a pick the adjective or noun or whatever it is. The internet is it's not true, bro. It's not true. Obviously, it's not true. I mean, if you think that the Earth is still a spinning ball against the vacuum, you're fucking delusional. And you know what proves that? Fucking science, bro.
Yeah.
It's
It's the basis of science, dude. It underwrites science.
Manufactorium. Your mama. No, it's good.
Oh, dude, I send you something. Check it out when you get a chance. That's all.
Thanks, bro. Will do.
Good luck, lady.
I'm gonna send that one to Jester too.
Yeah,
Thank you very
good
much.
man.
I appreciate it.
Yep.
It's personal. Yeah, I'll be your friend, bro. For one day. One day only.
You funny, huh?
You fucking stinky. Hey, Kimbo.
Yes, sir.
It's easy to play the fool. Just do what everybody else is doing.
Right. Well, well, we all can be a fool sometime. It's okay to be a fool, but just don't let people fool you all the time. That's all.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, can't get fooled again.
According to the Globies, no, bro. You can fool them over and over and over again.
That's according to Bush politics. I'm just trying to figure out where this YouTube video was she sent me. Yeah, I'm a bit fucking, what do you call it? Technophobic.
Do you guys think that this truth will get to everybody? Well, maybe not everybody, like most of everybody, right, in our lifetime. I mean, it's already big as it is already, right? It's getting big and bigger. It's just that the mainstream
That's what she said.
censor it. You so Jester, we try to be serious, bro.
It's getting bigger and bigger. That's what she said.
Oh, dude.
Don't ask Golden to
Jester's
save me,
funny.
bro. It's only me and you, man.
I can't believe you, bro.
Yeah, believe it.
I mean, as we all know, the flat earth is getting bigger and bigger. But you know, the mainstream, of course, they censor it, so people think like flat earth, oh, it's just a small group of people, right? That believe that the earth is flat, or we are just some type of religious people. They
Yeah,
don't
we
know,
don't. Yeah, we don't believe, right?
right?
Yeah, there's no such thing as belief in the flat Earth Society.
Well, you know, in their eyes, you know, that's what they see. They think that flat earth is just, you know, a bunch of people who believe in flat earth, you know, from the scripture, or we just, you know, crazy conspiracy theorists with tinfoil hat, you know.
Yeah, they used to say that about cloud trails, people that spreading fucking shit in the air, but they're been proven to be doing it, and so every conspiracy theorist eventually comes through, right? Everything.
Right.
Name me one conspiracy theorist that hasn't come true. Um, Let go of my throat, baby. Let go of my throat. I'm just kidding.
So if the earth is spinning, right, according to them, if the earth is spinning, right? So the earth would be non-inertia or inertia? Would be non-inertia, right?
Oh, that's a tough one.
And if you leave Earth, right? If you leave Earth, like you hover above Earth, then that would be inertia, correct? That's when the
No
Coriolis
iner-
effect comes in, correct?
no inertia. If you leave Earth, inertia is caused by the spinning of an object. So if you leave Earth, how is the object spin? Yeah. I don't know.
So that means if you use a drone, right, for an hour, you should be around the equator. An hour, you should be like 1,000 miles away from your original position.
Yeah, I
or
said
location.
that way back in the early days in 2015. If the helicopter picks off the ground and the Earth is spinning, right? How does it, if it goes up and hovers? How does it come back in the same place if the Earth is? I said that like fucking 8 years ago. Like it's not hard to work out. Like the same thing with fucking Earthrise. Remember Earthrise? The photo of the Earth from the moon, the Earth. Yeah, it looks really small, right? But if so, the moon is. Shouldn't the Earth be like fucking take up half the stuff? No.
Right.
I said this in 10 years ago.
Right. Oh yeah, I mean, I remember. I think it was Rob Skiba, right? Rob Skiba was the one that
Rest in
downloaded
peace.
the. Yeah, rest in peace to Rob Skiba. It's also one of the good dude.
Yeah.
You know, he downloaded the picture from NASA website, right? And he put that in the Photoshop. He turned down the saturation in there, and you would see cut and paste of Earth from the moon. Just cut and paste in there like a right rectangle box, right? So the next couple of days, people trying to go do the same thing. They already changed the picture already. Get it? They changed the picture. They changed the photo, the image.
As for the helicopter, I don't think anybody's done an experiment where it didn't move.
What do you mean? Like, you don't think anybody done like just hovering above us and let the Earth spin beneath us? Is that what you're saying?
Not without like altering the direction of the helicopter in some way.
What?
Helicopter controls are quite sensitive. Also, they don't have that much fuel to last. So if you want to like spend as much time
5 minutes,
to
5
actually
minutes
record
fuel.
the rotation of a helicopter without having it change, that just sounds inefficient in cost when you could repeat the experiment with like literally anything else. And also,
Well, sure,
way more variability in control.
How about we try it with the drone, right? Because you saying that nobody's gonna have that much fuel with the helicopter. Yeah, we can do it with the drone. It's the same thing, right? Just hovering on the top of the surface, right? So you think that the Earth would spin? Like after an hour later around the equator, if you try around the equator, you think that you will be the drone will be in a different location, right?
Oh yeah, maybe. I'm not sure how it is in relation to.
Yeah,
you're
maybe.
a fucking retard, bro.
Yeah, this guy is a brick.
I'm sorry, bro, but you're brick.
Bro, if that is the case, right? If that is the case, right? If the plane would get affected by it.
I mean, do you want to try it?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, buy a drone, like return it.
Yeah, smartass. You were just telling us how it would be. Then when someone pressed you on it, you go, "I don't know."
What? Yeah.
Remember when I sent you those field goals?
Something that I'm not quite sure about.
Okay, well then get off your high horse.
I'm not on a high horse. I'm having a conversation.
Yeah, you already fell off.
Sound like
I'm not angry, homeboy. Hey, when you said that my DeGrasse field goal tweets didn't have anything to do with anything, well, this is what it had to do with. If you think that the Earth is spinning beneath a 40-yard field goal,
I'm gonna mute this guy. He's just yapping.
You need to shake yourself, homeboy. Yeah, piss off. This guy sticks paper towels in his ears through the chat and just in the chat, and then gets on the VC and responds.
I agree.
Not honest.
I have to agree. I'm sorry, but dude.
Not going to go well for anyone meeting any of the moderators or any of the regular people in here. You're going to be disrespectful. You're going to lose your ability to talk talk freely. It's up to you. You make these choices. We have to enforce them. It's you that's just taking your own voice perms away, dude.
No,
Is he
you're
offended?
offended, Dead Pirates. You're the one that's throwing the fit.
Am I? I was gonna go back
You
to research and
are.
you're keeping me
You
from.
are.
Don't you wait? Don't you want people to research the globe Earth and how it works so that they can
I
see
don't.
that it's like not
I
true?
don't care what people do. If people
Oh,
want to
okay.
keep their head in the stand, that's fine with me. I'm not
But
their
I'm
keeper.
not though. I'm literally doing research.
Literally or figuratively?
No, you're right. Figuratively.
Well,
I'm
you're
I do want to
copy
respond.
pasting off ChatGPT right now.
Well, I do want to respond back to what you were saying. So you saying that if you're hovering on the top of the Earth, right? An hour later around the equator, right, you will be like 1,000 miles away from your position. So if you drive, if you fly the plane from west to east, right? Because the Earth is spinning, right, from west to east, right? If the plane travel from west to east, then it would never reach the destination because the plane only go 500 miles per hour, right?
No,
It would
you already
never
have the
reach.
inertia. You're starting at the speed of the Earth. So it doesn't matter what direction you'd go in. Everything else is traveling with the Earth.
So you're
inside the
saying it would
atmospheres.
not affect by the Earth. So then that means it would not affect by the Earth spin period because you can hover on the top of the Earth using the drone, right? You're still in the same spot. And you
The
can't have it
direction
both
of
ways,
the
my friend.
drone would be
Dead
facing,
Pirates.
like it would
Dead
appear to be
Pirates.
facing a different direction. Yeah.
Hey,
So there's
Dead
no
Pirates.
actual force
Oh,
affecting
he's
the
got me
plane.
muted. Hey, Dead
What?
Pirates,
No.
Well,
do you
he
have
was
me muted?
talking. Let him finish his statement.
I
Well,
was
hold
muted you a
on.
minute
Hold
ago.
on. I'm reminding him of his past talking points. When he
Sure.
said maybe, now he's going to pontificate.
Yeah, I was thinking about it. I was taking a
Okay,
minute.
well, think
The
in
subject's
silence.
new to me.
No, okay,
I
well,
was
don't.
imaging it
Okay,
in
get
my
off your
mind.
high horse then, bro.
I'm not on a high horse, bro.
Maybe you don't realize it, but you are.
Would
And
you
you've
like to
kicked
start
yourself
over?
off of it.
Can we stop
You're
with
the
the
one
meta and
responding,
maybe
bro.
let's get some
Okay,
ideas out.
well, you're
The meta's
talking to
too
me.
much.
No, they're not ideas. He's responding every 30 seconds. He's in a cope spiral.
I'm sorry
He's
you
not
feel that
entered
way.
into this. No, it's not a feeling. You've not entered into this conversation with any shred of I don't
I'm
know,
sorry you feel this way to the
intellectual
conclusions that
integrity.
you've arrived at.
Well, maybe we just let him
Well,
talk
I'm
and
just
embarrass himself without interrupting him.
You could do that.
well. Go read the chat.
Go read the chat.
No, I'm talking to the other guy who said he wants to he wants to let him embarrass himself. He's already done it, and now he's respawning.
You're embarrassing yourself by interrupting him, though.
Oh, I'm sorry you feel that way.
I'm just telling you how it looks.
Well,
Yeah, Tim.
I really don't. I don't
Just
care
sit down,
how
bro.
it looks
Just
to
sit
you.
down.
It's clear you don't care. It's why you keep talking.
Oh man.
Yeah, the tone policers, here they
Look at
come.
Tim.
Clowns.
Weren't you tone policing me though? You said I was on a high horse.
That's true.
Is it?
Just pointing out your arrogance, sir. It's not a tone.
So that pirate, have you done your research on both sides?
No, he said he didn't.
No, but now I know more about the Coriolis effect.
You're talking about Earth-based Coriolis effect that you've wishfully put into existence, dude.
Well, it's a
So yeah,
phenomenon
good
that we
luck with your
see.
research. Good luck with your research.
This is why hurricanes move in the direction that they do usually.
Well, what about anticyclones? See, you have respawned. We've had this conversation
I
in
said
the text chat.
hurricanes.
Yeah, well, what do you think an anticyclone is?
Not a hurricane.
Oh my God, bro.
This guy.
Yeah, you've missed a lot of days of school, I think.
Can you name one anticyclonic hurricane?
Yeah, let me go Google it.
Oh, can't name it then.
Harry. I don't know. Just name a name. I'll hit it eventually. Are you guys denying that
Harry,
anticyclones exist?
Hurricane. So there's different classifications of like storms. So like there's tropical storms.
Yeah,
then there's
and your whole
cyclones,
your Earth-based Coriolis thing doesn't float, bro. Clown, do you need to be muted?
On the on like the larger scale, I'm assuming that.
Hold on, did you not just learn about this? Now you're going to pontificate about something you just learned about? How does that work?
Yeah, I did research on it with the other guy who was in here earlier.
Well, I was in that conversation. Yeah, I was in that conversation in the chat.
I didn't see you say a bunch of substance, so maybe I did.
What? Yeah, you sound like you need to go back to sleep, Dead Pirates. You tried.
That's cool.
Very uncool, bro.
Wait, why?
Well, how is it cool?
I think I'm agnostic to whether it's cool or not,
Like,
to be honest.
to be honest, listen, when you have to preface your sentences with, to be honest, you ain't cool.
I didn't preface anything. I said that at the end.
You're talking out of both sides of your mouth, dude. Just go back,
I didn't
look in
preface
the
anything,
chat.
though.
Go back and look in the chat, and all of your confusions will be answered. No need to respawn in the VC.
Well, you're talking to me, BC.
And you're yawning to me in the VC. So take a nap.
I'm just yawning. I'm not yawning at you.
Yeah, don't take it so personally. He didn't know
Not taking it personally, bro. So sorry that you've taken it, that I've taken it personally. Excusez-moi. He's yawning. He's in a he's in a nap now. So don't worry about it, clown.
Are you all right?
Am I what? If I was any better, I'd be twins.
What?
I said if I were any better, I would be twins. I'm maxed out with better.
You speak of the English.
You'd be twins. I hadn't heard that before. That's interesting.
Yeah, you spend all your time putting clown makeup on, convincing yourself you're on a water ball. Yeah, shocking. You haven't heard that before.
Well, they put the clown makeup on us, Joey.
It's in your eyes, bro.
You seem like
this guy,
kind of guy.
Hey, Buns Bunny, this guy's been tap dancing and being dishonest and respawning all morning long. So don't take issue with me. Just because he's feigning dulcet tones doesn't mean he's being honest. You get that, right?
Honest about what?
Anything.
You know, the claim is crazy, bro. Right? The claim is crazy. There's a spinning. What you believe in, right? They claim that the Earth's spinning in a crazy speed, tilting, wobbling, chasing the sun shooting in one direction. The Milky Way, the galaxy is spinning in a different direction, right? You have about, I would say, 6, 7, or even 8 motion. You can't even detect one, right? But you guys think we crazy for not believing what you guys believe.
Like, obviously, aren't even fact.
You guys?
Well, don't you believe in the globe?
No. No.
What do you mean, no?
I believe the Bible.
Oh,
well, you're in the wrong chat room, then, bro. Good luck in your search for
God made the firmament
chat.
flat. He didn't make it round. Prove me wrong.
The makeup has seeped into his bloodstream. He's muted too because he's coping.
You can't move me wrong. Okay, good job.
Yeah, you'll be fine, clown. Back to your Bible study, bro.
The Bible says the Earth is flat. Prove me wrong.
Well, then what are you crying about?
Nothing.
Yep.
I'm just crying the fact that you guys are over talking each other. It's really hard to hear you. That was it.
Well, you were the one that the one that was interjecting and white knighting and tone policing, were you not?
I was just calling out when you were over talking people. That was it.
You just got here. How do you know, bro? Tim, you just got here. How do you know?
When did I just get here?
Hey, Tim. All I was doing. Yeah, Tim. All I was doing was reminding him. I was reminding him and everyone else listening of the bullshit.
He talked.
Yeah, he was talking out of both sides of his mouth.
You right now.
Okay, well, he was talking out of both sides of his mouth.
Pretty rude when people over talk, isn't it?
I don't find it rude.
I
find your
really hard to hear
desperate,
people
clown.
Conversation.
Well, take the clown makeup out of your ears. You're supposed to put those big red round things on your nose, not plug them into your ears.
I have them shoved up my ass, actually.
I'm sure you do, and now you're muted.
Oh no!
Yeah, Tim, you out of line too, bro. You were complaining about people talking over each other, but you talking over people.
It was your an example of what it feels like. He was giving a taste of his own medicine.
No, actually he was exposing the desperation of the last guy who kept respawning, Tommy.
No.
Yes.
No.
So Tommy, you got any proof for your spinning ball, water ball?
I actually think it's flat, but I was just saying you should have other people.
Yeah, you sound like a clown too.
Yeah, these are the academic giants.
I mean, it's not their fault, bro. They were born that way, so.
It's funny they tried to run the act where they have one conversation in the chat and then they respawn in the VC. Kind of pathetic.
Yeah, a lot of people that come in here, bro, they not very genuine at all. They're not being honest. I noticed that too, compared to the other server, whatever. This has got to be one of the worst. the action.
Oh yeah, the troll teams just pile on in. They have to hold their hands and chant the same shit while they try to save their water ball in outer space.
Right. Pretty sad.
What's funny is they think their arrogance goes unnoticed. I'm not on a high horse. Oh, I'm sorry you feel that way.
Yeah.
All right, dead pirates, you're back if you want to try again.
I'll be a good boy and stick to texture.
Yeah,
for now, since I already
walk your
have a
horse
conversation
in.
there.
Walk your horse in and try to keep consistent with your own words. Don't talk out of both sides of your mouth.
Sir, yes, sir.
Well, do what you want. I mean, if you want to be a bullshit artist, the world needs plenty of those too, dead pirates. A sucker's
never.
born every minute.
Hopefully not to your blood.
What?
You heard me?
No, I didn't. That's why I said what?
I didn't either.
That's sad. That's sad.
So what did you say? Dead
I'm not
pirates?
trying to start beef. I'm not trying to start beef.
No, you
Just a little
couldn't. You
quip.
couldn't start shit if you wanted to, bro.
Oh, you wouldn't be offended?
Sorry to burst your bubble.
I made a little quip. I said, hopefully not to your blood, like your bloodline. No,
No, too late, too late, smartass.
Too late? Oh, I'm so sorry for you.
Go back to your cereal, you little punk.
Escalated quickly.
Bro, that's my favorite word, man. That's my favorite. When they're being clowns like that, I just call them punks.
That's what they are. They're little punks.
I don't understand why they keep holding on to these balls. What did this ball have ever done for them, right?
Yeah, they're jealous that we shed the gullibility that they're still wrapped up in. They're having a little hissy fit about it.
Right. And like I said earlier, man, I think it's also, if the Earth, if they find out if the Earth is flat, right, just like us, right, then that means they're gonna have to throw away their spinning ball imagination, outer space in their head. So I think that's the reason. One of the reasons why they can't let it go, because it's the imagination. I mean, it bring them, maybe it make them happy. Maybe it's, it helped them out in a sense here and there, right? Mentally. But if you take that away, then you're gonna break them down really bad, right? They might not be the same anymore. So they have to hold on to that belief.
Yeah, you would think they would just be happy with their story and not have to come here and bellyache about it. They're so pleased with their outer space mythology, yet every day.
Right. I do want to ask them, like, yo, have you guys ever gone to the 24/7 server, right? To look at the information. We have like libraries of information over there. I mean, if they can take some time and do their own research a little bit, right? Look at both sides, the evidence. Look at both sides, the claims and the evidence, and see what you come up with, right? Instead of coming here and try to like defend the globe all the time, right? And
Yeah,
just clueless about flat Earth.
Yeah, if they're able to relinquish their pride, yes, there's plenty of things that they can look into.
Yeah, it's kind of sad, and they think that the globe explanation is the best explanation for them, right? But when you put it to the test, right, to match our reality, it's the opposite, right? They got about 7 or 8 motion going on, right? And they can't even detect one, but we somehow supposed to believe them. Pretty sad.
Oh shit, hot micing. Hey, what's up, Kemba, Mac, Movis?
What's up, Big Root?
Hey, what's up, brother? How are you, man?
I'm good. Thank you. How are you?
Yep, all good, all good. Just had to do my 1-to-1, get that out of the way. But yeah, all good.
Cool. Yeah. So have you found the curve yet, bro? You find the curve? Do you detect the Earth motion
Yes,
yet?
I calculated it.
How did that go?
Well, it turns out my table has a radius of 15 centimeters.
Oh, so you're saying you can turn your flat table into like a ball, like a curved surface? Is that what you're saying?
Sure can. Sure can. I use 2 sticks and a light, a desk lamp, and then
Is that a Barbie table? Is that a Barbie house table?
It's a very small table. Yeah.
I guess so.
Yeah, but I managed to calculate the sphericity of my Barbie house table. Yeah, it's brilliant.
Oh, I get it now. I got caught up on the 15 centimeter table. Yeah, that's what it is. It's the flat surface that is calculated to be a marble. Only in Barbie world.
Right. So Root. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
No, to answer your question specifically, there are some of us who have actually been on the server and do look into claims put forward by the flat earthers, not just a bunch of brainwashed numpties. It's a good question. It's a fair question, but the answer
For
is
example?
yes.
For example?
Well, a lot of them looked into the laser test, looked into the claims about how refraction is supposed to work.
Welcome to flat Earth.
The resolution, Shane has a whole thing about that. All of it doesn't pan out. Most of the claims made by flat
there is
earthers.
Correct. There is no geometric horizon of the 3959 mile water ball. Welcome to flat Earth.
Okay, I don't know what you just
throw in the.
None of that is what I said.
I mean, you threw in the refraction.
Yeah,
like which one is it? You're talking about atmosphere refraction?
Yeah, he's just rationalizing everything.
Okay, clearly you also don't know what I'm talking about. So you asked about
Laser
people who looked over
tests?
on the 24/7 server and looked at the information there. Most of that is meant to debunk the globe. One of those bits of information is how refraction works to fool us into thinking we see a geometric horizon, or to fool us into thinking that the Earth looks globular. Those claims about how refraction works, that's not how refraction works.
So how does it work? Can you
We
give us the
know.
math?
Hold on. We all know how refraction works. Light slightly bends when it enters a new medium. So what are you stating that's different?
So one of the claims is that refraction is the reason that celestial objects appear to go over a horizon, for example, right? Why the sun looks like it's getting cut off by the Earth when it's actually just distance and refraction. Another one is why the North Pole, the pole star, seems to go down below the horizon. All of these would require light to bend the opposite direction that we know refraction actually bends. Also, to a much greater degree than is possible.
So if that's the case, right? So is it possible if we have like a hill or a mountain, right? We'll go put an object behind the mountain, right? And do you think we'd be able to see that object, right? Behind the mountain, it's already blocked.
Is it? Listen to
If
this
you're asking if it's
bullshit. Is it
possible, yes,
possible?
but it's
We're talking
not
about
very.
in
I'm sorry,
reality,
was he
bro.
asking you or was he asking me?
Well, you said, is it possible? We're asking in reality.
Kembo.
Will that
Kembo,
occur?
what were you
We
asking me?
understand you're
What were
desperate,
you asking
bro.
me? Hold on. Oh, hold on. Kembo, you asked the question. Can you clarify what you were asking?
No, I'm asking, right? Because you threw the refraction in there. Okay, cool. You know, what I mean, I'm not disagreeing with you or whatever. You said that light can, the refraction can let you see the object, over the curve, right, over the horizon. So I'm saying, right. So do you think, right, we be able to see an object blocked by a hill or a mountain, right? And do you think we can see that object behind it?
The amount of refraction you would need is unlikely to ever actually happen in reality.
So you know the answer then.
I was giving the answer when you interrupted
Okay,
me.
you gave it. So now you can put to
That
rest
was the
all
answer I was going to
now you
give
can
before
put
you
to
tried to stick
rest
a
all
full
your
stop in the
desperate
middle of my fucking
refraction
sentence.
chanting. Your measured language doesn't work, Manufactotum. It reeks of
That's just
bullshit
how I speak. I
artistry.
speak precisely.
Well, it
I know
reeks
it does
of
to you.
bullshit artistry, homeboy.
That's because you hear what you want to hear.
Hey,
Anyway,
I don't
I'd be much
understand.
more
I
interested
don't.
in having a civil conversation with Kembo. I don't know why the hell you poked your ass into this conversation.
That's fine because you're talking out of both sides of your mouth. That's why.
Absolutely. If you stick a full stop in the middle of my sentence, sure.
Well, you begin your sentence with bullshit artistry piling. Is it possible?
And how did I end it? With qualifiers? Maybe. With
Okay.
specificity? Because I'm actually able to have some
So in
critical thinking skills?
reality, when an object goes over a curve, it goes bye-bye. You flat smacked yourself again, Manufactotum. But the
That's
Earth
not
is
what I
really
said.
big. I know, dude.
The
Your
curve of the
measured
Earth is
language
very
allows you to
different
tap
from the
dance around
curve of
everything,
a hill,
Manufactotum.
right?
Also, Manufactotum,
Right.
you only gave 2 reasons for bottom-up disappearance. There are multiple reasons for bottom-up disappearance. What you're specifically talking about with Shane is the Rayleigh Criterion. So my question to you is, are you denying the Rayleigh Criterion?
No, it's not what. So Shane uses the Rayleigh Criterion in ways that it's not really feasible to use. He uses it to come up with a sort of calculation of the globe, specifically angular resolution, to do with Rayleigh Criterion. But first of all, a lot of his calculations are off. Secondly, the calculations he begins with are not realistic in the sense that he uses some standards like a 6-foot person certain atmospheric conditions which aren't going to be consistent. Not everyone is going to see it at that distance. Not everyone is 6 feet. There's a lot of issues with Shane's.
He's very clear. No. I'm very, very, very acquainted with his work. And he makes it very clear that each day is a different observation based on weather conditions, based on the amount of water in the atmosphere. There's many things that determine what you would actually see on that specific day. But in general, the Rayleigh Criterion is the same math, basically. You'll find the 3959 in the Rayleigh Criterion, and it meets exactly where the geometric horizon is supposed to be. That's all that point was that he made, and he's made it very clear that there's other effects. Yeah.
Sure, but he's just wrong.
No.
He does say
If
at
you're
some
saying
point
he's
that
wrong,
those are
no.
general.
Why is he wrong? Is the Rayleigh Criterion wrong then? Do we not expect to see things disappear at 3.5 miles for a 6-foot observer?
Not because of the Rayleigh Criterion. No.
Yes, it is. The Rayleigh Criterion is something you can't deny that, my friend.
I'm not denying the Rayleigh Criterion. Again, it's his application of it that's the problem. Nobody disagrees with the Rayleigh Criterion. Nobody disagrees with angular resolution. It's just what do these phenomena actually produce in the real world is where we disagree.
Right,
So-
and what they produce is what we would expect to see on a flat Earth. Go ahead, Gumbo.
No, sorry. No, go ahead. I sit down for now.
No, you're good, brother. You're good. That was my only point. All right, unless Manufacturing, you want to respond to that. That's what we would expect to see on a flat Earth. You're saying no, it's not, but that's what we are saying yes, that's what we would expect to see. Now, different atmospheric conditions will give, some give and take on that, but in general, that's what you would expect to see on a flat Earth.
Okay. So, Rayleigh Criterion has to do with angular resolution, correct?
Yes, of course. Yes, that's exactly what it's about.
Right. So, angular resolution is how big something is, how big something can be for us to still be able to see it. This means that something can be either very, very big but very far away, or it can be very small and very close up, right? That angle doesn't change. There's a size that you can be at every distance in relation to the optic you're using. An eyeball, telescope, binoculars, whatever, right?
Yeah, you can summarize it by the vanishing point in art. Yeah.
Yes, correct. So angular resolution is going to make something become, not angular resolution, distance is going to make something become so small that it's no longer resolvable by, let's just take the case of the human eye, right?
Okay.
I don't remember what exactly the angle is. It's like 1.02 or something. It's 1 radian, if I'm not mistaken. What this does not allow for, what this does not account for, is half of an object being unresolvable. When the other half, exactly, while the other half is just as big but no longer visible, right? That does not account for that phenomenon.
Yeah, so you're talking about the sun.
Anything that goes below the horizon, anything that crosses that horizontal vanishing point. Everything goes to the vanishing point. It doesn't cross over to the other side.
So
generally, yes.
Before I respond, apart from the sun, can you give any other examples of this?
Boats, buildings, anything that we would claim is obstructed by the Earth, the curve of the Earth.
Okay.
You mean going over the curve of the Earth?
Right.
Okay.
It's funny though. I'm sorry. Let me get this little quip in, then I'll shut up. It's funny though that the building's spires and the masts of the boat are not pointed away from you as they go over the curve of the Earth.
That's a different point. Let's
because I've been to the beach.
Yeah, let's talk about that after. But can I just respond by saying, matter of fact, you are not taking lensing into account. You are not taking atmospheric magnification into account. It causes.
We can take all of that into account.
Yes,
it doesn't change.
it does, because it causes things in the distance to look bigger than they actually are, right? And then the missing bottoms is a lensing effect. On those days where there's a lot of water in the atmosphere, it's more pronounced. But you can take the same observation of a sun, and you can see the sun shrink into the horizon on certain days, especially in the southern hemisphere. So this is clearly an effect of the atmosphere. Magnification and lensing.
Are you saying that the bottom that we can no longer see is affected by lensing, or the part that remains visible is affected by lensing?
I'm saying that you will get that bottom-up disappearance due to lensing, and the bottom half is affected due to the gradient and due to the effects of that lensing being stronger closer to the water. So yes, you will see lensing effects, more pronounced closer to the water, i.e. the horizon and the distance. But you've got to take these into account, and you've got to talk about each individual image specifically, and we need to know some data on that image. But in general, if you just want to be general, you would expect things on a clear day to disappear at about 3.5 miles due to the Rayleigh criterion. Nothing Shane said is incorrect.
All right, you're just not taking
into account. No, you're just not taking into account all of the effects in the atmosphere.
No, you can take all of those into account. Lensing does not do what you're claiming it does. Lensing does not affect half of an object. Something's either lensed or it's not. If we can see only half of it, there's a reason we see only half of it to begin with.
Yeah, but you've got refraction as well. Now you can get this same bottom-up disappearance. Yeah, you can get this same bottom-up disappearance with refraction, and you can do it. I've seen it with butane gas, where objects can be completely hidden, and then you pour on this gas on a cold day, and it can reveal it, and the opposite way around. So, you're not taking into account.
An example of the opposite way.
It depends. If you reverse the gradient, the opposite will happen. But what I'm saying is,
example of that?
I have not got the link, but I'm sure I could find that same link, the butane gas refraction experiment. Yeah.
Yeah, bro.
That one, but in that case, the refraction is causing something to be revealed. I'd love to see an example of the other way around, where refraction is causing something to be hidden.
Yeah, it's called a temperature inversion, gradient inversion.
Yeah. So something like a mirage, you're saying, Fata Morgana or something.
It's a very rare occasion where the gradient's inverted and it's cooler below and it's warmer above. So then you'll get an inversion of that effect of that compression, or that chop, that disappearing from the bottom up. And if the temperature gradient's inverted, it'll be from the top down. But that's very rare. But you can literally manipulate experiments to recreate these. This is all atmospheric conditions. Your premise was that the Rayleigh criterion, the inverted gradient is quite a rare thing. But occasionally you can do it.
More rare what makes the butane thing happen, you're saying?
Yeah, I've seen a video where they invert a temperature gradient and they can get a top-down disappearance. Now you get bottom-up disappearance is always to do with temperature, right? But then when you've got atmospheric lensing and magnification going on as well, you'll see the sun bigger than it is. So you'll see objects bigger than they should be disappearing from bottom up. But we would expect to see that with the atmosphere on certain days under certain conditions.
What do you mean we see the sun bigger than it is?
Like
I've only ever seen
the sun being chopped in half. Okay, like you mentioned earlier. The sun being chopped in half. Yeah. That's but a big sun. That's like an optical illusion. Okay, where you're getting magnification, so the sun looks bigger than it is. It should be, but also you are also getting that bottom-up disappearance due to refraction. So you've got lensing, magnification, and refraction all happening at the same time. That's when you'll get these observations with a big chopped-off sun. But that
Okay, so would
sun,
you say that generally
if you
speaking,
zoom in at the horizon on that big big sun that's chopped in half, and you zoom in to the horizon, what you're going to do is you're going to start revealing the bottom half of that sun. And actually, it's going to be misshapen, and it's going to be misshapen. It's going to be slightly squashed as it compresses into the convergence point. But it doesn't
would you
seem
say
like it's
that
at the
generally
convergence point
speaking,
because it's so big.
yeah, right. Generally speaking, would you say that as the sun goes down, quote unquote, it appears to remain the same size?
Say that again. As the sun what?
As the sun approaches the horizon, in our view.
It's not always the same, my friend. Old dude has literally
Generally
just posted.
speaking.
Old dude has literally just posted exactly what I've explained here. Can you go to the images actually and go to 1633? And literally what I've described is what old dude is showing you right now. So do you deny it?
I've seen. No. That's a camera issue. What I'm asking though is, as the
No, it's
sun
not.
gets
No,
closer to the
it's not.
horizon,
Hey, he's not going to
oh
slide
god,
past that
it's
one.
not.
No, it's not. I just told
It's
you
not a
if you
camera issue?
zoom. No, it's not a camera issue. It's exactly what I described. If you zoom into the horizon when the sun is chopped in half, you will reveal the bottom of that sun again. Exactly what I told you.
Yes, that's no.
It's
I
not a
don't see the
camera
sun chopped in
issue. It's
half
what
right
we
there.
expect. Manifesto.
I don't see the sun chopped in half at the beginning of that GIF. Look at it.
Have you ever made your own observations?
Big shiny spot in the distance that you
Do
can't
you
make
ever
out
film?
as just.
Hey, Manufactorum, do you ever film or photograph sunsets?
I do, yes.
Okay, well, why don't you post some of those instead of complaining about these GIFs? It's a camera issue. It's
And what would
pathetic,
that
dude.
solve, do you think?
Maybe you'll pull your head out of the sand.
They're
I don't
out
know.
there. There's plenty out there. You can see things with solar filters where it's close enough that you can actually see that it's cut off, and then they zoom in and nothing more about it is revealed. Because it's not angular resolution doing that. So my question
It's
about the
funny,
sun getting...
Manufactorum. You're going to make me go through my sunset pictures. I have images of the sun, a film, film and photographs, digital images, mind you, of after the sun setting, the sun's light still reflecting on the surface of the water. So maybe increase your observations, get out a little more, take in some more sunsets.
Why do you think that happens?
You'll see all kinds of things because the sun's not below the sun's not going below the earth. The sun's still up there.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you think it happens?
Possibility.
Why do you think it happens? Have you noticed
because
this?
the light bounces off the clouds, maybe? I don't know. No, I actually am not sure what you're talking about.
Maybe.
There's
Okay.
no
Have you
reason to
noticed
think
this occurring?
how that's possible.
Have you noticed this occurring, or do you only have me telling you about it?
No, I haven't noticed it occurring. I'll
But
take your
you've
word
already
for it.
got
I
an
don't
explanation. You've already got an excuse, though.
A
So maybe
possibility.
get out a little
Not an
more.
excuse.
Oh, what was
No,
it then?
a reason not to
Just
say
a
this is
cope?
definitive evidence. No,
Definitive
it's
evidence of
critical
what?
thinking, skepticism. That's all.
Skepticism.
You're saying this is
You're
definitive
arguing
evidence of
from
the sun
ignorance,
not
bro.
going below the earth. I'm saying I don't accept it because off the bat,
I
I can
know,
think of a million
because
reasons how that's
you're wrapped up
possible.
in the mythology, dude. I get it. You have to insta-rationalize everything. So get
Anyway,
out a
can I
little
get back to
more.
the conversation?
I don't know. Can you? All I'm telling you is to get out a little more. No need to bellyache about gifts. Make your own observations. Sunsets are nice.
I have made my own observations. That's why I feel confident on this particular point.
You feel confident. Oh, great. We got a
What's your claim about
we have
sunsets,
a con man, everyone.
What are you claiming about sunsets? What do they do
That
in
they
your
don't
observation?
disappear bottom up due to angular resolution.
They don't disappear bottom up due to angular resolution.
Correct.
Is that right? Is that correct?
Jackal,
Yeah.
did you not hear what I said though?
No.
I said that there's multiple reasons why things disappear from bottom up. Okay, if you are asking
We were talking about
which manufacturer did why, for example, the sun will be an image. You know, you can get an image where the sun is chopped in half and it looks big, i.e., it's not shrinking into the vanishing point. Well, the answer to that is there's multiple reasons depending on the atmospheric conditions. It can be everything from angular resolution, which is obviously part of it, and things will get smaller. But the reason why things look bigger is because of atmospheric effects. So you've got things like magnification, and you've got things like lensing that will completely misrepresent the size of objects. And with refraction, things can disappear from the bottom up. Okay, if you combine that with
and what
angular
I was saying about
resolution,
that.
you'll get these images where the sun looks like it's chopped in half. But like old dude just posted, and like I said originally, if you zoom into the horizon underneath the sun, you'll bring the sun back up above the horizon, and then you'll see the sun again. And it might be slightly squashed and compressed due to the vanishing point, but in general, you can bring that sun back into view.
That's a general statement. That's an occasional thing. In the example of that GIF, it's just the matte of the camera. The beginning of that GIF is just a bunch of glare. There's no way to pinpoint where the sun actually is in that. So I don't know that that really counts for much.
That's
My
what
question
sunsets
about
look like,
size,
homeboy.
when you say that the size of the sun is made to look bigger rather than vanishing to a point, I have to wonder how it's so consistent that on most occasions, when you see the sun getting closer and closer to the horizon, it doesn't actually change size. The magnification would have to be such that it perfectly compensates for that diminishing effect of perspective, which would not, I think, be possible with various atmospheric conditions. It would have to be some specific condition on top of which you would have to put the day-to-day refraction stuff. And I don't know what mechanism allows for such a consistent magnification every single day.
Well, maybe
Well,
they
it's
could
not.
describe the conditions and then cite where they're getting this information from. Maybe that would help.
Before that question, though, it's not consistent because if you look at 16 to 35 past the hour, and then if you look at old dudes 37 past the hour, we've got two sunrises where the angular size of the sun appears to get smaller. So it's not consistent. We're showing you that sometimes you do see the sun shrink into the horizon.
Hold on. Let me see if I can find. You've seen that thing where the sun, there's like multiple images of the sun stacked in the same image, and they're all going like in a line.
I'm not sure. I don't think so.
If I can find it.
Yeah, he's ignoring what you said. He's going into his excuse file.
No, it's
I
not.
know.
Did you see the GIF?
Not my first
I
time.
didn't ignore what he said. I'm saying that generally speaking, there's occasions where the sun might look a little weird, but generally speaking, there's one thing that we all recognize as a sunset, and what he's talking about is the exception, actually. So if he's claiming that there's some magnification effect that
There's
consistently
always
increases
some
the
magnification.
size of the sun.
Is there always water in the atmosphere, especially over the ocean? Yes.
Yes, but that doesn't always
So
cause
there is-
magnification. In fact, magnification is exceedingly rare.
There's always some magnification going on, but if you catch an observation, if you catch an observation at the right times of the day, yes, it'll be more extreme. Happens to be, sunsets and sunrises is where the temperature gradient is changing and being affected more. So you will get more, unusual observations at these times as the gradient's changing. But that still doesn't take away from the fact we would expect to see all of this at sometimes and some points on a flat Earth. Like, it debunks your globe, but this is what we expect to see on a flat Earth.
Sorry, what do we expect to see?
The way that things disappear from bottom up, and also, we would expect to see the sun Not always shrink into the distance. And in fact, over water, you'd expect to see extreme magnification and lensing.
No, that's so okay. Because there's water.
Yo.
Not automatically produce magnification. That's not how magnification works.
Yo, Rich, yo.
This guy's a bit weird. He probably needs banning.
Oh, I found it.
Anyway,
here we go.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, so in the side chat, that's what I'm talking about. So the direction that the sun
and
travels.
that's not what that gift and the gift that was presented to you when you were searching for this isn't what this. It's not the same thing.
No, it's not the same thing. This, what I posted, is what we generally see.
Oh, is it? Yeah, that looks like a sunset to me. Yeah, you need to get out more. What do you mean we generally see? What's the last sunset that you witnessed?
I do get outside. Like a week ago.
Okay, Okay, here's a project for you. Recreate that GIF, and I would like to see it. That would be great. Or that composite. Go ahead and recreate it. It's good to make these observations of the sun. Yeah.
What's that going to do? You're gonna come up with some other reason.
I'll do it. I'll do it for you. I'll do it for you then, Manufactured. Don't worry about it.
It's already here on the screen. Why do you need another one?
Well, I just want to do it for myself. I'll do it for you.
That's fine. Great. Okay.
I'll get the sun. I'll get the beach time. Fine.
Yeah, Manufactured. That's bro. You understand that's a representative idea. That's not an actual photograph or a clip or a still or a time lapse.
Series of photographs.
That's purely just.
You could actually call that a time lapse. Yeah.
No, bro. Where's the reflection of the sunlight on the water? That's fake.
I assume that they.
That's
I assume that they didn't stack every individual image. They just stacked the various suns.
It's created. It's a pictorial representation of an idea. It's not actually a real life thing.
Yeah, they're getting squishier towards the horizon, anyways. So I mean, the sunsets provide different.
How wide are they?
Sunsets look different all the time. Well, the last one's almost twice as wide as the first one. It's like it's being squished down to a line.
You could put them at 15 feet or 28 years apart, bro. It's a picture. It's a pictorial representation of an idea that isn't actually real or natural. Not a time lapse.
Those are real images. They were stacked.
It is not dude, it's not a time lapse.
You've got it. That's fine. Then
I'll images.
And what does this point to?
Well, I'm not sure. Did you say that the top one
why are you presenting this
larger than the bottom one?
There's one that's squished to a line. Then there's a tiny one. Then there's one that's morphed. You don't see the tiny one in there next to the one that's squished almost to a line?
Would you say tiny?
What is this supposed to be compared to the first one? What is this supposed to? What are you offering this as?
I'm saying that it doesn't follow the laws of perspective as we understand them to work in the world. That perspective should tell us if it's going away.
Where the hell did you get this from?
Smaller?
Is this not from the world?
What do you mean? Yes, and this is not what we expect with perspective on a flat Earth of a sun moving away from us. This is more representative of something going around.
Oh, dude. Yeah, that's great evidence for Earth spinning, creating sunsets as it chases a dying star.
Well, that's not a counter
argument. Real great offering.
That's not your counter arguments. That's just your incredulity. You got to look at it in the sense that the sun's not getting smaller, right? As it goes.
He doesn't know what he. Listen to you. I asked him. Yeah, I asked him what he was presenting it as, and he's just like, "Oh, it's not what we should expect to see." Well, what the hell is it then?
Dude, it's an overlaid cartoon. Come on, that's not any representation of reality. It's an overlaid cartoon.
It absolutely is a representation of reality.
Hey, Yui, I went out there to ask him to recreate it, and he threw a fit. So I'm going to, and then And then when I have
Okay, calm
this,
down.
then what does this do? What does it do when I've recreated it?
It does exactly what this image does. I really don't. That's
And
why
what
I
is
didn't
that?
feel the need to recreate it.
And what is
It
that?
shows that it's the same size. It gets
It's
How,
but
switched
it's not.
vertically,
how
but
far is the
side to
observation?
side, it's the same.
He
How
doesn't
far is that
know.
observation?
I have no idea. I don't know.
Because
What bearing
that
would
could
that have?
easily be a parlor trick. If you've got a very thick atmospheric day, right, and you've got a horizon that is created by the atmospheric conditions, then what you would expect to see is slight shrinkage, which, you know, the red ones at the end are smaller than the big yellow one at the start, but that's not the horizon. That's not the vanishing point.
I feel like
That's a
atmospheric
false
conditions.
horizon.
I feel like
They
atmospheric
should
conditions
still be getting
is quite.
smaller.
I
Yeah,
feel like
but you
atmospheric
are
conditions.
seeing it. If you look at these orange ones, they are smaller and more squished than the yellow one. That is not your limitation of your horizon. That is a false horizon based on the conditions.
Vertically,
So
which we actually do expect from refraction.
if
That's
you was
also
to
why
look,
it's red.
if you was to, this is my whole argument, my friend. If you was to have a clear enough day where you can see right the way to the vanishing point, right, then you will see more of this pronounced shrinkage, but it's limited by angular resolution. Okay, but what you're looking at is a
Can you show
false
me that?
horizon. And until you can prove to me what the atmospheric conditions are like or how far this is, I'm just going to call this a false horizon. And the orange sun is definitely smaller than the yellow sun at the start. So this is just nonsense.
It's vertically smaller. Vertically because of refraction, which nobody disagrees with, as far as I know. Right?
It's a cherry
Side to
pick. It's a
side,
cherry
it's not
pick.
getting smaller.
It's a cherry pick, my friend, because we've shown you images of the sun shrinking. I shared one. Old dude shared one. He shared two. I shared one. 35 past the hour. So we do have
But
observations where the sun shrinks.
So those are the more general observations. And
Listen to
is
this
cherry.
guy. He just
Just trying to get clarification.
fascinating, bro. It's fascinating, dude.
I think that you've never shown image of the sun shrinking.
Manufactotum just did.
Brenda!
No.
Vertically. Again.
The sun doesn't shrink in that image.
Well, Manufactotum told us it did.
It shrinks vertically, right? Due to
I don't know. Talk to
It's
Brenda
also the
about
reason
it.
why it turns red. Side to side, it's exactly the same size. It's not shrinking as we would expect it toward a vanishing point like perspective.
Okay. Is what's being depicted there the same thing that's depicted in the GIF that was posted when you were digging this up? Yeah or nay? Oh, which GIF? Now he plays stupid.
I was looking it up like you just said.
Okay, Roots just encapsulated this entire thing. He just gave you a Cliff Notes version of the last 15 minutes, and you're like, huh, what? Dude.
Okay, there's a young couple, the Black Swan. There's two things, that the ones you posted? The two gifts back to back?
I'm not old, dude.
Is that what you're talking about? Oh, fuck. All right, sorry. What the fuck am I looking for? All I see are
I think that's the gifts he means. That so sorry to confuse you. There's two
all the
people in
above.
the room, bro. It's a bit confusing. One of us is talking and one of us is posting.
Okay, so the image that old dude posted, the animated one, right? The one that's moving?
I love your use of the word
I have no idea what
animated.
that is.
Yeah, the one that's moving. Animated.
Yeah,
Brilliant.
Great. Cool. Glad we settled that.
Do
Yeah,
you
I have no idea what I'm looking at.
sow this bullshit artistry during your day-to-day, or what is up with you, bro?
Is that a serious question?
What? Is it answerable? We'll find out how serious it is.
No, it's not answerable.
So you saved your bullshit artistry for here. Yeah, that's what I thought.
No, I don't have bullshit artistry. I just say what I
Oh,
think.
bro, yeah, you've got it's animated, homeboy.
That's what you're gonna focus on. Okay.
You sound bullshit.
Anyway, coffee break's over. You guys can talk to someone else. I don't.
Hey,
You
matter of
tried.
fact,
You can
while you're
respawn
away,
tomorrow.
yeah, and while you're away, try finding an image of a sun on a horizon, a video. Yeah, try and find a video where they zoom into the horizon. You will always be able to zoom in onto the sun, onto the horizon, and you'll learn that nothing is hidden behind a curve, nothing is hidden behind a physical obstruction. You can zoom them back in, the sun back in, just like ships. There you go. Welcome to the flat Earth.
Hold on. Hang on. No. Okay, so I have seen videos of ships getting zoomed back in, but
His
none of
brakes
them
extended.
start off actually cut off by the horizon.
Yeah.
So if you're saying that the same thing happens with the sun, I'm very I'll look. I will look. But I suspect it's going to be like the video that was posted earlier, where you don't actually see it cut off at the beginning.
Just go and have a look, and if you are struggling to find, look, if you are in a situation, if you are in a situation where you can't zoom it back in, all you have to do is raise your elevation just slightly, because things can physically
No one
block.
disagrees with that.
Like a wave can cause a false horizon, my friend. A wave causes the false hull down appearance of ships because of angular
Well,
size.
if you're a 6-foot observer, the wave would have to be taller than you.
No,
Or you're
no,
still
no.
looking over it.
Don't be silly, because when things are when things are in the distance, yeah, your thumb can be the size of a car or of a flipping massive building.
I understand that.
Good.
Right, but perspective tells us that things go towards that horizon line, right? It won't cross it unless it's taller than you. So if you have a 3-foot wave off in the distance, it's not going to block anything off.
Yeah, okay. I'm just saying that's
Anything that's higher than 3 foot.
Yeah, and I'm
It
saying
blocked the side of the boat.
in those circumstances, just raise your elevation a little bit. But normally you won't need to. On a clear day, you can bring the sun.
That also works on a globe.
You can bring the sun back into view. There's
I
nothing
bet it
physically
does.
blocking. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'll look for it.
Yeah, you'll find out all of this bullshit works on a globe. That's how it's been embedded into your
raising
psyche.
your elevation.
It checks out, bro.
If the claim is looking over an
Did your brake
obstruction,
get
we're
extended?
saying it's an obstruction to begin with. I'm waiting for the forts to heat up.
Another thing you
Especially
globers
heated.
don't take
Right.
into account, when we do actually finally get to see something disappear, like the sun, into the vanishing point, you guys forget that there's a compression and a diffraction line effect. So that's where the light is bending into the vanishing point. That itself causes squashing and compression from the bottom up. And you guys completely ignore that. That's something that you would expect to see on a vanishing point. Bottom up disappearance. So like I said, there's so many reasons why these things disappear from bottom up. The whole of bottom up disappearance is explained on a flat Earth. What's not explained was what old Haas said earlier, and I think this is the perfect segue for anyone who wants to jump in. Why don't we see diverging buildings, diverging plumb lines? Nothing's tilting away from you in the distance. That's what you'd expect to see on a globe.
Yeah, if the
Now,
boat's going over the curve, the mast would be pointing away, no?
I think that
Here we go.
I've seen many sunsets, right? And typically the sun never changed size, right? And I think, right, that there might be some matter of camera angles and perspective going on here. So I would like you to post an example of the sun getting smaller, where there are two cameras at different distances, at different angles, observing the exact same sun at the exact same time, setting, right? I'll be more convinced than I am over these GIFs, which are very, by the way, the GIFs that you're sending are the rarer observations, and two, you can't make up your mind between if the sun's evaporating. There's one GIF where the sun's evaporating, and the other one where the sun's moving away. You got to pick one. You
Yeah,
can't have both,
sunsets
right?
are different, Huey. This is a great opportunity for you to get some beach time in.
It's not evaporating, bro. It's called
I've
attenuation.
seen many
It's
sunsets,
been
and never have I
occluded by
seen it
the
get
light.
smaller.
It's been occluded by
Yeah,
the air in front of it. Its own light is reflecting back at the point of attenuation. You need to go and study this more, bro. And yes, you're right. We do have other gifts and we do have other videos. We don't have one like you're suggesting from two or more or multi angles as such off the top of my head that I know of. But if you're up for setting something up, if you could observe that from down south and record it, I could do it from up here, dude.
Well,
And
I'd
we can
need the issue is the issue is you need because obviously, like I say, when the sun sets, it typically sets the same size, right? And every sunset I've ever watched, right? Maybe you guys have seen more than me, but you know,
You're breaking up.
last test, hello,
Hey, robot.
is it me?
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
sound
you
good
can
to
hear
me.
No, he's
Okay.
good. He's good. It must be old dude.
Oh, sorry,
All right,
it's me.
okay. All right, so typically when I see a sunset, you know, when I went out in the summer, every single time the sun would set same size. So I think that the observation you're talking about is going to be a rarer one. And when you capture that, if you could just simply get another camera far away, different angle, and observing the exact same sun, and you observe that sun not to shrink, but to actually remain the same size all the way through, would that cast doubt on your aspersions about the sun?
I would say, if I'm not roboting, it would go in the to be appraised pile, bro. It would definitely have to be appraised. I couldn't make a judgment from it.
Right. Well,
What's the actual claim?
the sun shrinks, moves away.
The sun never shrinks. No one has ever shown the sun shrinking. Not once. Not ever.
Are you talking about with a solar lens, Brenda?
I'm saying, as a matter of fact, nobody on Earth has ever shown a picture or a video of the sun shrinking in angular size. Not once.
There's one in chat earlier on.
Disagree. Yeah.
That
We
doesn't
do
show
see
One
that.
in chat. There's
that
at least
doesn't
one in chat. Scroll up.
No, I see it. I'm aware of it, right? That doesn't show the sun shrinking.
What do you
I'd
think it does?
beg to differ.
Well, you can beg, you know. It doesn't show the sun shrinking.
Yes, the ones at the closer to the horizon are smaller than the ones at the top in what you've posted.
No, they're not.
They
Yes.
do appear smaller, but they're not shrinking, right?
What?
It's angular size.
All
It's
the
an
same
apparent.
They appear smaller, but they're not
Okay, well, she
shrinking.
said they aren't appearing that way. So yeah.
I mean, apparent.
Set her
Things,
straight. Good
the
luck
way
setting
things
her
look
straight.
can be deceiving.
You and Brenda can fight this
Into
out because
shit.
Brenda said that it doesn't do that.
It might look like that on a photo, but when you're
Well,
there in real life, it
that's
stays the
okay.
same
Well,
time. It stays the same.
you're arguing with the wrong people, Cooper.
I feel
The
like
sun does compress. The sun compresses vertically. You can see it in Wolfie's videos, and he even admits it. Red's Rhetoric has it where you can see it compressing vertically. Bob, the science guy, has well, he did a thing with Wolfie on a video together, and they said, but they'll call it refraction, but it does compress vertically, and you can see it physically on the moon. Basically,
That's
when the
not the
moon's getting close
sun.
to setting,
That's not the sun getting smaller. Is it?
that's getting smaller. Compression,
No, it's not. It's not.
vertical
Yes, it
compression,
is.
that's getting smaller.
Yes, it is. I've just posted a video as well of the sun compressing into the vanishing point, and it squishes down, and it gives the appearance of bottom up disappearance. That's just very detailed, so you can see the squashing and the compression. It's actually called a diffraction line.
If I put a pencil in a glass of water, the pencil doesn't actually break.
It's got nothing to do with it.
It's
Yeah, it's irrelevant.
That's my claim.
Now you're comparing apples and oranges.
Why are you
It's
talking about
completely
refraction?
pointless.
My claim is that pencils do not break when you put them in a glass of water.
Congratulations.
That's got nothing to do with the moon or the sun compressing
It,
vertically at
it's
the horizon.
exactly what I'm
Nothing.
claiming.
Absolutely nothing.
When you see the sun setting and it appears to you to be compressed, that's not the sun compressing.
Nobody's
Brenda,
claimed the
when you look
sun is
between your
actually
legs, what do you
compressing. My
see?
word.
Brenda, you don't know what you're looking at half the time. You don't even know what's between your legs.
Yeah,
It's
I'm pretty sure I do. So
No, you
point
don't, because you
is,
think you're a woman.
yeah,
You pretend. You like to play pretend.
yeah, this is you
let's
showing that you have
let's
nothing.
let's just move on from that. Come on,
Yeah,
let's stay on
well, it
topic.
just indicates to me that I win.
Well, how about we just concentrate on the listen? Cooper was trying to set you straight.
Well,
Yeah,
I ain't
you
straight.
posted an image of the sun getting smaller, and then someone goes, "It's shrinking, right? Doesn't mean it's smaller." So why don't you guys take up that discussion?
The image that I posted, the sun doesn't get smaller.
Sure it
Brenda,
does.
hold
No,
on,
it doesn't.
Brenda,
Cooper
answer
said
a
it did.
simple question.
You can see
Answer a
it.
simple
It's the
question.
same size.
Do things that disappear into the vanishing point of the horizon, do they compress into the horizon?
No,
Brenda, you're lying.
no, I'm
This
not.
is understood in art. If you want to draw things into the distance, right, you will draw things that squeeze and get slightly compressed into the convergence point. Now, there's something called the
They've never.
diffraction line. Listen, Brenda, I'm going to teach you. Even though you're a smart person, you're purposely ignoring this point. There is a diffraction line that goes into the convergence point, which gives the appearance of compression and squashing. Now, from a distance, if the bottom of an image is compressing and squashing, what will that give? It will give the appearance that something is disappearing from the bottom up.
All that happens if you have a line of telephone poles off into the distance, they just get smaller. That's all that happens. Is that what you're calling compression? Them getting smaller?
No, I'm talking about on the horizon, in the distance, on your vanishing point, something that is traveling away from you will appear to disappear bottom up due
No.
to the diffraction line of the convergence point. It's part of observation. You can't deny that, Brenda.
There's no
You're just
there's-
the only thing you can deny is that doesn't give the appearance of bottom up disappearance. Fair play if that's what you want to say, but you can't say this phenomena doesn't exist.
I can. I don't know what diffraction line is. What is that? All I know is that
It's
there
a
is.
line of
I'm going to tell you what I think. I'm going to
it's
tell you
where
what
the light bends into the light will bend into the vanishing point. That's called a diffraction line.
What? So if I have a line of telephone poles, right? The tops of the poles go in a straight line. They don't bend.
Or if it's
No, because the telephone poles, all you're observing is things getting smaller into the distance, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Nine times out of 10, you won't get to the conversion point. You won't get to that diffraction point, the vanishing point on the horizon. You will normally see that phenomenon over water.
You're talking about the diffraction limit that my eye can resolve, right? They blur into each other. Is that what you mean?
It's called, yeah, and that line, that where that curving happens, where that compression, it's called the diffraction line. It is, light curves into the vanishing point.
No, it doesn't curve. It just
It gives the
blurs.
appearance. It gives the
It's because
it will merge into the vanishing point.
it doesn't curve. It's because my eye can't resolve things beyond a certain point, right? But I can just
That's right.
I can just pull out a telescope and bring them into resolution, and I can see them, right?
Talking about what you observe.
Well, with
Bottom
my
up
eye,
disappearance. Yes, Brenda, you're arguing like a flat earther. Yes, you can zoom everything back into view. That's our argument. Welcome to flat Earth.
no, that's not my claim. And my claim is that they're never obstructed.
You just said it.
No, I didn't. Right? So what happens is that human eye can only resolve detail to such an extent. And so a line of telephone poles will get blurry. And for me, I'm nearsighted, so it happens actually kind of a lot sooner. But Yeah, they get blurry, and then you just can't resolve the details. Right? That doesn't mean it's gone over the horizon.
No, so
You
you
can
didn't just say you could get a telescope and bring it back into view? We
right, you
misheard you?
can.
You didn't? Oh, so you did say that?
Absolutely, you can.
You just told us you didn't say that.
I didn't say it does. It goes over the curve. That's not curvature.
Nobody said that.
That's just yes. But once something's gone over the curve, you can't bring it back.
We got you, mate. I'm sorry, but you just
How did you
admitted
get
that
me?
because you admitted that the sun and boats and things we see on the horizon can be zoomed back in, but in the other arguments you've said that's due to the
No.
bottom up disappearance is due to the curvature of the Earth.
Once the sun is set, no amount of zoom will ever bring it back. Not ever. In
That's
fact,
not what you said 2 minutes ago.
when it's sitting halfway on the horizon line, right, with half of it above the horizon and the rest of it below the curve, no zoom will ever bring the lower limb of the sun back. Not ever.
Well, it's funny how we can always bring things that go over the horizon back. In fact,
Show it to me.
you can't. What do you mean show it to you? We've got hundreds of these observations.
There's not one single video
Black Swan, Black Swan, Black Swan.
that isn't a video showing something obstructed becoming unobstructed.
Oh, okay. So where's the geometric horizon on the Black Swan then?
I don't know on that image where the geometric horizon is.
It's come on, you've been through this image so many times. You know that we've got an oil rig at 9 miles out. And when you zoom in from the beach, those are completely unresolvable. This is due to what? Why are those oil rigs not resolvable?
The reason you can't see them from the beach is because the human eye can't resolve them. You use a lens, either a camera or a telescope, you can see them, right?
Well, that's our argument. Welcome to flat Earth. There's no geometric curve.
That's not that's not my argument though. My argument is that that's simply due to angular resolution. It's not due to curvature.
So you don't believe in the yeah, that's a flat Earth argument. You don't believe in the curvature calculation then, I guess.
No, I totally believe in the flat Earth calculator. Absolutely.
What?
Absolutely. Walter Bislin's is the best one.
So it sounds like you want whichever one suits you at the time. When it suits you, it's angular resolution, and when it suits you, it's curvature.
No, I'm making a distinction that you're not acknowledging. There's a distinction between I can't see something because due to angular resolution, and I
Yeah.
can't see something because due to obstruction.
Sure. And how are you defining or determining which of those two things it is?
Obstruction is when something gets in the way.
No, I know what obstruction is. I'm asking you how you determine whether the reason you can't see it is because of obstruction or the reason you can't see it is because of the angular
They have
resolution.
a different character, right? So when the sun is halfway above the horizon and halfway below it, that's obstruction because no amount of zoom will ever bring the lower limb
We
back.
don't need to worry about the sun. Forget the sun. Let's talk about things that are much more easy to discern, and we actually know distances. Exactly, sailboats. So, where are you drawing this distinction between it being a visual occultation and a resolution issue versus it being the obstruction of the Earth?
With one, you can bring it back with a better quality lens, and with the other, no lens will ever bring it back.
Okay, but what if that is actually a limitation of the lens? We've only got lenses that are as good as what we were able to manufacture. What if the issue is just that we can't manufacture lenses strong enough to bring it back? I mean, it doesn't seem like a logical argument, really.
Oh, I thought that was very logical.
What, that just because we haven't got lenses that are strong enough at the moment, you're just saying, oh, we don't have lenses strong enough, or we can only bring things back in if the lens is strong enough. But if the lens isn't strong enough, then it must be because it's obstructed, not that it's because we don't have a lens strong enough to bring it back. How does that follow?
Because the cause is different.
The cause of what? Sorry, Brenda.
The cause of my not being able to see something is different. One is due to the resolution limit of my eyes, and the other due to obstruction.
Yeah, you're saying that. I'm asking you how you are able to determine which of the two it is that's stopping you from seeing whatever it is you're seeing.
Sorry to interject, guys, but Owo, could you uncam, please? You're capping the room to 25 with your camera on, and we don't need to see your nipples either, dude, so thank you very much for uncamming.
Right, so like this container ship here I just posted. You can't see the hull, you can only see the stuff that's on top. No amount of zoom will ever bring the hull into view because it's obstructed by the curvature of the Earth. It's not due to angular resolution. You can see it. You can see the details. You just can't see the bottom because it's over the curve.
Okay, so just to clarify then, the only way that you're determining it is if whatever object it is you're looking at is starting to disappear from the bottom up, yes?
And here's another one, windmills. You can't see the base of the windmills. You can only see the propellers.
Sure.
No,
No,
no
I see.
zoom will bring them back.
Answer the question. I see what you're saying, but I'm asking: is that your determination then? As soon as something starts to disappear from the bottom up against the horizon, that's the obstruction of the Earth's curvature.
Well, there's a difference in quality because when I can't see something due to angular resolution limits, I can't resolve details. Things become blurry and merge into each other. That's not happening here. There's no
Okay.
blurriness. These are sharp photos.
Sure, but
That's how
I
you
feel
tell
like
the
I was.
That's
No,
how you tell
okay, so it's got nothing to do with them disappearing bottom up. Then it's just to do with how sharp the image quality is.
No, it has to do with the fact that there's something in the way.
Okay, so is it the image quality or is it the fact that it's disappearing bottom up? And I feel like you need to stake your claim here and
See?
plant your flag on the top of a hill and choose which one you're going with because you're sort of wanting your cake and you want to eat it too.
When you can see that something is obstructed, that's due
So
to the Earth being in the way.
sure, but what I'm asking is that your determination that something's obstructing it is the fact that the object is disappearing from the bottom up on the horizon.
Oh, well,
That's
logically,
my question.
something could obstruct you from the top down. That might be, say, somebody's hand in front of your eyes.
No,
That
no,
would be an
no.
obstruction.
We're talking about objects on the water here, exactly like the
Okay.
images you're posting. Okay, let's
Yeah.
just keep it to that.
Okay. Yeah. Then when you see something and you can resolve the details that are finer than the than the object in its full size,
So
that
yeah,
means that the angular limit has not been reached.
okay. So it is the detail of the image then, not whether or not it's disappearing from the
It's the
bottom up.
fact that you can see the
Which of them?
details. It's the fact that you can see the details tells you it can't be due to angular resolution because you can
Okay,
see the details. Right? You
okay,
can see the individual blades of the windmills.
sure.
Right?
So
Okay, speaking of
so the
detail,
black swan image then, where you can clearly see the two oil rigs
Yeah,
and they're not disappearing,
true.
and yet you can take pictures of platform habitat and so on another day, and it will from the same observer height, and it will appear like those wind
Yeah, it will.
turbines, and
Yes.
yeah. But then on other days it doesn't. So that's
Yeah.
why I'm asking you, how have you
Well,
managed to make the determination that it's Earth curve?
that's because of
yes. Speaking of the details, Brenda, what are your observer's height, and what's the distance to that cargo ship?
oh,
If
I
you're
don't
all
know.
about the details, oh,
I don't know.
details.
Yeah, it doesn't
Maybe
matter.
run away and get those details, and then maybe these will mean something.
Yeah. So
A
so
needle
it
point
doesn't
thread.
matter. It doesn't matter because I'm not trying to measure their height or their distance or anything
What are
like
you
that.
doing then?
I'm observing that they are obstructed by the Earth. By the
Yeah, but you don't know it's the Earth since you don't know the observer's height nor the distance.
I'm not aware of
This
any
is just your wishful thinking kicking in
I'm
on
not.
repeat.
I'm
So
not.
run away and get those details. If you're the one who wants details, how about those details, please?
I'm not aware of any oceans that are anywhere else other than on the Earth. So I'm pretty sure
They're at the beach.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure these are pictures of objects.
Pictures.
This is a photograph.
Pictures. I know it's everyone's arms getting blown out. Tommy John surgery everywhere in the league. But yeah, let's stay on topic. So maybe find the observer's heights
Do you actually
and the
think
distances of those cargo ship containers, and then this might mean something.
So did you actually think that when I said pitchers, I meant baseball pitchers? Or were you just crying?
No, I read an article earlier this morning about the influx of Tommy John surgery, so maybe I thought we had the same news feed.
So you're just crying. That's what you're doing. Crying.
Do you hear any tears, Brenda?
What? Cry for me.
Wah.
What are we being facetious about that? You're not crying.
Yeah, I just asked her for details. She's all about details. She has no details.
I'm talking
So
about details.
that's where we're at.
I'm talking about the details that you can see in the images, like.
Yeah, but the details mean nothing since you don't have an observer's height or distance to those cargo ships.
I'm not trying to measure those things.
And I hate to break it to you, that cargo ship isn't as clear as a blade of grass as you would like to think it is.
But I can see.
Yeah, and if you zoom in and I was trying to screenshot something, but I'm outside and I can't see my screen very well. But you can see, you can see the horizon is actually beyond that. In the cargo ships, you can see the cargo ships starting to reflect back on the water after the darker blue.
Too far to be seen, Brenda.
Yeah, I don't see that. The point is that I can see details that are smaller than the ship itself, so it can't be due to angular resolution. Because if it was due to angular resolution, the entire ship would be blurry.
You've got magnification on that picture, Brenda.
Yeah, it's no doubt was taken with a zoom lens of some kind. Yeah.
Well, if you can't find where it's originally from, the one with the windmills, that's a problem as well.
Why is that a problem?
Because there's an allegation it's been doctored.
Oh. What's your evidence that it's been doctored?
I don't have evidence. There's an allegation.
Oh, well, I don't care about the allegation.
Well, you're asking for evidence, right? You're asking for evidence, but you can't even provide the observer height and the distance. So what are we talking about?
Yeah, we can recreate it. What's the observer's height?
It's not relevant. My point
is relevant.
Oh yeah, it is.
It is.
No, it's not relevant. My point
is relevant.
In these images, the reason you can't see the rest of the objects is because it's due to obstruction.
Yeah, and you're claiming
what's the distance?
Well, it wasn't obstruction in the Black Swan image that old dude posted a few minutes ago.
The reason you can see the hilltop platforms and stuff is due to looming.
Okay, that just sounds like another baseless assertion.
Yep.
No, it's due to looming.
Sorry, it sounds like another baseless assertion.
What type of looming, Brenda? What type of looming?
Why is the looming only happening in one of the pictures and not the other picture?
Because the atmospheric conditions were different.
That's awfully convenient.
That's what happens, though.
Yeah, sure. Again, baseless assertion.
No, it's not baseless.
Oh, okay. Feel free to provide the evidence of the looming.
Oh, Andrew Thomas Young, his Green Flashes website details the conditions under which various effects of refraction take place, such as looming, powering, stooping, all kinds of things, fata morgana, all kinds of mirages. There's several different types of atmospheric effects caused by refraction. Right, but there's little to no refraction in the images that I showed. There's no refraction, and the blades of the turbines are straight and not all wavy.
No looming, right? That can loom there is no looming that can loom something from behind 200 to 500 foot of obstruction, right? There is no looming where you can see behind a building or see through a mountain. That's impossible. There is no example you can show of that type of looming.
The Black Swan's image isn't a mountain. What are you talking about?
Saying what you're claiming doesn't exist. There is no looming where you can see behind physical obstructions. You might be able to, like, see
Why
the
not?
minutia behind, the edge of something, and that can be, down to the angular, the angle and the elevation, blah blah blah. But you can't loom an image behind a physical obstruction. There is no looming. I'm asking you, what type of looming is that?
Well, any refraction, particularly looming, can allow you to see around a curvature. Yes.
Stop the cap.
No, you might be able to see some minutia, but you're not going to be able to see behind 200 to 500 feet of curvature, Brenda. That is you're just jumping from one conclusion to another with no evidence.
The evidence is in the physics of refraction.
So refraction is when light bends between two mediums. Refraction is not when the Earth can be loomed up into a flat plane behind hundreds of feet of curvature, Brenda. That's something different.
Why not? I think you can.
Because refraction is just light bending between two mediums. You will get that based on your observer's position, right? Yeah, and you can see the effects of distortion. Yeah, you're telling me we get perfect looming refraction without distortion? Get out of here.
Technically, looming is itself distortion.
Right, and we can see perfect images in the distance without distortion that go beyond the geometric horizon. So if that was refraction, we would see distortion, but we don't.
You do see distortion in the Black Swan image. That is distortion.
Listen. Your version of looming is not a real phenomena. You're making things up and you're jumping to conclusions. You can't see behind buildings. You can't see through things.
But you're not seeing through anything. You're seeing the ocean past the platforms and the platforms themselves all being loomed up.
Prove it, because there's no such effect in nature. Refraction is just light bending, right?
Yeah.
Light doesn't wrap around an object and allow you to see behind it.
That's literally what it does. That's literally what it means. Yeah.
No. The bending of light from one medium to another can displace things. Yeah, that's different from what you're claiming.
No, displacement is looming. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, this is a far cry from your broken pencil stick from that you entered in here with.
The broken pencil thing is the exact same thing. It's yeah, it is.
Okay.
It's refraction. The light hits the surface of the ocean and the platforms where if there was no atmosphere, you would not see them. They would be behind.
Okay, show us some ships that look like broken pencils. That's right along. When you get the details of your observation height and all that, maybe bring back some broken pencil ships. That's a tongue twister.
Yeah. So the point is that refraction is a thing. It happens because there's a difference in density in the air close to the surface of the ocean and even just a couple meters up. There's a huge difference in the density. And it's that density that causes the light rays to bend and to make things that are behind the curve visible to somebody at the proper height and distance on the shore.
Okay, so how do you measure Earth's radius then?
What does that have to do with it?
Well, no, I'm just curious if you're basically saying that the horizon isn't necessarily Earth curve because of refraction. So if it's not Earth curve, how do you geometrically measure Earth curve?
The horizon is caused by the curvature of the Earth.
No, you've just said that it can be refracted and often is refracted. So how do you measure it?
Well, you would remove or account for those conditions that would cause an inaccuracy in your measurement, right? Like if the butcher puts his thumb on the scale and you can't convince him not to, then you put your thumb on the opposite end.
So to measure the geometry, you have to assume the geometric measurement's already been done so that you know how to account for the refraction that would be caused by the atmosphere affecting the already known, apparently, geometry. And then you would be able to measure the geometry to determine the measurement.
What you actually do is you typify what standard refraction is, and then
So what is
you subtract that from your measurement where there is
Yeah,
refraction.
but when you say standard refraction, are you talking terrestrial refraction?
Right. So if the butcher puts 1 pound weight of his
No,
thumb
I'm asking
on the
about
scale,
refraction, Brenda.
then the
Sorry.
way you correct for that is you subtract 1 pound from the total weight. If
Yeah.
you measure an angle and refraction accounts for 1/2 of 1 degree, then you subtract 1/2 of 1 degree.
Okay.
And then you
So
get
what
the
is the
true
math behind it
angle.
then?
So
what's the math behind it then? With the standard refraction that you just mentioned? We could use the black swan as example. So where's the math for it? We'll insert the number into that, and we'll see how much the oryx is being refracted.
Well, we don't
So you
have
brought
that
up the
information
refraction.
because we don't know what the lapse rate was for that day. It was very high refraction.
Well, you said standard refraction, so of course they would have the standard formula for it. So what is the standard refraction?
Except that image was taken, it was not standard refraction. It was taken 1.5 feet off the surface of the ocean and on a day where refraction was particularly high.
So you pick and choose what day refraction fit your narrative, fit your whatever you're observing. Is that what you're saying?
No, I wouldn't choose a day when conditions are bad to attempt to measure the distance, the true distance to the geometric horizon.
how can you ever measure the true distance to the geometric horizon if you've got to factor in refraction?
You account for the amount of refraction you have.
Yeah, but I'm asking, so how do you determine the amount of refraction?
That's determined by temperature, and the lapse rate. You wouldn't want to do it over the ocean because oceans are really conductive to that. It'd be better to do it over land.
So, okay, where are you going to be able to measure? Where are you going to be able to measure the geometric horizon over land?
Any place that you have an unobstructed view of the horizon, right? Where there's no trees or buildings or hills in the way.
Okay, and in those situations, as if you see the horizon on any given day over land, you would say that would be the curvature of the Earth.
Or you could just guess. You could just guesstimate it.
No, but I'm asking. I'm interested to know how it's measured definitively to give us a radius of 3959.
Sure, it's actually the geometric horizon is a mathematical calculation based on the size of the sphere.
No, that assumes the size of the sphere, Brenda. I'm asking how it's measured. How you got to the 3959.
Oh, you mean by measuring the circumference of the Earth?
Well, surely you measure something before you claim how big it is, right?
Right. So to know the horizon, the geometric horizon, again, is a question of geometry. Right? It's a necessary relation between the observer height, the amount of refraction, or actually no, we would subtract that, and the size of the sphere and the observer's height. There's a geometric relationship that's mathematical and necessary.
Yeah, but you don't know the size of the sphere. That's what I'm saying. You don't know the size of the sphere. So how you?
Then you would
No, but
just measure that size.
Brenda, that's what I'm asking. I want to know how you measure.
Oh, you don't use the horizon
without assumptions or without. Okay, so let's leave the horizon then. Let's move on to how you measure the.
You would use some
radius.
other method. You could use the Eratosthenes method, or you could use a geodetic surveys to measure spherical excess, and then calculate the size of the Earth from that.
Okay, well, you run into
Jesse Kozlowski did that.
But you run into a few issues there because the Eratosthenes method makes several assumptions.
Oh yeah, they're good at assumptions. Yeah, there's nothing wrong
Yeah,
with it.
but you can't make assumptions when you're trying to make a measurement or prove.
Science is
Okay.
almost all assumptions.
No, this isn't
You always
science.
make
First of
assumptions
all,
in science.
this is a measurement. So
Yeah, you assume that your measuring stick doesn't change as you measure, right?
okay, so you understand the logical issues with this. If you're assuming the very thing that you're trying to prove, you
No.
understand that that's called a begging the question fallacy. Yes.
But I'm not assuming that.
You just agreed that Eratosthenes would have made assumptions, including that the Earth was a sphere when he did his
He didn't
little
make an
test.
assumption that the Earth. He didn't make an assumption that the Earth was a sphere. He knew the Earth was a sphere.
Okay. How did he know? How did he know the Earth was a sphere, Brenda? Sorry.
Because of the arguments put forward by Aristarchus and Aristotle and Pythagoras, showing that the only surface that could cast a shadow on the moon consistently curved would be a sphere. And
Again, making assumptions about what the moon is, where the moon is, all of these things. They're all assumptions. Yeah, especially during the time of Eratosthenes, Aristotle, and so on.
No, they didn't need to make assumptions. They can just see that the moon is a round object in the sky. You can just see that.
Sure, it's a round object in the sky, but there's nothing to verify that it's a sphere or its distance, its size, shape, or dimensions.
The shadows verify that it's a sphere.
Sorry, what shadows?
The phases of the moon are shadows.
Yeah.
Yeah, that verifies it's a sphere.
Shadows from what?
The shadow is the dark part that's not lit up by the sun.
Okay. And what does that have to do with the Earth?
That has to do with showing that the moon is a sphere.
How have you managed to do the leap of logic from measuring Earth shape and size to celestial objects having some bearing without making assumptions, mind you?
Because spheres are the only kinds of objects that have those kinds of shadows, like the phases of the moon.
What if I just painted a picture of a 2D object that looked like that?
Oh, but the moon isn't 2D though, is it?
No, but I'm sorry, Brenda, but you don't know what the moon is, if we're being honest here. So if I was to present you an image that looked like it was a spherical object that had those shadows, but it was in fact a 2D object that just looked like that, just for argument's sake, that doesn't validate, verify, or confirm that it is in fact a spherical object. Would that be fair to say?
The shadows move. They're not paintings. The shadows move.
The shadows move.
Yeah, so they're not paintings then, are they?
Have we established that they are in fact shadows?
Yeah, you can see them.
Oh, you can see things doesn't confirm that it is what you claim it is.
Because they're lit when the sun shines on them and unlit when it does not.
You
That's
don't typically. You don't. Sure, I understand what shadows are.
So you admit that the dark regions of the moon are in fact shadows.
No, I certainly don't admit that.
You don't admit that.
You're making that claim. I'm saying there's no way to validate or verify that.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, you did. I just did.
Sorry, how did you validate it or verify it? By just asserting it as true.
Because a sphere is the only object that would have that kind of shadow on it.
Okay. What if it in fact wasn't a sphere? What if it was a semi-sphere?
Then it would have different shadows.
Why would it?
Right? Why?
Why would it? We only see the one face of the moon, do we not?
It's not true. No. We see
we don't see the.
Right, we see 55% of the moon.
Okay, that's another baseless assertion, Brenda.
It's not baseless, it's an observation.
I've only ever observed the one face. I'm sure most people here would agree the same thing.
That's wrong. We see 55% of the moon.
Okay. Again, a claim that there is another 45% to see.
Yeah.
Because of the assumption that it's a sphere.
It's called lunar libration. The moon isn't perfectly tidally linked to the Earth, although it will be one day.
Okay, that's great. You're making claims about the celestial objects. I'm asking how this proves the Earth is a sphere. You're saying that Aristotle pre-Eratosthenes knew,
Well,
not
we've just
assumed
been
that it was a sphere.
we've just been establishing that the moon is a solid
No,
three-dimensional
no.
object.
We've not been establishing
As
that.
far
You've
as
been claiming that. I haven't
yeah.
agreed to that. I don't think there's any way that Aristotle or anybody else would have been able to validate any of that
Literally the
stuff. We can't do it now.
It's literally the argument that they gave.
So
Just
you would agree then that they made assumptions about what the celestial objects were, and then from those assumptions
So the
made
reason
determinations about the Earth.
the reason that Eratosthenes thought that the Earth was a globe was because of eclipses, and that's when the Earth casts a shadow on the moon.
Who cares? This is all. Brenda,
That's
come
how
on.
he knew that the Earth was a globe.
No, because that involves making assumptions about what the things in the sky are.
No,
Okay.
it doesn't. It involves
It
making
literally
observations.
does.
No,
It
Yeah,
literally does.
Brenda, you're just pointing to the height of the bullshit that's been stacked. We get it.
How do you know it's bullshit? You don't know that. You have to show
I'm
that.
asking how they.
yourself
I'm
on
asking how they
playback.
measured the Earth, and you just keep referring to the celestial objects as if
You asked
that,
me how Eratosthenes knew that the Earth was a globe, and I said,
correct.
saying it's because a globe is the only shape that would cast a curved shadow during.
But you're
a lunar
assuming that
eclipse.
you're assuming that the shadow's being cast by the Earth. These are assumptions that
not
are
an
being made.
assumption.
There's no validation for any. These are all assumptions.
No, it's not. It's an observation. The Earth comes between the
It's not an
sun and the
observation.
moon.
It's not an
Yes, but it's
observation.
literally what we observe is the
You see the
Earth.
sun in the sky. You don't see the sun anywhere else. So there's no evidence that the sun is causing what you
I
have to.
didn't say it somehow moved out of the sky. I said
It's
the
what
Earth.
you've inferred, not observed.
No,
You've said that you've said the sun between the Earth and the
You have a
moon.
mouse in your pocket?
Which again, even in that claim, you're assuming that the sun can move to the other side of the Earth, not just be in the sky.
I didn't.
So you're
say
making assumptions.
I said the Earth. I said the Earth comes between the sun and the moon.
Yeah. So if the Earth comes between the sun and the moon, then the
finish
sun.
the sentence, dude. Come
Sure.
on.
Go ahead, mate. Go.
The Earth comes between the sun and the moon, casting a shadow on the moon. That shadow is curved in such a way that the only shape that could cast that shadow is that of a sphere
So when do you see the sun between the Earth and the moon?
during a lunar eclipse.
So the sun is between the Earth and the moon.
No, the Earth is between the
You
sun
just said.
and the moon.
Okay, so the Earth is between the sun and the moon.
Yes.
Yeah, casting a shadow. So the moon would be on one side of the Earth, then there would be the Earth in the middle, and then there would be the sun on the other side of the Earth.
Yes.
Which means that the sun wouldn't be in the sky. Am I at the time? Am I correct?
Lunar eclipse.
Right. So you've made an assumption then about the size and shape of the Earth and where the sun is in relation to
I haven't made
the Earth.
I haven't made any assumptions about the
So
Earth's size.
you have, because you've just said that the sun is between the Earth and the moon. So you know where the sun is.
I said the Earth is between the sun and the moon.
Yeah, that's what I just said. The Earth is
you
between
said
the sun and the moon.
You misspoke. I understand. You just.
So the Earth isn't between the sun and the moon during a lunar
Earth
eclipse?
comes between the sun and the moon during a lunar eclipse.
That's literally what I feel like I said 3 times.
A sphere could cast.
Again, you've made assumptions about where the sun is and what the Earth is.
No, it's between us. Obviously.
But you can't see. So can you see the sun when the shadow is being cast on the moon or not?
Sometimes, yeah. During a Salinalian. Yeah.
So how can the sun then be between the Earth and the moon?
Oh, due to refraction.
You see the sun at nighttime.
Wow. Okay. So now it's refraction again.
No, not at nighttime. Typically.
Well, that's when the lunar eclipse occurs.
Typically, yes.
What do you mean typically?
Well, during a Salinalian, you can see both the sun and
no, bro. Yeah, you've lost the plot, Brenda. You've got your notes all mixed up.
During a Salinalian, the moon is refracted above the horizon, as well as the sun is also refracted above the horizon.
Oh my Lord.
Even though the Earth is between the sun and the moon at that time.
Again, these are all claims and assumptions that you've made. I've asked how the Earth was measured to be a globe, how the curvature
No,
is
Zach,
measured. I was
they're
very
not
clear with that.
observations. They're inferences.
They're just observations of objects that are pretty clear, right?
Oh my lord!
There's no assumptions. If I
You
say that,
see, listen. You see the Earth in between the sun and the moon during an eclipse.
during a lunar eclipse, yes.
You see that. Where?
Yes.
Where have you seen this?
Well, I can see the Earth. It's right at my feet.
Oh, okay. So you see the Earth, but you don't see the Earth in between the sun and the moon.
Well, it is because the moon is right in front of me, and the sun
Okay,
is
now you're
behind me.
chanting. You're chanting theocratic rhetoric.
No, that's not theocratic to say that the moon is in
Well,
front of me.
when I asked you if you saw the Earth in between the sun and the moon, you said, "I see the Earth beneath my feet."
That's right. The moon is in front of me.
You've
the Earth,
you've
let
you've
me finish the
wishfully
sentence.
thought that you're a ball.
Hush. The moon.
No, I'm not going to hush.
The moon is in front of me. The
No
Earth.
matter how many times you chant it, it doesn't make it so, Brenda.
The moon is in front of me. The Earth is at my feet, and the sun is at my back.
So you don't see the Earth in between the sun and the moon. Got it.
Yes, the Earth is at my feet. The sun is in front of me. The sun is behind me. The moon is in front of me. Right? So that's the Earth between the sun and the moon.
Wait, is this the video you're talking about? I posted it in the chat.
I wasn't talking about a video. I was talking about
No, that's fine, but it's fine.
condition.
Yeah, and well, this is also the sun and the moon at the same time, right? And supposedly, well, the Earth is between the moon and the sun, right? Is this the video you talk about? Yes or no?
I can hardly hear you.
I said, is this the video? No, I'm saying, is this what I know? This isn't the video you're talking about necessarily, but the point you're trying to stipulate is the Earth between the sun and the moon. And I sent a video.
When I'm talking about the Salanalian, I'm not talking about a video. I'm talking about that particular type of eclipse.
Yeah, I know, and I'm asking you: does this video represent the sun? I can't pronounce it. Eclipse.
I'll just take your word for it. I'll take.
What do you mean? I posted it. Just it's 2 seconds.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll take your word for it that video depicts a Salanalian eclipse.
Right, anyway, carry on.
Yeah.
I was just wondering. But the thing is, you haven't watched the video, so it's not taking my word for it because that's not what I'm asking you to do.
No, I understand. I think I can take somebody's word for something if I want to, right? The Salanalian is when the moon gets refracted above the horizon in front of you, and the sun gets refracted above the horizon behind you, with the Earth in between. And my argument for the Earth being a globe is that the Earth casts a shadow on the moon in such a way that only a sphere could do. There we go. And we're done. Sounds good to me.
You've reached the end of your hymnal, Brenda.
Yeah, she ran thinking that it was victory. Definitely not victory.
Hello?
Bonjour.
Somebody explain to me why, if I put a really powerful electromagnet in front of like an iron or just ferrous metal, whatever, bar attached to a truck, why that magnet wouldn't pull the truck forward? The whole apparatus is attached to the truck. Wouldn't it be like putting a fan behind a sail on a boat and propelling yourself forward?
I don't know, man. I don't know if any of us made a claim about that, to be honest.
Yeah, that sounds like an Acme product.
No, like, I'm just wondering why that concept wouldn't work, considering the fan behind the sail concept does.
Well,
and you're
probably because the
using like
magnet would stick to the hood of your truck.
no fool. Listen, so you have an apparatus, an arm extending this electromagnet whatever distance you need out in front of like some iron block,
Did this
something
work for you?
that is attached to your car.
Did this work
Yeah,
for
bro.
you?
I just got really high and thought about this, and I'm asking the only people.
You sound low, bro.
Yeah, that got nothing to do with the Earth, right?
Yeah,
With our
perfect
reality.
timing after Brenda's liturgy.
Yeah, I like it how he was talking about the standard refraction, right? And then when I asked him to provide the formula or the math behind it, um, then he said, "Oh yeah, because that day it was this, that day it was that, so no." But if they really use the standard refraction, right? If they really use the 7/6R, then that means the radius will change. Matter of fact, they will falsify their own radius if they use the standard refraction. So that's the reason why he didn't want to provide any information.
Correct. The Black Swan already did that anyway.
Huh? Uh-huh. Looks like a lady.
Yeah, seems like they he get to pick and choose which day he used the standard refraction and which day he doesn't want to use standard refraction, just to fit his arguments. Pretty sad.
If we tried to reproduce the Black Swan photo 100 times on 100 different days, do you think we'd always get the same result? It would always look like it does in that photo?
Probably not, but it doesn't need to. That's the whole point of the Black
90% of the
Swan.
time, yeah.
If we did that and we saw 90% of the time we see it disappearing bottom up, that wouldn't affect your guys'?
No, Cooper, you've misunderstood the entirety of the argument.
You can say that, but I've been listening, and I feel like I understand it.
I'll enlighten you as to how those oil rigs are there for distance demarcations.
Uh-huh.
And the point is, the horizon exists beyond that, beyond those distance demarcations, correct?
Huh?
Yeah, we know if you stand in the fog, you can't see a rowboat will disappear 100 yards from you. Different days, different conditions, yeah. So it has nothing, those are just distance demarcations. And that's a 1 foot observer's height. So where's the geometric horizon of the 3959 mile radius ball from 1 foot? Where does the Earth start curving away? Because that's the observation height of those oil rig images. The answer is like 1.2 miles. And the first oil rig is beyond 6 miles. So it has nothing to do with bottom-up obstruction. It has to do with those are distance demarcations, and the horizon is far beyond the second oil rig, which is almost at 10 miles. So it's not only that I think that you misunderstand. Hopefully now you realize that you did misunderstand. You don't have to be a smart ass.
Well, I mean, you definitely are about it, but I see your point.
No,
Kind of.
you don't have to be a smartass about it.
I'm not. I'm pretty polite.
You get what you give. So did that clear it up for you, Cooper?
I'm going to choose not to engage with your nastiness. If you want to have a real conversation,
Yeah,
we can. But
yeah. Hide. Put your tail between your legs and hide.
yes, Massa.
Okay, Snowflake. Animal Antarctic is nasty. You make me feel all icky, man. Yeah, grow up, bro. I suppose this is the problem with today's generation, huh? Ain't got no balls. Except their imagination.
Is there a correlation between bowels and imagination?
Yeah, exactly. What you said. Matter of fact, totem. Totem. Just a totem. Totem pole. Totem pole. They're like a false idol. Manufactured totem pole. I'm sorry, yes. Respond. Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? No.
Nah.
Not Tom. Okay. Sorry, someone say something?
Something.
Yeah, I'm just fucking you, bro. Your mic's fine, bro. We're just fucking gaslighting you. But like, yeah, there you go. Go ahead. But like what people did with
Go ahead.
the globe, they gaslight us, you know.
Well, I would say it kind of goes both ways. Being generous. Ray Nimrod, are you here?
Hey, yes, I am. Sorry, I didn't see who was speaking.
No worries. It might just be easier, like in voice.
Oh, Manufactotum. Hey,
So you
man,
asked
how are
about
you?
yeah. Hi. You were asking about the relationship of angles and as a function of their distance. Um,
Yeah, just because you'd
so
put
there's
that
a
as the
whole point
dependent
there.
variable in your experiment. So, generally speaking, or in fact, I would say always, the dependent variable of an experiment when you're doing natural science is the observed phenomena. So you would observe a naturally occurring phenomena and then try to establish the cause of that phenomena. So your observed phenomena in this is the relationship of the angles of incidence as a function of their distance, which doesn't sound like a naturally occurring phenomena. Excuse me.
Yeah, so I'm gonna hard disagree on that. I have a whole section in there about the scientific method, The observed phenomenon is simply an observation we make that raises questions that we want to have answered. The hypothesis is a question that we make about that observation, and the experiment is derived from that hypothesis. There is a link there between all of these steps, but the observed phenomenon doesn't translate one-to-one to the experiment necessarily.
Well, I would argue then that it's not natural science that you're doing, which is what the whole point of this would be, to determine the cause of a naturally occurring phenomena. Your independent variable, the thing that you manipulate in the scientific method, is the presumed cause of an effect, because the scientific method is set out to establish cause and effect relationships. So if you don't have an effect that you're trying to establish the cause of, I would hard argue that isn't science.
Right. So I'm going to be like a little pedantic here for the sake of clarity, because I think part of the problem comes out of the vocabulary. So when you say the natural phenomenon, the independent variable in the scientific method, I would specify that the independent variable is part of the experiment. The scientific method is sort of the entire process, right? So the independent variable and the dependent variable are both parts of the experiment. They're not parts of the hypothesis or the observed phenomenon.
Well, no, I would disagree, because so when you form your hypothesis, you need to have observed the natural phenomenon first, and then you make predictions about what you think causes that natural phenomenon, and that's essentially how your hypothesis is formulated, and then you would create it as a if-then statement.
No, not necessarily. So a hypothesis is simply a tenable theory, right? A testable theory, falsifiable, and there's a causal nature to it, right? It doesn't have to be stated as an if-then, and it doesn't have to take the if-then directly from the observation.
I think we're not talking about science then. The scientific method's pretty clear about this.
I would agree it's clear, but every reference to the scientific method I've seen says exactly what I'm saying. Every scientific method citation that I've been given doesn't contradict that in the least.
So you're saying the scientific... I don't want to put words in your mouth. Are you saying that the scientific method isn't concerned with establishing the cause of an effect in nature?
It is, yes. The cause of an effect, yes. If we're talking about natural sciences, that will be in nature, yes.
But when we're talking about...
I am saying...
I thought we were talking about nature in terms of the natural world. I thought that's what we were discussing.
So, I would make a distinction between natural science and the rest of science, which I think you might as well. We are talking about natural science because we are observing natural phenomena, asking questions about the natural world. I was just sort of specifying for the sake of specifying, I guess.
Again, I would argue that if it is natural science, then it's extremely rigid in terms of what the scientific method is, what it requires, and the methodology it follows. And it requires you to observe a natural phenomenon in the first instance. Then you form your hypothesis based on what you presume to cause said phenomena. Then you create an experiment whereby you manipulate what you believe to be the presumed cause of said phenomena, and then you either validate your alternate hypothesis or you validate your null hypothesis. It's not much more complicated. It's not much more complicated than that. It's like I know we're going back to brass tacks, but that's effectively what it is, and that's how you get empirical proof of what causes an effect. If we're doing anything other than that doesn't adhere to the method, I would argue that is by very definition pseudoscience. And if you look at the definition of what pseudoscience is, it's anything that claims to or appears to be scientific in nature, but doesn't strictly adhere to the scientific method. Anything like that is literally, by definition, pseudoscience.
Sure, agreed. I would make it this. So I think where specifically I disagree is when you say that We're testing the presumed cause of the observed phenomena. We're testing the presumed cause of our hypothesis. Our hypothesis is not necessarily tested by the same mechanism that causes the presumed phenomena. We could have several phenomena, like I have in my little experiment there, that point to the same hypothesis, and we choose one of those things to test as validation for that hypothesis.
Yeah, but your hypothesis is supposed to include what you believe causes the effect that you're seeing.
Yes. Yes. What causes the effect is the Earth being
But you
round.
can, but you can only, no. But you can only validate the cause of an effect if you can manipulate the cause.
No, not true.
But that's
any
literally
hypothesis will have several implications.
Sorry,
Any of
you
those
broke up a
implications
little
are
bit there.
validated. So the cause of the effect will have several implications. We create a hypothesis, which is often some sort of model that
Listen to him
explains
try
why
to
this.
convince himself that his pseudoscience is the scientific method. It's fascinating.
Do I have to talk to this guy?
Your bad
It's
mic is
all
doing
easy.
you a
You
favor
just
right now.
Dude, seriously, there's people in here actually genuinely interested in having a conversation. Why do you keep poking your ass in the shit?
But you keep piling up the
Not what the fuck
bullshit.
I was even
That's
saying.
why.
So let fucking the other guy deal with it.
Hey, watch your
How are you
mouth.
contributing to this conversation?
Well, dude, you're pretending that the scientific method and pseudoscience that you've dreamed up are the same thing. It's pathetic. This is the bullshit they push on Nickelodeon.
Cool. Thank you for that. Riveting.
You're welcome.
Can I get back to Ray Nimrod? I don't even remember what the fuck I was talking about at this point.
You were saying the reason for everything is the Earth globe. Back to your pseudoscience shtick.
A hypothesis can have several implications. If we test a hypothesis, that hypothesis can be substantiated not just by the cause of the naturally observed phenomenon, but by the other implication if that hypothesis were true. That's the long and short of it.
So, again, I'm probably going to have to disagree with you here, to be honest, mate. Just because every definition of a scientific hypothesis that I've looked at essentially says that it is a tentative, testable explanation for a phenomenon in the natural world. Now, the only way that you can validate that something is the only way you can validate that something is an explanation for the cause of a phenomenon, because that's just another word for the cause of. If you explain how something does something, you're explaining how it caused that thing to happen. The only way that you can do that and validate that scientifically is to manipulate the very thing that you claim causes the effect. If you can't do that, then you're not proving that X causes Y. I guess would be a good way to put it. You're not able to prove that if you can't manipulate X.
If I were to formulate something in the following way, so let me give you an example, see if you agree. Y is caused by X. If X, then Z, we test Z to see if X is true. Would you agree with that formulation?
I'll be honest, that probably went a little bit too quickly and over my head. So you were saying X causes Y, or Y is caused by X. Is that how you phrased it? And then
Y is caused by X. Yes.
Yeah. So X causes Y, and then what was the part after that?
Hello.
If X is true, we should observe Z.
Yeah, we should observe it. Yeah.
That doesn't follow the scientific method, though.
Well, I think it is. So when we say like a hypothesis, so let's take the example of boiling water, right? We suspect that water boils when heated, right? We see observations of, let's say, natural geysers, bubbling over, and we say the water is boiling because there's heat in the earth. If heat causes the geyser to boil, we should be able to apply heat to a pot of water and see boiling. Right? It doesn't have to be the geyser itself. It doesn't have to be the heat from the earth. We could apply a flame, say.
Sure.
Right. So we have a naturally occurring phenomenon, and we think that the cause is the heat of the earth. We take an isomorphic system, one that's similar to that one, and we see if the general principle holds, and we give validation, not proof necessarily, but it gives substantiates the notion that the heat from the earth is causing geysers to boil.
Sure, but you would simplify that to say that you believe that heat causes the water to boil. I mean, you could say the heat from the earth, but you can't manipulate the heat from the earth, really. Or at least I can't think of any way that you could.
Right. Yeah. No, I would agree.
Yeah. So you would simplify it to say that okay, I would hypothesize that heat causes water to boil, or to create steam, or whatever it is you determine to be your observed phenomena. But then you can validate that by applying heat to water and varying the degree of heat.
Yeah, that example may be a little too one-to-one, maybe.
That example's very scientific method in my eyes, so that's probably a good one.
Yeah. I think that I could probably come up with a better one. I don't know, I'd have to think about it. But the main point is that
I'm not saying that you can't make observations and come up with ideas around what you think might cause something. I've got no issue with people postulating this sort of stuff. My issue more than anything is people claiming scientific evidence or proof of something if it hasn't had the scientific method applied to it. That's where I draw the line and say, well, no.
Yeah.
Strictly speaking, that would be pseudoscience. That's not to say that it's not reasonable to think that it could be that or whatever it might be. I'm that's fine. But for anybody to claim that, oh no, science proves this or things like that, if it hasn't gone through the method and you haven't manipulated the very thing that you're presuming causes an effect, from my perspective, anything outside of that is not scientific proof and is therefore either pseudoscientific or it's guesswork, really. This is our best guess. We can't validate or verify, so we will infer that this is what... Gravity is a prime example. Gravity is not proven. It's inferred. It's inferred through observations of this, that, and the other, or whatever it is in the paradigm. You can't manipulate gravity, so you can't prove that gravity causes any effects. Do you know what I mean?
Well, we can, as much as we can manipulate heat, right? Like in our
How do you
experiment with the
manipulate
boiling
gravity?
water, we're going to... Well, the same way we manipulate heat, right? We apply a flame. We don't physically excite the molecules, right? We're using a sort of middleman, so to speak, right? So with manipulating gravity, we would just increase the mass, and the strength of gravity becomes stronger.
No. But that
we get more heat.
I know what you're saying, but you're already running into some problems there. Because you're assuming that mass and first of all, there's an assumption that gravity's been proven. Now there's definitely a few issues there. I mean, most people, and I don't. Well, okay. What would you say?
I was sort of stepping before that.
Sorry, mate. Say that again. You cut out a little bit.
I was kind of stepping before that, right? Before we assume that it's been proven, this would be how you prove it, or how you demonstrate it, at least.
Sure, but then if you're manipulating, but this is my problem, right? If you're saying that you change the mass, and that causes this, then all you've proven is that the mass causes that. You haven't proven gravity causes anything. Gravity is the mass.
Gravity is the pull between masses. And that's what we're trying to establish.
Okay, but that's kind of where I was trying to get to. That's another claim that's been made, that gravity is what mass attracts mass, which I believe is the Newtonian mechanics, which was superseded 109 years ago by Einstein and his theory of general relativity. So the Newtonian mechanics, would you agree that it was Henry Cavendish who probably demonstrated or
I think that's
proved gravity?
Yeah, I would say that's the best exemplar. Yeah.
So in Cavendish's experiment, when he was testing torsional deflection, he had his spheres that were hanging, and all he did was manipulate the position of the spheres. So if we were gonna write this out as an experiment, the naturally observed phenomena would be torsional deflection. Now, I would say that torsional deflection does occur in nature. You see it with the way that some plants might grow, and they sort of twist as they grow for whatever reason. But then, if you're saying that the observed phenomena is torsional deflection, then you would say that you're testing what causes torsional deflection universally, right? So the
Right.
experiment.
So this is what I was getting at earlier.
Just if
I don't think that. Yeah.
Sorry, man. I just wanted to quickly finish what I was going to say about that quote unquote experiment. It would be formed as the observed phenomena was torsional deflection. The presumed cause of this is the independent variable. Now, the independent variable in Cavendish's experiment was the position or location of those spheres. That's the only thing that was manipulated. So if you come to a conclusion that says that position of spheres causes torsional deflection, I mean, that's all you get from that experiment, quote unquote experiment.
Wouldn't the variable then the weights next to the sphere?
Sorry, say that again, Cooper.
Wouldn't the variable then the weights next to, like, the mass next to the sphere that he was trying to get them to attract to?
Well, no, the independent variable's the thing that the researcher manipulates, right, to try and show whether or not it causes an effect.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I'm sorry, I misheard you. My bad.
No, that's okay. So in Cavendish's case, all he did was manipulate the position of the spheres. So you could conclude that position of spheres causes torsional deflection. So that would, I mean, what does that give us? If you move spheres into a position, it will cause plants to grow and torsionally deflect, or something hanging on a torsion spring, or it doesn't prove anything about. Yeah, go ahead.
So when we talk about the natural phenomenon, the observation of the natural phenomenon leading to the hypothesis, leading to the experiment, the naturally occurring phenomenon, for the sake of this discussion, let's say it's like things falling to the ground, right? It doesn't have to be specifically torsional movement, right? Torsional movement is an implication of the hypothesis. If the hypothesis is true, we can set up an experiment to test the attraction of masses. And we set that up to, so to speak, cancel out the attraction of this big massive thing we're standing on. So we set up a torsion bar, right? That's just how the experiment is set up to control for variables. It's not that we observed torsions in nature, we observed masses attracting.
But again, that's my argument. You have to observe a naturally occurring phenomena in natural science. That's what you're trying to explain. No, but okay, but what was the if I can ask, what was, in your view, would be the naturally occurring phenomena that Cavendish was trying to
objects
presume the cause of? Okay, so why in his experiment then does he have a torsion bar? That's not an object falling.
Because that's right, but it's the best way to test the hypothesis. So the hypothesis from that observation is that things are falling because of their mass.
Yeah, but you can't. Then you're already setting it up in such a way that you're presuming that the mass is going to have an effect on the torsion bar. It's built into it. It's an assumption built in. Well, no, because if it was testing the hypothesis, he'd be testing why things fall to the ground. But that wouldn't be a fair naturally occurring phenomena either, because in nature there are things that go up.
No, we're not. Okay. No, we're testing a naturally occurring phenomenon. We don't have to test every single naturally occurring phenomenon, right?
No, that's fine. But you're saying the naturally occurring phenomena is things going down, and even if I concede to that and say that's fine, that's not what Cavendish did.
Well, no, he's He's testing the hypothesis as to why they fall.
Yeah, but the hypothesis, the point of a hypothesis, is to postulate on what you think causes the effect.
Correct.
Yeah, but
The
you
effect
have
of
to.
things falling.
Guys,
The effect,
But the dependent variable in the
let me add
experiment
something
has
to
to
this.
be the phenomena of things falling.
Sorry, say it again?
The dependent variable in the experiment has to be the phenomena you're testing.
No. That's where we disagree. That is nowhere in any citation that I see about the scientific method. That just gives you the hypothesis. Then the hypothesis is what we test. The independent and dependent variables are part of the experiment. That just depends on how we set up the experiment.
Sorry, man, I have to disagree. The dependent variable is the observed phenomena.
No, absolutely not.
That's. I think that's where we're definitely going to disagree, because that's a hard disagree for me, man. Sorry.
Yeah, there's no experiment you can do. Like, half of natural science is thrown out if you go that route. Right? There's so many experiments that are set up in a way to test a hypothesis that aren't testing specifically that singular observation. You're
Give me an
the
example of one thing in natural science that would be thrown out if we went with the dependent. Sorry?
The water boiling, the naturally observed phenomenon was geysers, right?
Yeah.
We're going to be that stringent to the definitions, then we have to test geysers. We have to manipulate the heat of the Earth. We can't do that. We do an isomorphic system that is a proof of concept.
No, but the dependent variable is water boiling, right?
No, it's geysers.
What do you mean geysers?
Specifically with the boiling water, the natural observation was geysers.
No. Okay, so what is it that you're trying to prove in that experiment? Are you trying to prove what causes water to boil, or are you trying to prove what naturally creates geysers?
We're trying to we're trying to prove what caused the geyser to bubble.
Right, so you're trying to prove what causes water to bubble.
Okay, so by that logic, we're trying to prove what causes masses to attract. What causes objects to fall?
Okay, but again, I'm just saying that in Cavendish's case, he didn't do that.
Well, he did. He demonstrated that mass has a direct correlation with attraction, contrary to its distance.
But okay.
Yeah, what was Cavendish's hot spring then? He had to build his contraption to see it. So yeah, what did he observe in nature in the first place? And don't say he picked something up and dropped it.
Yeah, Ryan, I'm Murad. You fucking bastard! Shut the fuck up.
That was.
I don't know who that was, but it's very sweet.
Yeah,
Thanks,
he's
bro.
muted now.
So to be clear, and I
You're
think
skirting past the whole. You're knickering past the whole thing with the observed natural phenomenon manufactured.
Answering it directly.
You've got a hot spring.
So to be clear.
So where's Cavendish's hot spring?
Cavendish himself. So to be clear, Cavendish himself wasn't performing an experiment to determine the cause, right? He was doing something else. But the Cavendish experiment has been done since then to demonstrate the correlation of gravity to mass.
Yeah, I've done it. Didn't work.
Natural observation, sure.
Have you done it?
Natural observation is simply the objects falling. I have actually, yeah.
Okay, did it work for you?
It did, yeah.
Didn't work for me. So much for it being repeatable.
Salvador,
why sorry? We're doing science, dude.
Repeated hundreds of times.
And it's failed hundreds of times. So what is the natural occurring phenomenon, guys? Now that it's a tag team effort, what is Cavendish's hot spring?
Things falling.
What thing? Yeah, but what in nature just falls for no reason?
Fruit off trees?
Yeah,
Well,
but
it grew.
how
The
did
tree
how
grew.
did yeah? It didn't just get up there on its own and fall, right? It's up there for a reason.
The blossoms bloomed. The bees showed up.
Yeah, riveting. So yeah, I don't know that that's part of that particular
So you
hypothesis.
don't have a hot spring. You
That
just
it
have
is
to
up
go straight to the contraption. You have to go straight to the shed contraption.
where we
Got
have
it.
things falling.
Put your knickers on, everyone.
I don't know why that's so difficult. Things fall. That's the observation. How they got up in the first place, I don't know
Okay,
that
well,
that really
mylar balloons go
matters.
up.
But
Helium
sorry,
filled balloons go up.
that's right. Well done.
Okay. So
So
where
back
do
to
we see
Cavendish.
the what is Cavendish's hot spring then? Because we sorted out why things go up and down.
No, we didn't.
Well,
When do we
it's
sort that
the
out?
object. Yeah, it's the object relative to the surrounding medium.
Really? So how do we
So
test
what
that?
is Cavendish's hot spring?
No. Hold on. Hang on.
Outside,
How do we
listen,
test what you
we've
just
done this before. Outside of Cavendish's setup, where have you ever seen objects attract one another?
Hold on. So you said that it's not
No, let's
gravity,
cut to the
it's
chase,
things
bro.
relative density.
Yeah.
So you're positing an alternative hypothesis, right?
So no hot spring after all. You've yet to give me Cavendish's hot spring.
I gave it to you like 6 times. So with things of relative density, we can set up an experiment to test whether relative density makes things move up or down as opposed to their mass, right? We can put things of different mass, or sorry, the same mass, give them different density.
Density, dude.
If they
Okay,
go up.
listen. So what is Cavendish's? What does he have? Where is his hot spring? Or do you have to go directly to the shed? Just if you have to go directly to the shed, just say it.
Things falling. I don't know why you keep.
Yeah, I know. You're confused. Thank you.
I'm not confused. I've had the same answer every time you ask me.
What thing do you have falling? And maybe we can so an apple from a tree. Well, the seed grows in the ground.
Absolutely.
The apple grows up. The blossoms bloom. Bees show up. We get an apple. And then either the wind blows it off the tree, the stem becomes stem rots, a squirrel chews on it. Some apples rot on the tree.
Absolutely.
Okay, so some apples defy gravity. Listen, dude, I'm trying to point out to you the reason why the apple returns to the ground is because that's where it came from. It returns to equilibrium. So outside of the shed contraption that the 17th century fancy lad set up with his knickers on, do you have anything that parallels a hot spring for Cavendish to point to?
Yeah, things falling.
Okay, well, maybe get an apple orchard and you'll figure out why it is that apples reach the ground.
Because gravity? I don't know what's happening right now.
Gravity?
Space time? Cause of the apple
Is your
falling,
argument that apples return to the Earth because they're like made of Earth? Like, it doesn't make any fucking sense.
That seems to be the implication.
No, I asked him what falls in nature, and he goes an apple. And we have to realize why the apple got up on the tree.
Why?
Are you suggesting equilibrium is where something used to be?
So I'm holding a baseball, and I impart a force on it, and it tosses it up in the air.
If an apple tree grows above the water, and one of the branches with so many apples on it dips into the lake, where does the apple go then when it releases from the tree?
It probably stays on the surface of the water.
It probably goes to the surface. So yeah, when you say gravity,
considering that apples are already buoyant.
All you have is space-time. All we need is Cavendish's hot spring. Please.
I don't know.
Yeah, I know you don't know. So cut out.
I don't know why you keep using this term hot spring. I've never heard that before used in a scientific method. What is that?
Okay, well,
I don't
manufacturer can fill you in because he brought it up.
Water. I was making the analogy to the experiment of boiling water.
Geysers, hot springs. I thought you meant like a literal like hot
Oh, now it makes
spring.
sense to him. Now that he knows the source, it makes sense to him now.
Well, I didn't know why you
He
kept
is a
saying hot
clown.
spring over and over. I didn't
Yeah,
know why you were
this
saying
must
that.
have went better in rehearsal.
He
Hot
wasn't
shot.
here for that leg of the discussion. That's a
I
religion.
was here. I was here. I just didn't understand why he kept saying hot spring.
So he was just being a smartass because he thought I brought it up.
No, I didn't understand that you meant like hot spring as in hot water. I thought you meant like spring as in like mechanical piece of equipment that is like a spring that is hot. I
Yeah,
wasn't
you
sure
need
what the
to get
fuck
out
you were
more.
talking about.
You need to get out more.
If you say so.
Okay, but you understand how anything falling, be it an apple, of whatever fruit, whatever object is,
What
for
else?
whatever reason on top of a thing, a
What else?
boulder lodges
What else is
off of
falling?
like the mountainside. Right? That falls.
Yeah, the boulder falls
Anything falling
because it rolls
can be a
down the
natural
hill.
observation from that hypothesis.
Yeah, the ice
Right.
creates a crack. Rock falls.
Sure. Something falling, whatever it is, whatever the reason it was dislodged in the first place, that's
But
the
we know
naturally
why.
occurring phenomenon.
We know why apples fall to the ground. We know why rocks get dislodged up on a mountain peak.
It's gravity.
I agree with you.
Listen
right.
to you guys.
I'm out, guys. It's been an absolute pleasure. Have a wonderful evening, morning, afternoon, wherever you are.
You do the same.
Love you.
Bye.
What's the potential energy? I mean, you lift something up, it's got potential energy. If you let it go, it doesn't have anything to support it, right? So doesn't it just kind of find its path of least resistance and find that equilibrium eventually?
All these gravity chanters. Maybe you can talk some sense into them.
The question is when I throw a ball up in the air, why would it ever stop or come down? Like what force is being imparted on it? There's no.
Same reason Bo Jackson can throw a ball further than you.
Jack Horseman?
Bo Jackson, dude. My God, you guys are lost in cartoons.
Mm-hmm. The football / baseball / runner / whatever you want to call
Possibly
him.
greatest athlete of all time / who? Bo Jackman? The cartoon?
Cartoons from that and cartoons from Nickelodeon as well.
You're so fucking brainwashed. If you say so, I need to get out more. You mean Bo Jackman? Fucking goofballs.
Yeah, watching sports is definitely getting out. Okay.
Well, you're the one you're the one bringing up sports, throwing balls.
No, I have brought up physics and why would a ball stop going up when you impart a force on it? What force is enacting on that ball to cause the change in direction?
Well, you got resistance. You're throwing it into a medium, right?
Sure. So it might slow down, but why would it come back down?
Well, there's no equilibrium or kind of, I guess, force pushing it up and holding it up until it hits the ground. I mean, it doesn't keep, like, it'll fall until it hits a force that's stronger than it.
Well,
yeah, what's the force that's stronger than it?
Following that logic, when I throw it to the left, why doesn't it go back to the right after it's done going left?
Well, it's only going to go the direction that you're going to give it, and the aerodynamics of it. If you throw a paper airplane, that's different. That might actually do a loop-de-loop and go left and right, but it depends on the shape of your mass as well, right?
Sure, let's stick to a ball though. Those are nice and simple. They pretty much just go straight.
Like the Magnus effect. The Magnus effect. You just curve a ball when you drop it. It's going to go in all sorts of directions.
Yeah, we're just kind of talking about like throwing a ball up in the air, not like setting the magnets around it or anything, right? Though.
No, I didn't say magnets.
For that,
I said the
change in
magnets
direction happens. There has to be a force. The magnets effect. Oh, magnets. Sorry. Okay.
Yeah, magnets. Yeah, I'm sorry. I know that might have muffled there. Magnets.
Yeah. Just bad mic, bad hearing.
Yeah, curveballs, sinkers, sliders. Oh, I forgot. You hate sports.
Yeah.
I didn't say that.
Yeah, there's
Hold
a lot
on.
of forces.
I brought up sports and you freaked the frick out, Chef.
I have yet to freak the frick out.
Oh, dude, you freak out every day.
Cool your jets, homie. I do not. Most certainly do not, sir.
So you now understand why a ball just doesn't sail on forever?
Not by your explanation. I have an understanding, but I have no idea in your world why it doesn't just sail off or just get tossed up and slow down and hang there due to air resistance. I have no idea.
True that.
Yeah, I just to say that the Earth is pulling it is the only cause. That there's a downward force below you that pulls in all the. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I feel like there's more at play than just some immeasurable weak force that's causing all this. It's such a weak
It's not
force.
immeasurable.
Yeah, especially when we're in
weak
the
force.
era of
And I will grant
space-time.
you that, like, the scale of like what we're talking about, like when it comes to gravity, is hard to wrap your mind around because we're not working in ones and twos. We're working in like big millions, billions. The scale becomes a huge problem for
Do
just
you
like
believe this
comprehension.
bullshit you're peddling, Cooper? Do you yourself even believe it?
Do you have anything to say that isn't like an insult or a personal attack?
Oh, I'm just
Anything ever to
asking.
say
I'm
other than
asking. Do
those
you
things?
believe it?
No,
Do you believe
you're
what
being
it
a
is you're peddling?
condescending dick.
You'll be fine, Chef.
Calm down, Linda. Don't let your feelings get hurt. Relax.
Feel great.
So you do believe the shit you're peddling?
Of course I do. Why would I
Because it
say
all
it if I didn't?
falls apart. Every appearance you make, it all disintegrates. So carry on.
As long as you assert that, I mean, you can keep on believing it.
Well, just re-listen to your past appearances.
Do you want to? Is that even possible? Are there recordings?
He's not aware he's being recorded.
Bro, every flat earther says that about everybody.
I think that I mean I've seen the YouTube bot that's in here all the time, but I don't know where it posts or whatever.
They're like, your argument falls apart. But then when they try to explain why down, they just say, 'cause down, or, well, sometimes it doesn't go down, so.
Well, he's confused as to why he can't throw a ball as far as Bo Jackson can.
I'm sure he is.
Again, we're not talking about BoJack Horseman, man. It's a funny cartoon, but we're not talking about that.
You tried, Cooper.
He succeeded. He's a vibe. Gravity's a mathematical concept only.
What?
Hello, dudes.
Yes.
Flat Earth theory. 24/7 flat Earth. Yeah. What do you guys? I'm a flat earther myself.
Is that true?
Yes, it's true.
Why are you one?
The reason I'm a flat earther is because I've been doing research myself, and then I've different things like we haven't really have found out a real curve, and we haven't even came to the conclusion of okay, the ground is flat, so where is the curvature, right? And then also the sun being very far away, it wouldn't be able to scatter all of that light. So if sometime in the morning it seems like it's so close, it must be closer than we think. And also, we haven't. Why do they have the Antarctic treaty if there's nothing to hide? So there's many things like that which eventually led to my flat Earth belief.
Okay, so it's mainly not curved, so flat.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that adds up.
So yeah, man, that's what I think.
Seems reasonable. Can't find a curve, I guess I'll call it flat. Now we just need some globies to argue with. That's the only thing still missing. So how long you been looking into this for? Oh, he bounced. All right.
No globe proof sees, so everybody's quiet. Okay, I get it. I get it.
What's good, bro? What's good? Who's here gonna have a brain rot argument about the Earth being flat? Who wants to have the brain rot argument? I want to rot my mind. Anyone here? Is everyone just AFK, bro? What's going on? What's up, guys?
Yo, chat, how's life? Damn. This guy's on his phone. What was he just sitting there for? Alright, let's watch some YouTube. Oh, I can't mark. I'll try like... Oh yeah, whiteboard. Make a little document. Later. Oh, he's gone. Hey, Effie Batman's still here. Effie Batman's still here. Hey, mate, you're a legend. Alright. I know what you're doing, but all good. I'll do like a little... Let me make a little drawing. Do like a smiley face. Yeah.
find out why Meowski1234 thinks it's a glove.
Oh, good, it's back.
All right, start it up, rubber.
Hey, what happened? Did this channel? Does this channel go away from time to time?
No, it just isn't visible unless there's a mod in the room.
Ah, okay, good. Yeah, I was worried that something happened, and like, damn, this was a good room.
Nah, it just needs to be a mod here for it to be open.
Okay, solid. Nothing really happening though. I'm seeing no heliocentric admirers.
Yeah, not so much. It's been a bit slow the past couple days.
Yeah, nothing much in the news either. I like to sometimes to look to see if there's any new NASA stuff, but it's just kind of the same garbage.
Yeah, and I don't really like talking to like the same old riffraff either. Like the same Globers that come here every day. It just bores me. And once you kind of get to know them, it's like, I don't know. Do we really want to talk about this again? Like,
Yeah, if they're bringing up the same kind of issues.
yeah, I'd rather talk to new people.
Still never does Nathan Oakley, does he get the same people too? Because he comes on Fridays, and I saw that doesn't he get the same stuff too? It's like, how do you get more people over here?
He gets Brenda every time, it seems like.
Holy cow, Brenda is still going at it.
Never gonna give up.
No pun intended, but wow, I cannot believe Oh my god, I haven't heard that name in so long. Oh my god. What was the other guy that he used to do it with? I know QE. Oh, Rupus, and then or Rumpus, and there was some other
I haven't
guy.
really been around in a long time.
Oh man, I used to listen to it so much. Yeah, did you get into it? Was there a specific person you kind of saw first?
Like, of the anti-flats?
I guess out of all of out of all the people. I mean, I saw Matt Powerland. I think that was the first guy I kind of saw.
Yeah, I saw him probably first. I saw Witsit. Witsit got me to 24/7, actually.
Witsit. I don't know if I've heard of Wits. Maybe that's more of a recent person. Witsit.
Not really. He's a mod on 24/7. He's got like a pretty big YouTube channel now. It wasn't that big. I started listening to him. I just found him on YouTube, and he kept promoting the Discord. So I was like, I'm gonna go in there and check it out. Finally, 2 years ago.
Oh, didn't he just have? Okay, yes, I just saw him. He was the guy that debated on. Oh my god, what is the name of that show? Infowars.
Yes, that's him.
Okay, yeah, I didn't watch too much of it yet. I remember seeing. I was like, wow, I can't believe Infowars is actually having a debate.
Yeah, and Witsit's like a dude that just started on 24/7, going big time.
Good for him.
Yeah.
I mean, it's about time Infowars talked about it, because for the longest time I was very surprised they never brought it up.
He has a bunch of ether theories and stuff that the FED boys really hate, so there's some beef there. I don't really follow along with him anymore anyway. It was sort of more when I was just getting going, but yeah. Yeah, good for him.
Ether. Oh, he has ether theories of what's causing certain drifts. Yeah, I mean, that ether theory's been around forever, right?
This is where they would ask you, what is it?
Oh, I know. That's what I mean. Isn't that what the whole Michelson-Morley, what's it called, Sagnac kind of thing? They were trying to show some sort of force separate from these that we're used to. Yeah, I feel like it's their dark matter, dark energy. Like it's the same thing. When they make fun of us for ether, it's like, what's dark matter, dark energy then?
Yeah, I guess you could call that an ether theory.
It totally is. You know, it's like it's as though they just kind of rebrand what maybe they've already have possibly discovered, and then just made their own story of it. You know?
Yeah, I don't know. Doesn't seem to be much for verifiability in that area.
Yeah, I can't believe that's what the gods would breathe. Isn't that crazy? That's what the Greek gods would breathe, was ether. It's like there's that idea of some other medium. Maybe it's negligible. But
I wouldn't know how to how to begin to go about testing that one.
Oh, I know. You might be able to find curvature before ether. Not really.
Yeah. Well, at least that's tangible.
Go ahead. What'd you say?
If it exists, it's tangible.
Yes. Yeah, at least that would be tangible. Some sort of drop. Yeah, the ether thing, I wouldn't even know. Because even taking a vacuum out, there's still stuff in there. You know, is the stuff just thinner of the same air that was taken out? You know, it's like you can't even take out everything from a vacuum. So even if you did, where's ether? You know, it's so strange. I gotta listen to this guy. I wonder if his approach is how his approach is. I'm not a big fan of what's his name. He can kind of hang out with Jeranism a little bit. Oh my god, David.
You mean Dave?
Dave down the rabbit hole. Is that him? He's
yeah.
Inside the rabbit hole. Yeah, I don't know if he's changed his the way he, I don't know. There's just something. I know he delivers certain points that are good, but there's something about him. I'm not so sure.
I mean, he speculates. There's a
Yeah,
lot of fantasy stuff. I think, I don't know, I'm biased, but I think we kind of do it better.
Oh yeah. This is, I've had some of the best conversations here. Probably out of all the least discords or debates. I used to go into Gem Pandas all the time, and they're just ruthless in there. Some of them, you got to really chummy up to them to not get them to insult you that day. But I think they banned me from there. I'm not sure why. Used to go into Nathan Oakley's a long time ago, but I feel like this is the best one. Probably has the best potential for momentum too, for getting more mainstream. Do you stream on X at all, or just on YouTube? I wonder if this is on X. It'd be interesting, or at least Rumble too. I don't know if it takes how much energy it takes to do all that.
What's up?
Howdy doody.
It's cool. How about you?
We're just talking a bunch of nonsense and talking about past people who are bringing up Earth.
All right.
What have you been doing?
I don't know. I've been doing business, I guess. I've been
Yeah?
selling fish.
Fish?
Yeah, I'm a fisher. I like selling fish.
Yeah.
I'm my own businessman. I like to wake up at 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. or late in the evening and take my corn on and just fish.
Yeah. Catfishing? Are you like for people or for actual fish in the water?
No, actual fish, like actual fish.
Okay. Yeah, and then you sell
Yeah.
the fish, or it's just your meal?
No, I sell the fish. I like to eat it, but I also sell it.
Yeah, that's a good living right
Yeah,
there. That's an
yeah.
honest living. You go out there. I've seen some barehanded catfishers. I mean, that's incredible stuff. I don't know if you're doing that. You got a rod, I'm sure.
No, I do have. I've multiple rods. Like I'm on my own, right? So I have like 4 rods in my car. So when I go fishing, I just pop the corn on the rods and just put it in the water.
Corn is bait.
Yeah, corn. Corn is very good bait. They really like corn. The fish,
What fish?
I don't know what they are called in English. I don't live in the United States, so I don't know. But they are pretty nice. They have a how can I explain in English? If I can describe it, maybe you'll know. They have like a pinkish fins and like a bronzy type of scale, like bronze type of scales. And yeah, I mean they're European, so I don't know if you guys have it over there, but yeah.
I mean, we do have pink. I mean, yeah. I mean, obviously, it's not a salmon or a tuna or a trout.
Yeah, no salmon, no salmon.
Yeah.
Yeah, trout. No, yeah, there's some trout. Yeah, but my trout rod broke unfortunately. So yeah, it pulled so hard it just fucking ripped my old rod, and I
Oh
have
my
to
God.
kind of glue it now because I don't know, it's just old plastic and it's not even my rod, it's my dad's.
So you're still making it work, and that fish has got a hook in its mouth somewhere, probably.
Yeah. I got really pissed off. I went to with my girlfriend to fish, and she's just like, "Oh, there is no fish." And I was like, "Oh shit, I caught like 2 fish already." And she's like, "Oh, there are no fish." And I said, "Yeah, there are fish. Look at me, like I already caught 2." No. Oh,
She
why
probably
can't
feels.
I catch fish? Yeah, because you're impatient. You have to kind of be patient for this shit.
Did she just immediately start reeling, or did she wait?
No, she waited. Okay, I pluck up like after half an hour. I pluck up 2 fish, Like she already packed her rod and everything, and then she started unpacking the rod, standing there for 10 minutes, and then she packed the rod back up again. And it's like, bruh.
You got to teach her the ways. Teach her the ways
Yeah.
of your ancestors.
I also make advertisements. That's my like second thing.
About your
I like
fish?
making ads. No, making ads for small businesses. That's what I do.
Should make an ad for how you sell your fish, though, in a way.
No, they sell pretty well. I'm not trying to make a
Yeah,
big
what's up,
thing out of it.
broskies?
Then I have another
champion?
thing.
Go ahead.
Then I have another thing that I'm working on, but it's something that is pretty innovative, but I'm not gonna tell you. So I guess it will just pop off in like fucking, I don't know, 3 years, and I'll
Then
just
tell us and say, hey, remember that idea I told you about? I wasn't going to tell you that was mine.
There was one idea that the fucking that people, well, not people actually, that people already thought before me, or like no, before after me. I had this prototype of a wireless rechargeable like computer mouse and keyboard.
Go on,
and
let me write this down.
Yeah, no, they already made it. Too late.
Oh.
They already patented it. Yeah. Yeah, kind of too late. I had this idea 6 years ago, and I kind of like, should I?
You have
I
to
didn't
act
risk
on
it.
it.
Yeah, I know, but it's too late. The people already
Well,
came
next
up
time
with
you
it.
do it, because a lot of people
Yeah.
get ideas and they don't act on it. So then the next
Yeah.
time, do it. Please write it down.
Yeah.
Implement it, because
Yeah.
otherwise, someone's going to think of it.
Yeah, I know,
you're-
and like I'm also a university student, so there was these Corsair representatives, like Corsair, they do a bunch of shit, and
never
I
heard of
talked to them about that idea. Okay, they make keyboards and mice and
Ah.
shit, and I told them about the idea, and they're just like, shit, man, you kind of too late, because we are shorting everything, every old piece of shit that is wired right now, and we'll like pump out, fucking wireless shit in like 2 years. It's
Yeah.
like, fuck.
I think, I would wait because
yeah, sorry.
they're going to start applying AI to all the technologies we have and
Mm.
say, hey, look, reconfigure this to make it more feasible, more cheap. So I would wait until the AI starts scanning every piece of information to start reevaluating and reconfiguring, because then you're going to have to keep up with that type of obsolete. You know what I mean? That's going to be insane.
Well, basically, my idea has been already fucking in gears. I mean, the keyboard thing, and
Oh, yeah.
of course there is like the companies like Razer and Corsair, they already have this shit figured out, and I'm kind of too late to the party. And it's
Well,
like,
okay,
yeah,
at least you got the right place. Now you just need the right time to do it. You just need
Yeah,
to
I
find your
know,
timing.
yeah.
You're getting the ideas, though. That's a huge thing. Your antenna is
Mm.
working. All right,
Mm.
you're definitely channeling the right ideas. So
Mm.
just piece them together faster
Yeah.
and get on it. Don't sit on
Yeah.
it. Get on it.
I
Don't sit
know.
on it.
I don't know. I kind of diversified the shit I'm doing. Like, I don't know. It's kind of weird. Plus, I work on
Yeah,
a shitty
sometimes.
job.
Yeah, that time does take up.
Yeah. I
But
hate
maybe
working
it's
as a
just.
merchandiser.
Well, maybe
Sorry.
it's only lessons for future. So when you do have the time, you don't procrastinate, because you'll remember, oh man, I have these ideas. I know they work. This time I have the time. It'll work. It's gonna make
I
it.
only work because in the future I just want to procrastinate. I want to be lazy as fuck. I want to just sit there, smoke my cigar, and drink expensive whiskey. That's all I want.
Why don't you be a whiskey
Yeah.
man? Go work on a whiskey if you really like it that much. I mean, maybe get into that too.
I don't like working anything. I just
Oh,
force
you got to
myself to
work
do
to
shit.
live.
That's the thing. I just want to be rich, and I'm trying to come up with shit to be rich and to earn a shit ton of money, and that's it. That's all I
Well,
want.
you got to sustain that too, because the top 1% do not stay the
No,
top 1%.
I don't want to be 1%er. I want to just get in money and do nothing and just have.
Well,
the
do you know what
shit,
do you know how much money the top 1%?
a shit ton?
No. I can't remember. It's a lot less than what you think to be considered top 1% when you think of relative incomes.
Are you talking about millionaires or billionaires?
I mean, that's a whole other. I think that's even a fraction of the 1%.
Yeah. So no, I just want to earn enough money to just sustain my lazy ass life.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you got to work like 20 years to get that away.
Yeah, that's why I'm coming
unless you're
up with
born
shit
into it.
now, and that's why I diversify my shit. A little bit of crypto. I don't trust crypto at all, but I see that it has brought a little bit of that success, so I just kind of put a little bit of money into that, like a little, like $100, We'll see what
Mhm.
$100 will give me in the future. But yeah, I mean,
Like
we'll see.
crypto, it's like crypto roulette. You know, you're putting money on all
Yeah,
the
exactly. Yeah,
all
exactly.
the
Yeah, exactly.
cryptos.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not about to become Andrew Tate or anything. I don't even fucking want that type of lifestyle. I don't know. I just want peace and quiet, you know? And peace and quiet is very expensive and very hard to buy.
Yeah, you know, the
Yeah.
top 1% in America is 540,000 per year.
Have you noticed that the water's flat when you're out fishing?
Can you believe that?
I don't care if it's flat or not, as long as it brings me fish.
Yeah. Just wonder if you noticed that though.
Yeah,
I
what
don't
you
know. I don't
thinking?
know.
Looking at the horizon, all the days fishing.
I don't know. I mostly focus on the fish, more than I focus on horizons. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's like my
can't
fish, you know.
can't swing out your bait to the horizon.
I don't know anything about that. I just know how to catch fish. I know how to make ads, catch fish, be a pizza delivery boy, and work at a gas station.
That's
And work
good.
as a merchandiser.
You're doing honest work, man. Most
I
people
know.
can't even handle one job.
I know it's crazy, but I see, since it's like this, I see the competition dwindling and me, you know, like squeezing by. You know what I mean? Like maybe squeeze myself into a good position in life.
Man,
That's why.
you're gonna get rewarded for doing all this work. You
Yeah.
just give it time. You're gonna, because you're activated and you make
Yeah.
yourself activated. You won't be slumming and sitting in some cubicle or some, you know,
Yeah,
small
no, I
ringy ding
feel
dingy
you.
place. You can
Yeah.
sense it in you. You got the power and potential of, you know,
Yeah, but
CEO kind of stuff.
not gonna lie, but I hate all of it. You know, it's just fucking tormenting me. It's so much shit I already do, and I even pile more just to earn more and do more and fucking
Say
and just I don't know, man. It's just a
something's gonna
lot.
So
pop
why do you
off
think
though.
it's a globe?
What?
Yeah, why do you think it's a globe?
Why do I think it's a globe? I don't know, man. I don't know. Why is my penis shaped like a penis? I don't know, man. It just is. That's it. You know.
It
Some
just
people
is a
are.
globe.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I just know that things are just the way they are, and I don't have the energy to question that.
Right, you go outside, see a globe, and say, "I don't have the energy to question this."
Yeah, I have more important shit to do, man.
I don't see any globe.
Okay, cool. Good for you, man.
See that sun move?
I don't like when the sun moves. I'd rather have it never exist. I don't like the sun.
Come on. It
I
provides
like.
everything for us.
I know that, but fuck, I hate summer and I hate how hot things get, and I don't like that. I like when it's cold. I wish everything just snowed all year,
You
all
want to
year
go to
round.
Antarctica?
Yeah, I actually I wed. Well, it's a little wish, you know what I mean? It's a little wish, you know, just living in isolation. You know, I love isolation.
Ice. Oh, I see. And it's cold too. So you're saying isolation.
Exactly.
I see what you
No,
did.
no, that was not a intended pun. I didn't really think
I
about
see
that.
what you did. I mean, I don't even know if Antarctica is fully cold. I mean, I've heard theories of multiple things. So who knows what they're
Yeah.
dealing with down over there? You know, I
Yeah,
don't know. Have you looked
if I
much in?
don't yeah. If I
Go
don't get
ahead.
to if I don't get to Antarctica, I'll probably move to the taiga forest or something like that.
The Tiger Force.
The taiga forest. You know what the taiga
Oh,
forest?
the
Yeah.
Tiger Force. I didn't know the rapper had his. I didn't know he had a forest. What do you mean?
In Russia, the taiga forest
Oh
stretching
my
from
God!
Eastern
I'm
Europe to
thinking the
Siberia.
hip hop artist. I was like,
No,
what
no,
kind of
I
shit are
don't
you
listen.
into, man?
I don't listen to hip hop. It's not my kind of deal.
Tiger Force in Russia. Is that some sort of protected forest by the?
No, not really. It's just a very, very wild and dense forest covered with hills and mountains, and it's very fucking isolated, and I love it. And sometimes very cold.
Waldenskiept. I think there's a word called that, where it's like a German word. You just have the utmost permeation in complete solitude in the forest,
Yeah,
where
I like
you're
solitude.
yeah,
Yeah, people
peaceful
in real
place to
life,
be.
people in real life are just too much work, man. Just I want to
Yeah,
earn my shit and just get the fuck out. You know what I mean?
I get you. I think you need doses of both. A lot of the monks, when you ask them, I've seen some of these interviews where they talk to monks or people that go on sabbaticals for long periods of time. The number one thing they miss is people. You know, I don't know how long you've been away from people at one time.
I don't know. I'm just forced to deal with people, and it's not like, oh my god, I hate every human being, you know. But
Okay,
like,
good.
yeah, I'm not like, oh my god, fuck all human beings or something. No, it's
Yeah.
just like I don't like this. I don't like being part of society and shit. I just want to be myself, you know. I just want to be in my little corner. That's it, you know, in my little bunker. Yeah.
Yeah, little doses of that help clear the mind.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
then,
Yeah, I work better when it's peace and quiet. That's the best.
And it's wild though. Some people work better in Times Square, like a coffee
Yeah.
shop right in the middle of Times Square with subway noises and whistles.
Exactly,
Like, man,
annoyances, crying kids, and all that. Man, I don't deal with that. That's what I have to fucking endure right now. Fucking crying people, walking, fucking talking about it, loads of shit, a lot of annoying people. And it's
you'd
like, no,
rather
I don't like that.
you want to be in the woods, stationary. You're just
Yeah,
sitting on
yeah.
this kind of plain earth, and you're just looking up as the calendar moves above you. You know.
Yeah, yeah. Plus, I like urban exploring, and since the taiga forest is full of like a lot of abandoned Soviet shit, it would be really fucking cool to just go around and do that. I like to. I like
Hunt for breakfast.
yeah.
Jeez, that would take some work.
Yeah.
Can't have fish every day.
No, but eventually, you know, you have to learn everything like I do right now, right? I have a car, it broke. I take a few hours to kind of assume what's up, diagnose it, see if my diagnosis is correct, buy the part, figure out how to put in the part, put it together, and make it work again.
Re-engineer
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. What?
It's like you're re-engineering it. You're figuring out yourself.
Yeah, I like doing that. I in like 2 months. I don't have any like any paper technical background or you know like in mechanics or something, but I'm getting like like a little what do you call it? I'm getting a like I know this guy who works at a mechanic shop and I talked to him and he agreed to like you know, teach me shit. Okay, so I'm going over there and I told him I want you to teach me all the basics. Okay, I want to be able to work like this. You know, I want to be able to change most, you know, basic or common shit on a car. You know, and be hired here. And that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to fire myself from my job because it's shit anyway. And I'd rather enjoy working with mechanics that I know, that I've worked for and made ads for, rather than annoying people that and even my annoying company who bans listening to music and expects you to just fucking be a robot and do nothing. The only thing that the job has taught me is probably how pathetic everything is. Well, most of the things are, and how to, you know, zone out just to get through the day. Just to, you know, yeah, you can't listen to music, you can't distract yourself with anything. They just say focus on work, but the work is fucking easy, and it's boring, and it's physically fucking demanding. And
Well,
the
what
only thing you
if
can do
music
is zone
makes you
out.
better?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. You have to be quote unquote professional.
Yeah, their work environment is the only environment that exists,
Yeah.
and you will obey it. And pretty soon they'll tell you what to eat. Pretty soon they'll tell you how to dress. You know,
That's why I kind of want to leave this shit.
and then you're in a communist country.
No, not really. It's just, what can I say? It's fucking corporate. Everything's corporate nowadays. There's no like.
Sometimes they're telling you work from home now, though.
Yeah, I guess.
So it's like,
I've already tried. I worked at a call center and got myself fired the first day because I didn't like scamming 90-year-old fucking social security grubbers, you know.
oh yeah, that's good for you.
Yeah, I know.
That's a job to get fired from.
Yeah, it's like first day, call a bunch of fucking people that are already in retirement and trying to fucking fish money out of them with like a fake fucking with a fake insurance. And
Oh
the
yeah,
whole and the whole environment is fucking toxic. They just like Oh, but we're helping people. Like, bro, you're just convincing people to buy scam to like subscribe to that shit. I don't
No,
do it.
you're comforting them to live more conveniently, knowing that if
Yeah,
something
yeah,
happens, knowing if they poop their diapers, they have insurance for that.
yeah. No, yeah,
You know?
no. It's like identity protection insurance. I don't get it. Identity protection is what? Okay, okay. What happens if somebody takes your identity? Like, who's gonna take our identity? What 70-year-old man would take another 70-year-old man's identity? Like, what are the odds of that happening? You know, crazy.
I
Like,
mean,
look,
they might just to open up other accounts, or I mean,
yeah,
I wouldn't.
but
I'm sure the scammers. I put no age limit on scammers. Okay, I don't care
yeah,
how old
yeah,
you
yeah,
are. Even a child. I don't trust a
yeah,
child
yeah,
anymore.
yeah. I got fired from from a big chain, big store chain, because I said that one coworker came up to me and just asked me, "Oh, don't you like that job? But this job is so rewarding. It's so much fun. Like very fucking annoying and autistic." And I I told her, like, I asked her, "Do you really want to know? Do you really?" "Yeah, I want to know." I said, "Fuck, this store chain sucks dick." She went to the boss, fucking squealed on me, and I got fired the first day. No, that
Man,
was the second day. That was the second day.
you need a job where you fire people, because it seems like you
Yeah,
like it.
I'd like that. Yeah, that would be a dream job. Not gonna lie, I would love to fire people.
They got plenty of jobs like that. You go look into how to fire people jobs, and then you go around the country and get to fire people.
Yeah, that's actually somebody told me that 2 years ago, and I still think of that. It would be just beautiful.
That's your dream job that you're sitting on. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
You need to
yeah,
get it. You need to get it. Don't sit it. You know what I mean? I could see you firing me one day.
yeah. The thing is, in Europe, there aren't a lot of jobs like that where you can just fire people. There are like
Yeah.
protections or whatnot, and it's just fucking. It's
An
just
AI is gonna fire people soon.
yeah, yeah,
They're gonna send you a hot, cute little AI avatar to fire you.
yeah, yeah. I don't know, man. I just try to do my best with whatever I have right now.
Keep to your fishing, watching that horizon. Keep to your forest and that
Yeah.
stationary feeling.
Yeah, I got a advertisement request today, and I have to Friday to complete it for like a
Ooh.
small business. So I mean, that's pretty cool.
What is it for? Like plant soil?
No, no, no. It's for another gas station. Gas stations usually like to
Sweet.
request from me, like advertisements or whatnot. Plus, it's
Like
pretty
we.
good because these guys coming back, like always. They always come back. They want more
Mm-hmm.
advertisements, but I'm cheapest on the market, so I mean, it's like, well, you could call it freelancing, I guess. Yeah. Um, People go to me to do that because they don't want to pay like what 1,500 for like a very fucking professional company to do that. And the only thing that I'm doing right now is I don't know, trying to grab up some money for like a professional, like a good professional camera and a drone, so I can actually make like very good shots of shit.
Shit.
Yeah.
What are you trying to capture?
I'm trying to capture whatever they want me to capture. I mean,
For the clients.
yeah, the client tells me what they want, and I make it seen. That's what I do.
You take what's in their head and put it out into reality.
Yeah, exactly. I put it on a screen or on a billboard or something like that, or on an ad board. That's what I do. Of course, I'm making pennies doing that, but it's still something.
Today, yes, but you're building an empire here. It's a slow empire.
I know. Slow empire, but I'm trying to spread my wings, just get people to recommend me well, no, I actually don't do that. I want it to be natural, I don't want oh, can you
You are
recommend
the
me to somebody?
wings beneath my shoulder.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
you're spreading the shit out of those wings, baby. Come
Yeah.
on.
I want to spread the shit. I don't want to
You're
become
gonna,
famous. I just want to make money. Make a lot of
yeah,
money.
that's the mentality now. Is people don't care about the fame as much. They just want the money, and it's
Yeah.
working hard, and you don't want to attach your face to the money.
Yeah. I don't like I don't like showing myself. There was one time where I showed myself on an ad, and that's it. One time.
You
I
shot
hated it.
yourself? What, you had like
No.
a bulletproof
Yeah.
vest on?
No, somebody. No, I was in an advertisement.
Oh my god! I thought you were doing like a. I went literal. You shot yourself for an ad. It's like, damn, you put yourself in
Yeah.
like a paintball gun.
Yeah, no, making ads, it's not bad. It's better, like it's pretty good. But being in an ad is fucking terrible. I hate it. I hate showing my face. I don't like showing myself
You got an
to
ugly
people.
mug.
No, it's not that I'm ugly. It's more that I just don't like to make myself public.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just this piece of integrity that keeps me from like having TikTok or any social media and shit because I don't know why.
Some cultures thought if you took their pictures, your soul was being escaped from your body.
Yeah.
It's like, wow.
Yeah. I
My
know.
soul, parts of my soul are out floating in the ether.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't like to show myself in ads. I mean, I've been recommended to work in like with my face and with my looks, but I just had to say no. I don't like that.
Well, and it's hard to find the balance of if a camera's on you, do you act the same as when a camera's not on you?
Yeah.
Are you able to do that yet, where you can act the exact same?
No. My opinion, my life is a little bit too controversial for me to show myself. I don't like that.
You a pimp?
No, I'm not a pimp. No. No, I just don't. I just like being by myself. I don't like to be
Yeah.
recognized or anything. It's crazy.
Yeah, you want that extroversion a little bit. Or introversion, I mean.
Yeah, it's fucking. And people ask me, "Oh, what's your Instagram?" And I'm just like, "I don't have Instagram." What? It's like
You have introgram.
Yeah, no. I just like my integrity. There's
Yeah.
this. Yeah.
Well, some
I'm not
people
afraid.
don't. Yeah, you don't need to highlight all your life.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not afraid to talk to people. I don't feel any fucking anxiety. I can't believe people feel anxiety for just talking to people, but I just don't like it. That's it. I just don't like to talk to people.
Well, maybe you've heard so many stories, you've been there, done that, you don't have much to learn yet, or maybe you've felt like you've fulfilled a certain part of yourself that hasn't been challenged, and maybe you need something else to challenge you, and these people aren't doing that. So.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe because I'm just too honest. Usually when when they ask me for my opinion, I don't like to sugarcoat it. I just say how it is and just stop
You're
talking.
making better friends with the fish.
Yeah, exactly. Because fish stay quiet. They don't care. They don't listen. This is the best type of friend I have. Yeah.
The mob said the same thing.
Yeah. Me, my fish, and my car. That's all really. And my girlfriend, I guess. Yeah.
Okay, at least you got her.
Yeah, she's there. She's she's kind of the same. Maybe a little temperamental sometimes, but still. Yeah.
It sounds like an indie rom-com. You and your girl fishing in your car, and you got your poles out your window, fishing off the dock.
Yeah. Thank God I bought my fucking car 4 years ago. I bought a sports car that was worth $3,000. Now in my country, it's worth like $7,000 to $9,000. That was a good investment.
How'd you score that? Did you won? Did you win that thing on a game show or something?
No. It just I picked it off from some rich kid who literally just destroyed like the suspension ruined, the fucking engine was fucking spark plugs never changed, the gas tank leaked, fucking a lot of shit. But I finally just like fixed
I'm
it
with
up a
you
little.
there.
Yeah, the only thing that's left is probably motor mounts and the suspension because both of them are fucking shot.
Oh, I had a beater once. The window didn't work. It was down all the time on my side of the driver's. The door didn't work. I had to climb out of it like a race car. And it was not cool. Every time it rained, it soaked in the interior, and it stunk like an old wet dog factory or something. Horrible stuff. And then I got a homeless man sleeping in the back once because they could get in so easy, and I ended up taking him to the convenient mart. But I couldn't believe he was sleeping in the back.
I don't know.
Insane.
It was not that terrible for me. At least it had like this one conditioner, that blows like smell air or something inside. Well, other than that, it's pretty fine. I mean, I don't know. It just
a few air fresheners in there.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it took me 2 years to at least get it well running. And I even told him, like, I even asked him, what issues are there with the car? I drove five hours over there. Like, I went by train 5 hours to like the other end of the country just to buy it from him. And I asked him, bro, I'm not going empty handed. I'll buy the car as long as you tell me what's wrong with it. And he just told me, oh no, everything's fine. There's just like small things. There's like I bought it and there's like fuck. He couldn't be honest with me. Like he knew that I would buy it anyway, but he couldn't just tell me what's up. You know.
It's fucked.
Yeah, it's fucked. But I did what I did, and I just kind of fixed it up, and not that bad anymore.
Well, at least you did that. Some people just throw it away, give it to the next guy.
Yeah, I know. It's pretty stupid. I even found the original owner who imported it, and he was very fucking proud of that car. I found him on an old car website from like 2003. And I was like, bro, I got you car, you know? And he's like, oh my god, I'm the second owner because he imported it from Germany or something like that. And you know, and I said, fuck, man. Like I wrote in that old ass thread nobody was responding to for like fucking 10 years. And it's like, I got your car, man. It's in fucking miserable condition, but you know, I'm fixing that shit up. Yeah.
Showed him what he could have had. Show him his beautiful baby. He's missing out on.
Yeah, I know, and yeah, I kind of did what I did. That's why I can just drive around my sports car and just have fun. Yeah, it's not the best thing in the world, but I'm not really looking for a Bugatti or something. It's just like what I have. I like the car.
You take care of it though. Don't you blow it out, and don't you start trying to impress your girlfriend doing donuts like a jackass in the middle of an intersection.
Yeah, I don't like doing that. I don't want to ruin the shit out of it. I don't want to, you know.
Yeah, I did a few donuts myself and ended up crashing into a few light poles. So don't do that. I don't care how hot the girl is. I don't care what size of cup she's got up top. You know,
yeah,
it's not.
There was
It's
this
not
guy.
a good idea.
This one guy. I was standing in the parking lot, and this one guy wanted to impress his girl, right? And he started doing donuts with his BMW M5 from like 2023 or something like that, and he started doing donuts and burnouts and shit. And he kind of then after like 10-15 minutes, he came out of the car, looked around if something had popped off.
Yep.
Yeah,
Probably
and
holding
then he went,
in his barf.
Yeah, and then he like drove away, but I found like M5 badges on the ground and took them myself.
Oh,
and there's like, oh,
Yoink.
This is what he was looking for, huh? The fucking M5 badges. Wow, it's crazy.
Now you can get into clubs with those things now.
Yeah, I can just pop those on my JDM Toyota and just fucking drive off. Wow.
Get out of tickets.
Yeah, exactly. I can just put fucking M5 badges on my. Wow, that's stupid. Who the fuck would do that? Oh. But yeah,
Man, you got a rock star life going on. Fishing,
no, it's
doing
pretty fun. It's pretty rocky.
Rocky Star, not rock star.
Yeah.
All right, so let's move it on to the topic of the channel.
I kind of took like a break from the universe.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna mute you, whatever your unintelligible name is, until you want to talk about the topic. If you're confused about what the topic is, just check the name of the channel. Any questions? You good to go, or what do you think?
You do, man.
All right, so yeah, we got Dyer 4126.
I think he came in for a little R&R.
I got a phone call here. Shoot.
Morning.
Take it.
Oh, anyway, Dyer, why do you think that you're on the globe?
Oh, I'm like a fence sitter. I've just been listening the last few days.
All right. Well, sorry for that loaded question.
Did your fence stay level to elevation, or does that fence curve?
It's a metaphorical fence, so I don't really.
All right, Humpty Dumpty. No, that was a wall. That was a wall. Sorry. I guess you're safe on that.
Try not to fall off.
You didn't find talent very convincing? Be right back.
Say again.
Did Talon convincing? I guess that was some guy trying to convince everybody something.
Well, I just joined. I don't know.
I just joined.
What's up, brother Boo?
What were you guys talking about?
Well, there was a gentleman in here kind of going on. We were talking about donuts, driving donuts in your car.
Yeah.
And we were talking about fishing and stuff. And then we kind of got into Antarctica, a little bit of the horizon. But then I think he just wanted to talk about just kind of a life story, just kind of come in here and,
Dude, they gave away
Harry's heart.
Stingray and Price is Right. That's fucking awesome.
I thought he won something on The Price is Right. He said he didn't. But then someone else just said, did someone convince you about something? I don't know what that was referring to. Yeah.
Did everybody see the Aurora Borealis over the weekend?
I did. I saw some stuff saying HARP was testing things during the 10th through the 15th, and I don't know if that has anything to do with it.
No, it's a geomagnetic storm from the sun.
Yeah, I know. It was just such a strange timing where it's like, damn, that fuels conspiracy theories, Did you guys get to see it?
What?
Did you see the extravagant colors?
I saw it in 2004 when it was 20 years ago, but I'm in Chicago, so there's just way too much light pollution.
Ah, man.
There's no way I was going to see it with a Wrigley Field lit up right next door.
Oh my god, that'd be incredible to get a home run during those lights.
My brother sent me a bunch of really cool pictures from where I saw it last. So there's a lot of really nice colors. When I saw it, it was just green, but it looks like those really nice colors from this one.
I wonder how far latitude that thing could get eventually. If whatever
How
that
big
was.
it is.
Yeah, whatever's causing it, could that thing just cross the whole damn plane?
Yeah, more or less, but it's usually just like the top of the ball.
Band outward all the way to and get every latitude. That'd be
It
incredible.
was down in Australia, if that.
You saw it in Australia?
Yeah.
No, you didn't.
Yeah.
You saw the Aurora Borealis' magnetic field in Australia.
I didn't see it because I didn't know it was happening, but yeah, that happened here.
Oh, God. That's a sky event.
Yeah, even Australia saw it. Aurora Australis. It's technically called the Aurora Australis for southern.
Yeah, I've heard of that
It must
one.
have been like the whole storm must have hit both sides, north and south.
Okay, I was going to say the north one traveled that far.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, it's just like the hemisphere thing. Like when it's in the south, it's the same lights. It's just when it's in the south, it's the southern lights. When it's in the north, it's the northern lights.
Yeah, I've been playing around with the spherical magnet actually, and I noticed there's no attraction on the equator, really at all. And I'm sure if you expand,
spin it real fast. You gotta spin it like a motherfucker.
Oh, rotating it makes things attract.
No. I mean, it's not big enough. Obviously, it's not big enough, but I'm sure if you spun it, it'll do things.
I'm not so sure. I mean, because I'm looking at the fields too, and they're thick. Those fields are real thick at the poles, apparently, and at the equator, they seem to really spread out. And yeah, I'm just it's just fascinating how you could have a uniform field around it, blocking all the radiation. Maybe you don't. I'm not sure. Well, I mean, I'm just trying to figure out how is the radiation
Didn't you say
field protect?
Didn't you say the magnetic field around the ball that you had was repelling everything?
No. So it attracted everywhere but the equator. And so I'm thinking, man, these magnetic fields are really weak at the equator, like significantly weaker than the poles. And so I'm trying to figure out how much, like, is the magnetic sphere on the heliocentric model, is it a uniform thickness? Or does it reflect how magnetic fields? Well, I'm basing off of magnetic fields on a sphere. It seems as though the magnetic field would be weaker, a lot weaker around the equator as to the poles. And so I'm wondering how the magnetosphere works. I haven't looked into it much. I'm not assuming you have either.
I mean, I just looked up. Force is weaker in the middle of the magnet. Poles are
No, on the heliocentric model. is the magnetic sphere that's surrounding Earth protecting it, the barrier protecting it from the radiation. Is that a uniform?
Okay.
So you found out that it was weaker at the
Well, it's a
equators.
magnet. It's weaker. It's like weakest in the middle and strongest at the poles. But it's like envelops the whole planet. Still like a field.
Well, envelops the whole planet, but
right. But it's just
but
weaker.
not uniformly.
It's still like working. It's relative to the poles. The equator is weaker. There's still like a magnetic shield around the Earth. It's just the sides are not as strong as the poles.
So
It's not that there's no field in the at the equator. It's just weaker at the equator.
Yeah, because I'm not getting an attraction. Like I'll take metal things and I'll get it at the poles, but once I hit like a certain distance on the equator, no attraction whatsoever. So it's almost like
that's right. So it's weaker.
There's no field whatsoever.
No, it's just weak.
It's
There's
really
still
weak.
field there. It's just weaker.
Yeah. So it's interesting to think that you'd be creating a magnetic sphere of protection, but it's just so much weaker at the equator, but it's still protecting.
That's why you see the northern aurora borealis at the north and south poles and not the equator, because they're strongest at the poles. So that's why.
I understand. I'm just talking about radiation protection, like the barrier. There's some sort of barrier that's protecting in the heliocentric model. So I'm just trying to figure out how a uniform barrier is working. If the magnetic fields are
what are you confused about? Like what do you like? I don't understand what you're confused about. You're explaining it.
No. Is the magnetic sphere that's surrounding Earth, is that also weak at the equator?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I got to look up then more.
Yeah, it's just weaker. It doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter.
Well, yeah. So if it's weaker, it's like isn't that going to be worse for protecting Earth? Like it's
not. It's not like it's so weak that it doesn't protect. It still does all the protecting. It's just not as strong.
That's well, I mean, you can think about it either way. So we know that the sun moves over the equator. I mean, so is the magnetic field always there and just getting beaten down by the sun where it travels the most? I mean, is it the field being weak or weakened? You know,
it's just the weakest point of the field.
Yeah, why?
It's furthest away from the poles.
Yeah,
the further away from the poles you get, the
weaker
weaker it is.
You're affirming the consequent by saying that that's the reason, because it's furthest away. You just could be just that the sun travels over the equator.
The magnetic sphere changes because of the sun?
No, it's just that the magnitude, the strength of the field is weakened because it's furthest from the poles, right? I mean, that could be just the correlation that you're making.
Fact. That's the fact.
Well, it's also
that's how magnets work.
It's also a fact that the sun moves over the equator.
Right. Do you know how magnetism works?
Well, I don't know. I see where the sun moves.
Well, that's gravity. The sun moving is gravity.
So it's just a coincidence. That's what I'm asking. It's a coincidence that where the sun moves is where the field is weakest.
No.
Or do you not know about magnetism?
Just the magnetism.
It's just a coincidence.
Doing that. Yeah. The sun doesn't care about our magnetic field. I'm sure it's got a magnetic field too. I mean, let's Google it. Now we got to find out if the sun has it.
No, just speak to the sun. Ask the sun.
Yes, the sun has a magnetic field. But the sun's going through fusion, so it's like plasma as opposed to like an iron core of Earth. It's a star, so it's different kind of.
So we see the sun. You can see the sun in the North Pole, at the North Pole.
Yeah.
It's just weaker. Why is it weaker? It's because it's further, or because of the magnetic field?
The sun at the North Pole?
I guess the sun, yeah.
Oh, that's just distance farther away at the pole, because the Earth is tilted on its axis, so it's further away from the sun.
Like seasons.
Yeah.
So when the sun's further, it's weaker.
Right. It gets colder.
Yeah, when the sun is far away, it's cold.
No. Well, yeah.
Yes or no? Ask the sun. Ask the sun.
we're tilting away from the sun. We are getting further away from the sun. The sun's staying in the same place. That's what I was disagreeing with. We are tilting away from the sun.
How do you? The elevation angle that we measure during the summer versus the winter is different. So therefore,
because the Earth is on an axis, so it
right.
tilts away from the sun when it goes around.
So the two straight lines that we draw, the vertex and the angle that's gained, the elevation angle to the sun, shows that the sun is. Well, it doesn't show distance, does it?
Show distance? What about? Well, the distance.
Oh, the angle. You don't get distance from an angle, right?
The distance changes. Right. Well, that's the thing is that the angle can tell, like, depending on the angle, will tell you the distance.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, that's how you do it.
You're making stuff up.
Nope. This is facts.
Triangulation of the sun tells you the distance. You can triangulate the sun and know the distance of the sun. I think you're making it up.
Making up trigonometry? No, it's
On
trigonometry.
the fly, like up in the sky.
I'm not making up trigonometry. It's just that it just is.
Yeah. So then we measure the angle in the winter and the sun, and the angle is more acute, or
right, because the sun's up directly above our heads.
No,
whereas in the winter it's down low, so it's at a different angle.
Right, just a different angle.
So you can see that, and then as it gets colder, you can see that it's farther away from the thing that's providing us.
That's what I'm trying to kind of drill you down on. So cold, lower angle, further away.
Right, because it's like when light comes in, when light comes in from an angle, it takes longer to get to us, so it's not as direct.
It makes sense. I'm not knocking. I think that makes perfect sense, and it kind of aligns with like what we all know to be.
So when like you put your hand on the side by the side of a candle, but then you put your hand directly above a candle. That's the angle of your hand is at from the.
The candle is different. The candle kind of like the wick burns up, but like a light bulb. I guess I can see what you're saying, or something.
Right, and you can determine the distance based on the amount of heat and the angles, and like whatever other physical measurements they use.
You said you can measure the distance based on the heat. Oh, who did that? I don't know.
Well, there's lots of ways to calculate the distance.
I think you're making stuff. But I do agree with
calculating the distance. No, I don't make. I'm not making. I mean, you want to know how far away the sun is, right?
Well, yeah, like how hot is it? Therefore, how. Like,
so we would have to calculate. We'd have to get some measurements and calculate it, right?
I'm just saying. I'm going to light something on fire. How far away am I right now? It's really hot.
I don't know.
Really hot is the measurement. How far?
I would have to measure. I would have to do measurements and calculate.
I just told you it's really hot. Really hot. So how far is that?
That's not a measurement, though. That's just a description of how hot it is.
Yeah, but I do agree with some of the things that you're saying. Do comport with a common experience of us all, right? That when something is lower, that it would be further. When something's further, it would be colder. That all makes sense to a lot of people. Yeah.
So how would you figure out the distance to the sun from Earth?
I don't know the distance to it. I'd probably start like the same way that the heliocentric model started. Though I'd make something up, like Venus or whatever, and then I'd do parallax to be like, all right, well, this is this far, this is that far. The edge of this sun takes this much time to get to the edge of this edge of the sky over here. Maybe the same shit. No, it doesn't mean any of it's right.
Yeah, well, as long as you do it right, you would get similar results, and you would be able to confirm that the Earth, the sun, is a certain distance.
You're not
getting the same results. It's not a coincidence that you would get the same results from a repeatable experiment.
Anything.
It's not a coincidence. It's that's how they did it, but it's not that it's a true measurement. It's just like, all right, take this long.
Confirming anything.
Yeah, it's a true measurement. When you truly measure something, it's truly measuring.
Hear me. This is the fourth time I'm going to say it.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're breaking up, Al.
Confirming anything.
You're breaking up. Irving.
All right.
Yeah, you were breaking up. That's why I was talking over you too. But I mean, all you're doing is confirming that you took that calculation to begin. You're just reaffirming the calculation. It's not really measuring anything.
Yeah, you could that's how science works. You just repeat the experiments and get your own results. And then if you get the same results as them, then you did it. Then not only did you do it
keep
right.
Jumping categories. Are you calling that an experiment? I can't remember what you did last time. You did something last time. People miscategorize. Oh, you said about trigonometry. Like I'm denying trigonometry because you can't.
No, you're just saying I made it up, and I did not make up trigonometry. It's just a fact.
Right, but did you triangulate the position of the sun's actual position? You're the guy who did it. I guess. Yeah.
I'm not the guy who did it. I'm just citing the people who did and the technique and model and method.
You're not confirming anything.
What am I not? What do you mean I'm not confirming anything? I'm confirming the results of the same experiment. Those are confirmations.
No, you're not. There's no confirmations of results. Okay,
repeating
so
the results.
Your dumb candle example that no tanks is agreeing. Oh, that's a great way. What are you measuring off of when you use a candle?
The
are
heat?
You putting something? No.
What are I'm not measuring the heat from a candle. That's the whole point of a candle.
What are you using when you say? Well, huh? What?
My hand.
Okay, so your hand. Your hand,
yeah,
right?
using my own senses to test the heat from the candle and which angle produces the most heat.
Light.
So
it's not the heat.
I know, if I put my hand to the side of the candle, it's not going to burn me.
Heat. Not the heat, it's the light. So when you see the light, you're looking at the light, the way it's hitting your hand, right?
No, I'm feeling the heat.
No,
Alpha.
You're feeling the heat. No, that's not.
So could I confirm? I'm confirming that when I put my hand directly above a candle, it's the hottest.
No.
That's confirming anything.
No. I'm going to tell you how you're wrong.
He's making
I'm going to tell you how you're wrong. I know what he's doing. No tanks. No, you're not confirming.
Yes, I am.
So on this, no, you're not, because that's two different types of heat.
Did I confirm that the candle is hot?
That's two types of heat.
Did I confirm it, though?
Is the sun the same as the candle?
I'm just asking if I confirmed that the candle is hot. Did I confirm that?
Yeah, but you're not doing the same. You're trying to make it analogous to the sun, and it's not.
So can you retract your hyperbolic statement that I'm not confirming anything, please?
Because you're all over the place. First of all,
no, I'm actually a very simple confirmation.
You're all over the place. Here's how it's going down. Okay. First of all, the angle to the thing, your hand on the candle example, is not analogous to the sun. Second of all, the heat is not analogous to the sun. So you're talking utter shite right now. And then you're making some kind of analogy to a stupid candle. Dude, you're dumb. No wonder why you just believe that the Earth is a globe. I'm going to tell you how. Because on the candle example, to the heat, it's not the same as the sun. Because on the surface, you feel more heat, but as you rise in elevation, it gets colder. And the sun, in between the sun and where you're standing, there's a distance. So if you had a candle, okay, that was like the sun, then the heat would be throughout. It's a different type of heat. So not analogous. Number two, angles with the light. You said, I used my hand.
Yep.
Good for you, because you're using the surface of your hand. Well, in this analogy...
I'm using the nerves.
No, yeah, whatever. On this analogy, we're not talking about heat anymore. We're talking about angles to the light.
Angles to the heat. Because we're doing temperature. Like me and Tanks were talking about how cold or hot it was
but
on the
it's
Earth.
not analogous. I already debunked that. I already debunked that. It's not the same. I already debunked that. It's not the same as the sun. It's not the same as the sun. Well,
we confirmed that candles are hot.
Listen, you're saying that the heat is felt in the same way at a distance, but that's not the same, because when you have the sun at a particular distance, yet we're on the surface, we feel a specific type of heat. But as you rise in elevation, what happens?
Cold.
All right. So it's not the same.
That's not what we were talking about, Avi.
Yes, it is. Because you're trying to measure damn distance. Yeah, no. You're trying to measure distance with the intensity of the heat, and you can't do that because as you rise in elevation, you get colder, dumbass.
Well, I mean, if you want to change the subject, that's fine. We can talk about rising in elevation.
I'm debunking every point that you brought up because it's stupid, and everybody can know this, not just me. So I'm not just saying it. Go look it up. So you're stupid, and no tank is like, well, that makes sense. No, it fucking doesn't, It's not the same as a candle, you dumbass.
They're both hot. That's the point I was making. You're missing the. That's everything
they're
else you
both
said
hot.
is made up.
Yeah, but are you gonna
Right.
feel them the same way?
Yeah, we're both.
No.
You feel heat from your sense of
No.
touch.
Because with a candle, it's how close you are to it, the proximity
Right.
to the heat source.
Yep. The same
It's
thing with the
not
sun.
that way to the sun because
Yes, it is.
no, it's not. But I
You know
already
how hot
told
the sun is?
You stupid idiot. When you get higher in elevation, it's gonna get colder.
They're both
And that
hot.
means you're getting
Claude.
closer to the sun, you dumbass. How the fuck are you going to measure the intensity of the heat as you rise in elevation, getting closer to the sun, when you're not going to get hotter, you're getting colder? You're such a fucking idiot, dude. It's
Alpha, why are you
painful
making up
listening
all
to
this
your
extra?
dumbass.
You're just adding things to the conversation that were not relevant.
No,
to what
I'm
me and
not.
Jinx were
I'm
talking
actually
about.
pointing out how you're stupid.
But
And
you haven't
just
you haven't even explained why any of what you said is relevant.
because you're trying to make the
confirmed.
heat of the candle and the proximity of the person to the candle with a hand. And
So what was
it's
I
getting
confirming?
hotter as you get closer. Yeah, but when you get closer to the sun, it gets fucking colder. So it's not
When you get
analogous.
closer to the sun, are you sure about that?
But it's analogous. It's
I'm gonna
analogous.
tell you, no, it's not, Javi.
It's a good
Shut
analogy.
up.
You know how hot the
No,
sun
it's
is when you're
not.
close to it?
Listen, when you rise in elevation, does it get hotter or colder? For Javi
It's
and
colder.
you, how many fucking people are gonna die on this hill? I wonder.
Yeah, between
Colder.
the vacuum of space and Earth
All
and the
right,
vacuum of
all
space
right.
and the sun.
So,
but it's a good analogy.
Bro, no, it's not.
Either
Shut
way.
up, dude. No, it's not.
Fuck you.
Fuck you, Javi. Shut up. You fucking dumb pieces of shit. All of you, man. Who else is going to say that shit? Because I want you to understand something very clearly. The analogy for the candle and the hand is not the same as the sun and the fucking person standing on the surface. Because as you rise in elevation, you're getting closer to the sun. And it gets colder. So it's not the fucking same. Idiots. Who else, man? Any more? It's not the same. My God. This is just stupid. You can't listen. This is the truth, right? You can't make it analogous to a fucking candle. It's different types of heat. And that's just true. Sheesh, man. I can't believe you guys are doing it. Listen, when we're talking about heat, yes, the sun and what it produces is a type of heat, but it's not the same as a candle. Oh my God, dudes. I was just sick of listening to it. And not to mention, I didn't even get into the angles of light, not the intensity of the heat.
AV is back, baby.
Nah, bro, it's just like, check this out. When I'm listening to people, if they're making sense, yeah, fucking talk about your dumb point saying that the earth is a globe. When you're fucking off the rails, there's no way you're going to continue. I don't give a shit, dude. So Javi and Talon are both idiots. That much I know. You're losing ground, man, fast, Talon. There's no way you're going to continue to speak whenever you're that wrong.
Yeah, Talon, I think you need to change your analogy a little bit. Back to,
I
the
agree.
trigonometry part. 'Cause, I mean, at least when we're in, within Earth's atmosphere, the higher you rise up, the less.
Yeah, it's not
heat you
analogous.
feel.
I told him that. It's not analogous. Look, you can use anything you want, but when you start saying things that are not true, you're going to be called out on it. It's easy.
But bro, it's a good analogy. An analogy is not the same. It's just something that can show a certain characteristic of the phenomenon. It's a good analogy.
It's not the fucking same,
Okay,
Javi. How
Javi,
the
why
fuck
is it a good
the same?
analogy, Javi? Javi, why is it a good analogy? Tell us why.
You are talking about distance and temperature, right?
Yes.
So it's a good analogy because you have a candle, there's a
God,
system where it's a source of heat. If you get closer to the heat, you are going to feel stronger the heat. You are comparing it to a bigger system, the system with an atmosphere.
So
and
it's not the
gases.
same.
It's not the same. It's an analogy. That's why it's an analogy.
No,
It's
the
something
fucking
similar.
analogy means it's the same, you dumbass.
No, it's not the same. It's similar. That's
Oh
why it's an
my God,
analogy.
dude.
If it's the same, it's not an
You
analogy.
guys you can't defend this point. It's not analogous. The point of an analogy
It's
is to draw
analogous in the-
similar. Dude, the point of an analogy is to draw similarities of how the thing that you're trying to represent is the same as the other thing.
No, but it's
And
not the
it's
same.
not-
It's similar.
How the
That's
fuck
why
is
it's an
the heat
analogy.
the similar, dude?
It's similar because if you get closer to the sun, you're gonna feel hotter. As
That's
if
some
you
bullshit, dude. That's
Why?
not how it works.
Why not? Just because in the atmosphere is heated. So if you go away from the atmosphere, you're gonna feel at first it's gonna feel colder.
Is it hot in space?
In space, no.
What
Because
the
there's no
fuck
air.
then? Oh my God. That's the point. It's not the same as a candle, you dumbass.
It's not the same, but it's a good analogy, bro.
What the fuck? You keep saying the same shit. It's not good, but it's an analogy. No, it's not an analogy. And then go look at what an analogy is. Go look at the definition, and then come back and tell me if it's an analogy. You guys are so fucking stupid, man. I swear.
Listen, even on the Earth, when you go to the North Pole, you're getting farther away from the sun. But when you go towards the equator, you're getting closer to the sun, which gets hotter. Notice how all the places on Earth that are closest to the sun are the hottest.
Fucking dumbass, dude. I swear.
Javi gets it. I know Matt Nuclear
No,
gets it.
Javi
He's just
doesn't
being
get
silly.
it. Both
Yeah,
of
Javi
you are
gets it.
fucking idiots, dude.
Almost
You
everybody
using-
else gets it.
Yeah, almost every. Who else? Let's see who else gets it.
Yeah, everybody else.
Anybody else side with Talon and Javi?
Yeah.
I
Is your
get
skin
it.
burned? Do you guys get sunburn? Everybody
Yeah, of
here
course.
gets sunburn.
I don't
right?
know.
Yeah. Is it
I don't know
analogous?
why.
Okay, dumbass. Is it analogous to what Talon is saying? To the candle and the sun? Are they both the same type of heat? And are they both the same thing as you would say would be analogous to a distance?
What?
And the intensity of the heat?
Yes, they are both putting out infrared energy, which we say is heat. So yeah, I would say they're kind of analogous
So
in the
at
same.
the closer you get to it, the hotter it gets?
Yes.
Okay, dumbass. So why is it cold on top of mountains? Because that's higher. You fucking dude! I swear.
Yes, but there's
Yes,
air.
but
There's a medium.
the
There's
air-
a medium.
but
The
then
air
it's
gets
not
hotter.
analogous. Then it's not
Hold on.
analogous.
So hold on.
You fucking
really
no.
quick.
Hold on. I hate that guy.
Bro.
Hold on.
Well, you just
Shut
keep running.
up. Yeah, because I'm right. I'm running through like a track star because I'm fucking right, dude.
But you're
you
not right.
don't
We
like
just-
being
wait,
wrong,
so-
and that's it.
So wait,
Hold
you're saying.
on.
So AV, you're saying that because it's colder. So AV, why is it colder in the Arctic?
Who gives a shit, dude?
Like
We're
it's the
talking
same. It's the
about
same.
distance.
Because when you said when we come down from the mountain, it's warmer. But then when we go to the
Yeah.
Arctic, we're at the same. We're at sea level, but then it's freezing fucking cold.
Okay.
And the same thing in Antarctica.
Okay, we're not talking about geographical locations. You
Dude,
dumbass.
yeah, you're talking about mountains. You're talking about tops of mountains where there's no air.
That's from the
right?
surface.
So there's also
from the
thinner
surface.
air.
That's from the
Uh-huh.
surface to the sun. So when you go from the
Right.
surface, you're right. Right.
So then how come it's not thin? Like how come I can breathe just fine in Antarctica, but it's freezing
Breathe
fucking
just
cold?
fine. What?
Yeah.
Dude, we're not
The air's-
talking about
it's
different
cold. You know,
geographic
you understand
locations
it's
on
cold.
the Earth. Okay,
Yeah, but you're
first of
saying
all,
it's. But you're bringing up a different fact that it's colder on.
different fact. I'm bringing up the fact that from the distance from the surface to the sun. So you're at the surface and you're going towards the sun. Does it get colder or hotter? That's what I'm saying. And your dumb, stupid analogy from the hand to the candle is not the same.
Bro,
I'm right. So I'm running through you guys like a track
look,
star. Yeah.
an analogy does not need to be perfect to be effective.
You're so dumb, dude.
An
It has
analogy
to
is a
represent-
comparison. No,
shut
an analogy
up,
is a
dude.
comparison.
No, yeah, a comparison of the things that you're trying to represent that are similar. So you can make it sound like, yeah, my analogy and the thing that I'm saying is what is the same is that distance from the hand to the candle, the distance from the human to the sun. And they're not the same. And you know it.
that they get mixed up. One, the sun is radiating heat, and a candle is conductive heat. So they're totally
Jesus,
different anyway.
dude. That's what I was explaining to them. But I was asking for them to demonstrate how the sun and a candle are analogous. And Javi's like, yeah, they're not the same, but they're still analogous, man. Fucking hell, bro. And then Tardforce jumps in. He didn't even hear the conversation. He's like, yeah, I agree. Fucking idiots, dude.
I heard the conversation.
Yeah,
and also
but-
you're wrong.
So then,
a candle has
you're
both
just a
conductive
dumbass.
and radiative.
So then you're
heat.
just a dumbass. Then you heard the conversation, so you should have said like, you know what, Talent? You shouldn't use that in that analogy. It's not analogous. Maybe a different analogy would be better, but not that one. It's not analogous.
let me go ahead and introduce you to ultraviolet light. So due to the thinner air
Let me
on top of
introduce you to ultraviolet light. If you would understand how the candle is the same, then you would use an analogy that's apropos, but you didn't do that. You went ahead and jumped into the fucking swimming pool head first without any water. That's what you done. Yeah, that's what you done. How are you going to talk about what light and heat are when you have no concept of it, of the different types of heat? And then you got other people jumping on the idiot bus. Oh, get on my bus. Everybody hop on. Let's go. We're going to Idiot Town.
But bro,
But
what? I mean, for me, my definition and analogy is when you compare two different things.
We're not going on your definition of analogy because you made it up. We're going by the definition of an analogy. Post that shit in the text channel. What the fuck, dude? Look, when you're right, you're right. When you're wrong, you're wrong. Use an analogy that's apropos for what you're trying to demonstrate, and all is well. Nobody touches you. You can say whatever the fuck you want. But when it comes to you saying wrong things, you're going to get called out. Don't keep saying wrong things. So we got 3 people that are saying wrong things. Javi, Talon, and Tardforce. And now you're going to describe to me how I'm wrong? I don't fucking think so. Because what's really true to everybody is as you go higher, either in elevation or altitude, it gets colder. So you're wrong. Wrong, 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 wrong. Wrong, 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 wrong. You're wrong. Fuck, dude.
No, you.
Well, can I explain my situation?
Fuck no, dude.
Please.
No.
Go ahead and look in the chat. So I just did the math. I just looked up the bright candle power of the sun, and all you need are 3 times 10 to the 27th.
No, but I want to talk about.
You're not talking about that. You were talking about the intensity of the heat.
So taking a look at
so dumb, dude.
solar energy readings seems to show that higher elevation does in fact yield higher solar energy gain.
Oh yeah,
and when we are talking about at the top of a mountain.
Shut the fuck up.
God, you guys are so mad that we keep proving you wrong.
Really?
With citations.
Yeah, what citations?
What citations?
10% more sun. You get 10% more sunlight.
How many candle
more
brightness
sun energy.
the sun is?
It's talking about the brightness, dude. It's not talking about the intensity of the heat, which is what you were talking about.
Now you suddenly want to talk about the heat. Okay, let's talk about the heat. Sun's intensity is higher on a mountain.
Talon, when you were using the example of a candle, you were holding your hand above the candle. Conductive heat, correct?
Yep, heat.
No, I'm just talking about radiating
heat, not conductive. I wasn't using any specific term. I was using heat.
But that's what a candle is.
Yeah, that's what a candle is.
And what is the sun? And what is the sun?
Radiating heat.
Not a candle.
No, but is it heat? Right, so it's heat.
Yeah, but there's different types of heat.
Okay, no, but is all heat the same?
So is it hot above the sun in space?
Yeah,
that's what I said. Is. Then your analogy is bunk.
Is it hot in every? Well, you're saying it's hot in every. So if you took as many candles
is it hot in space now?
Then yeah, it would be hot.
Wrong. No, it would
is it
be.
Hot
it
in
would
space?
Be. He didn't say. Do you hear him, Tembo?
Yeah,
it would be. It would be. It would be.
He's just arguing to argue.
Yeah, you know this analogy is bunk. It's not the same as it would be if he was demonstrating a candle. So he was having a good conversation with No Tanks. No Tanks was like, dude, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense.
So, and to Harvey, the analogy, a thing which is comparable to something else in significant respects.
Not Javi's definition, of course. The definition.
Well, but can I?
What?
Because I mean,
exactly what I was thinking about.
I'm a globe earther, right? But
Doesn't
I'm
mean you
also
can
super
butcher
confused.
definitions of analogy, though.
Yeah, it's not your definition; it's the definition. Look,
Well,
man,
anyways.
just so don't make wrong analogies, and all is well.
I believe
Fucking
in
what?
I believe
What?
the Earth is
Exactly what I
round
was thinking.
at the moment, you know. But since I was a kid, I was thinking that this reality in side quotations mark, it's so fucking weird.
It's some
It feels
bullshit right here, man.
like magic, you know.
I'll give you
And
that one, but yeah.
when I come here to debate the flat earthers, I notice that nobody
You get run over.
explain.
You get run over like us running you over like a track star. That's what.
Yeah, but
And then what?
nobody can explain. I mean,
Yeah, what?
maybe
what?
somebody.
You
but
just
nobody
you just
can
said you
explain.
look at you
Dude,
just
come
said you
on,
look
man.
at the world as magical, and then
today,
you want us
Junior?
to explain magic.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Say it.
Yeah,
What
and
do you
then he
want
said
to
he
do?
wants explanation.
I was getting to my point.
Yeah,
Do you
but
want
you're
magical
making.
explanations?
Yeah,
We
the
don't care
reality.
about where you lived in back in Puerto Rico. Do we only care about like right now? Like, what do you want to know?
I want to know.
Explanations are cheap. You know what I mean?
Yeah. All right, get it out, Harvey. Go.
Just say it.
Explanations are cheap if you don't have evidence.
Just fucking say it, dude. I want to know why the sun works the way it does over a flat earth. Just fucking say it, dude. You don't have to be beating around the bush and tell us you fed, horses when you were young. Nobody cares about that. We want to know what the fuck.
Burritos.
We only want to care about what the topic of the matter is right now and why people are saying wrong things. Like what I just heard. You know, what's worse is I don't know if No Tanks is a flat earther or globe earther, but he was like, "Oh, Talon, it's pretty good, man. Oh, I like it." The fuck?
Is Harvey still there, or?
Yeah, he just doesn't want to get to the point. He still wants to tell us, when he used to walk to school, it was a long trail, and I don't know what.
We used to walk in bare feet in the snow. That one, yeah.
Some shit, man. He just wants to fucking tell us about his life or something. We only care about the topic and what people are saying. That's the only thing that matters. And when you persist with your ignorance, it makes it worse. Yeah, and I get it. Critical thinking is difficult, but the thing that we're showing people is that you can do it too. You just have to think a little more. And stop saying things that people are saying just because you think it's true. Ask the question, how do I know this is true? Investigate. That's the whole point. Just because somebody thinks the Earth is a globe doesn't make them right. It does not make them right. And
Asking how you know something is true is always the right question to ask.
Yep. That's the way to do it. That's how you know.
It's how you separate the bullshit from the truth.
But he got on the idiot bus with Talon, saying that the distance to the sun is the same analogous as a candle to your hand. Distance from the candle.
God.
Yeah, you were. I don't know if you were here, Amish, but that level of dumb shittery was going on, and I'm like, what? And the No Tanks was like, dude, Talon, you're dropping some knowledge bombs, man. That's pretty good. I like. I was like, the fuck, dude. No,
Bring their own cosmology.
Oh man.
Yeah, so we're not arguing against the globe when they come in and say that stupid shit. We're arguing against their concept of it, which is wrong.
Yeah, the stupidity about like how they are making that analogous. It's my definition of analogy. That's what I'm going off of. Like the fuck, dude. Read what an analogy is, and then see if it fits.
I already did,
argument.
bro.
Yeah,
an analogy doesn't have to be perfect.
It doesn't have to be perfect. Nobody's talking about perfect.
Yes, you do. You are telling that the analogy is exactly the same.
Listen,
it's not the same.
Okay. Is the analogy of the candle in the hand the same as the human on the earth as a globe and the distance to the sun? Is it the same?
It's similar.
How?
No.
How?
I mean, if I have to be honest, I don't know if that's reality, but it's similar to the model they thought.
No, it's not.
I mean, maybe it's a lie, that thing about the sun and the
Okay,
distance,
so Javi,
but
let's go through this one more
is a
time.
good analogy to
Let's
the
go through this
candle.
one more time, Javi. Let's go through this.
But I don't know
one more
if that's reality. I'm super confused.
I'm telling
at
you,
this
we're
moment.
gonna go through it one more time. Fuck's sake, dude. All right, so when you're standing on the earth as a human, it's hot down here, right?
Yeah.
All right. So you start climbing a mountain, you get to the top, and it's colder, right?
Yeah. Yes, it's cold.
Okay. Are you farther or closer from the sun?
Farther.
Really?
Yeah.
All right. Well, then you're a dumbass. I don't know what to do.
No, bro, because the system.
No, bro.
Because I don't know if the glove theory is right at this moment. I don't know.
Well, that's not what we're arguing. We're not arguing that, Javi. We're not arguing that.
But it's connected. It's connected to the point.
No,
so
not.
I say,
okay,
that science.
No, you don't say. Here's what we're doing, right? No, you don't say. Fuck's sake, dude. All right. From the ground to the top of the mountain, you are on the surface of the earth, right? Well, you're still on the surface, but like you're climbing a mountain, which means from this distance to the sun to where the surface is on the ground, you're farther away. As you climb the mountain, you become closer to the sun because you're actually getting up in elevation, which means the distance to the sun and where you are closer. Not farther, Javi. You're closer. Not farther, Javi. You're closer. Let's see if you got it. Are you farther away from the sun or closer when you're on the mountain?
You're farther. You're closer, I mean.
Okay. All right. So the hand analogy, the hand, with the candle.
Yeah.
As you get closer, it gets hotter, right? Right?
Uh-huh. But hear me out.
Okay.
Hear me out.
All right. Well, no, we're not going to hear you out. We gotta stay on the path of logic. All right. So when you got a hand, it gets closer to the candle, gets hotter. When you got a human, it's getting closer to the sun, it gets colder.
Well, let's try this example.
No. Answer my question. No.
Oh, snap.
No. Let's not try no examples. Listen to what I said. Let's take it slowly, Javi. I don't want you getting confused, all right? The hand gets closer to the candle. The human gets closer to the sun. Are they the same? Are they analogous? Go ahead, Javi.
Yes.
Okay, are you getting...
Okay. Where does this go now?
I don't know. I'm gonna be like, Mr.
But you don't even let me speak, man. Imagine if the distance.
Because
but imagine
I don't want everybody infected with the stupidity that you're spewing out of your mouth.
Hey, Javi, how many times do people die from like the elements and being frozen to death hiking up the world's highest mountains? A lot, right? People die all the time getting frozen to death trying to climb Mount Kilimanjaro, whatever. They climb these highest mountains and they freeze to death and they're closer to the sun. Like, okay. All right.
Okay, but let's try this example.
You ever go to an airplane, Javi, where it says the outside air temperature is 33 degrees at 38,000 feet?
Look, you have the candle, right? You have if you move to the middle between the earth and the sun, and to the middle between the hand and the candle.
Yeah.
In the middle.
Yeah.
Are you gonna feel colder or hotter?
Colder.
In space.
Colder.
In space, right?
Yeah.
What, like outer space?
That's what's supposed
I just
to happen.
said that.
That's what's
How many
supposed
times
to
do I have
happen.
to say that? Do you want me to tell you? Do you know why? There's an explanation that comes with that. It's not just me saying that, according to the globe. I understand the globe very well, my friend. But you don't, it seems like.
I mean, at the moment, I'm really confused about the globe.
I know you are, Javi. That's the reason why you're saying wrong things. Yeah. But you don't realize the fact that we're pointing it out. That's what I'm pointing out to you, man.
It's not your fault either, Javi.
Because I want to talk about this fucking shit.
Yeah, it's
confusing.
It's
like magic. The science version is like fucking magic.
No shit. That's what I'm trying to tell you. But what's in reality, it's not magic. It's just the way the physical natural world operates.
It's not your fault that somebody else invented this globe idea and all of its claims are incomprehensible, contradictory balls of crap.
Yeah.
Not your fault, dude.
Anyway, the analogy doesn't fit. Fucking candle next to the hand. Yeah, we didn't Amish, we didn't even get into the fact that he was using I didn't want to shellac him on this point. I'll save that one for later. But the analogy from the candle to his hand, he was seeing the intensity of the heat. That was one of the arguments. But he was also measuring light and shadows with that as well. Because it was him and No Tanks were talking about it. And I was like, oh, you freaking idiot. I got you on that now. So next time he brings it up, well, I'll just go ahead and say it. I don't care. Let me unmute him. Hopefully he doesn't rumpus me when I do it. So basically, what he was also saying was that you can see the measure angles, because him and No Tanks were talking about angles to light. And the important thing here is that an analogy is true in its form when you're saying something you're trying to represent is the same thing as the thing that you're trying to show other people in their mind, like how this works, right? So the analogy will fit. But in this case, the light was seen on the hand. The hand was what's being used here, right? The surface of the hand. Of course, there's, different elevations on the hand because the hand's not a perfectly flat surface, right? So we're using the hand and the angles, trigonometry, so we can figure out, what the distance would be and all that, but not just the intensity of the heat, right? We're talking about light. So if we're going to use that analogous to the Earth, that means that the Earth would be represented as the hand, right? But we're using the surface of the hand the way we'd use the surface of the Earth. Now, it's important to note that when you're making angles and you're trying to get a 90 degree to the light source, you need a flat baseline, right? So, all right. So if that's important to say that you're using the baseline of the hand and the baseline of the Earth, then how are we getting 90 degree angles on a curved surface? We didn't establish that point yet, but that's the next thing that was going to happen with this dumb analogy of a hand and a candle.
I don't even need all that.
We do.
That even easier because all you got to do is make your hand into a fist, and you can then figure out how. Notice, and then when you go ahead and put your fist up against
make
the
a ball out of your head,
you can notice how one side of the fist is going to be cold, and one side of the fist is going to be hot, and then the closer to the candle,
yeah, he's talking about
relative to
so
the
dumb,
part of your fist.
Just forget your hand, man. Just cut it off and use the nub.
Just use the nub.
What? Well, I mean that too. You can use your elbow. You can pretty much do anything.
My God.
It's always going to be the angle, because you're the point of your body nearest to the candle is always going to be the angle that is getting directly.
How do you get angles from a curved surface?
Going to.
It's even funnier. We have now associated flat Earth with the palm of his hand.
Yeah.
You cannot look at your hand anymore without thinking about flat Earth.
Yeah.
So
how does that feel?
Just the idea that
every time you look at your hand, think of the Earth
when you
being
make a
flat,
fist.
stationary.
When you make a fist,
You're going to remember us. You're going to remember me and my voice every time you see the palm of your hand in flat Earth, and you won't be able to stop it.
Because he had to make a ball with his fist.
Is the flat Earth a perfectly flat baseline?
No, we're not talking about that.
Wait, what? We're not talking about baselines?
No, we're not talking about what you want to bring up. We're talking about his dumb bullshittery.
No, mean sea level might be perfectly flat.
Hold on, Alpha. Let me do it.
Listen, do you want to jump on the idiot bus? Trigonometry. I shellacked 3 guys already. You'd be the fourth. Do you want to jump on it?
Yeah.
Okay, let me tell you what he just said. Right?
Ooh, he wants in, right?
Yeah, he wants in.
Oh, here we go.
Look, there's always room in the idiot bus, right? So we'll make some room in the back seat for you. You can ride in the back.
We're gonna have to throw you out to make some room.
All right, so check this out. This is what's being demonstrated. The distance is what's saying from the intensity of the heat, right? So on one hand, really, because it's a hand. On one hand, you have a candle to the distance to your hand, and the intensity of the heat is felt as you draw closer to the candle. So far, so good, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So now we're gonna do the sun and a human being standing on the globe, right? So according to the sun and where the human is standing on the surface of the globe, the distance. He's feeling the heat, right? Because he's on the surface. But as he rises in elevation, he gets closer to the sun. Now, the hand moves closer to the candle. So far, so good?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. On the one, I have to say, on the one hand, people are saying that the hand getting closer to the candle is getting hotter. Now, the human, however, getting closer to the sun is getting colder. Do you agree or disagree with that?
Partially, because temperature
Really?
decreases and then it increases with height in atmosphere. It's like
Okay, whoa. So, okay, that decrease and increase, does that happen to the hand and the candle?
No, because it's not a.
Okay, then it's not
Hold on,
analogous.
Alpha.
Thank you
Alpha.
very much.
It isn't
I'll be here
analogous.
all
I would
week,
agree.
folks.
I would
Mic
agree
drop.
it's not analogous.
That was
All right, thank you.
that was the whole point that it's a bad analogy.
Okay,
That was
okay.
the whole point.
Yeah,
Well,
it's
wait
a
a
bad
minute. Wait a minute.
Don't
No.
jump.
I didn't bring up elevation. I didn't bring up elevation at all.
Because the
Alpha
density
Veritas
of the
added that
surrounding.
later.
That's
The
what we
density
were
of the
pointing out.
surrounding
Distance
medium.
to the heat source is all I was
Listen,
talking about.
Yeah, go ahead, Amish. Go ahead. You're breaking up
cutting out.
hardcore, man. Amish, you're breaking
Your
up, bro.
hand. Oh wait, so is
Yeah,
he
you're
getting an elevation angle off the open palm of his hand or the closed fist? Sorry.
No, he was using the.
I was going to ask if he was getting an elevation angle from the palm of his hand or a globe fist.
Yeah, he was using his open palm to do that, and then he made it a closed fist when we started pointing it out. But so, yeah, he needs to get the elevation. But that was not what I was asking. Trigonometry just jumped in, so he was just saying, yeah. You know, like, right? And I was like, hold on, dude, don't fucking sign. Listen, you're co-signing on some bullshit. When you co-sign your name, you're gonna be taken on the idiot bus whether you like it or not, because you just co-sign. Don't do that.
Well, I wasn't agreeing with him. I was trying to get to a different point since he was like failing horribly.
Well, that's what we're
Dude,
saying.
Stop projecting, bro. You don't get to just
Listen, dude, and I said this before, Talon. When you speak about the globe and the way you're represented, the only thing that we care about is that you're making the analogy fit what you're trying to explain. But in this case, you were way off, dude. Way off. And trigonometry just spelled it out for you. There's not.
I'll tell you.
responding to what you're saying.
No,
hold on.
I wasn't.
What I said wasn't what you said.
Analogy. Hold on. Let me explain a better analogy that you could have used, Talon. If you were to say that the density of the medium between your hand and the candle changed, then that would be analogous because the heat, the amount of heat up in the atmosphere changes with altitude because of the density, right? Like,
dude, Trig, I'm going to tell you one more time. Like, Alpha's the one that threw elevation in there. I was just talking about the difference in heat.
Yeah,
towards the distance.
Right, Talon, you were saying that you could determine the distance of the sun by measuring how hot.
We were talking about the difference between at the surface, like when the sun's at a certain angle, like directly above us or at the horizon.
Trigonometry men.
Yeah, no.
What do you think about his claim that you can measure the distance of the sun by measuring the heat change?
And also, in any case, Trig, the UV light is actually higher the closer you are to the sun.
No, you started.
And so again, we're talking about the burning.
Sorry,
the heat
you're
source.
moving the goalpost. No, you're moving the goalpost. That
so
wasn't
we could include ultraviolet.
That wasn't. No, that wasn't a part of the analogy. Anyway. I'm sorry, that wasn't a part of the analogy. What you explained to Trig is you're trying to give him a way to think about this in a way that you didn't say. So that's not analogous.
We're still getting closer to the sun.
I don't think the original analogy was that great, to be honest. It just wasn't.
Because I don't have to disagree with you, Alpha, that the temperature is getting lower when you go up a mountain, but that's for a different, irrelevant reason than what we were talking about.
So then, not analogous.
So if you started off by saying that solar irradiance increases with altitude, that would make more sense. But you said heat and solar irradiance.
I didn't say anything about that. Alpha jumped in with that.
What did you say? Heat.
Wrong, but
heat.
Yeah,
you kept saying
heat.
You kept using that over and over again. Heat. And I was like,
right.
Dude,
so
you're
as soon
wrong.
as soon as you change the parameters, we then
didn't.
We then aligned to align with what you said. We would then talk about ultraviolet radiation.
Aligned with what I said. Oh, it's like, me.
What are we
I'm
getting
the one
hit
making
by?
the bad analogy.
Can we just concede this?
You're talking about the difference in atmosphere. When you're talking about like going up in elevation, the atmosphere is changing.
I'm not satisfied until I get utter destruction. I'm not.
You're not getting close. We're not. It doesn't get.
I want to decimate this guy's soul.
Like the sun doesn't get colder because you go up a mountain. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, according to the heat, it does.
No, that doesn't make any sense.
The intensity of the heat is not felt as you go higher in elevation or in altitude.
That's an incoherent statement because the only reason you get colder up a mountain is because.
All right, let's see if trigonometry agrees. Trigonometry, what do you think?
What? The
intensity of the heat.
Going up, does the sun get colder because you go up a mountain?
No. You said the intensity of the heat. You're making something other argument up.
Right.
Get colder.
Yes,
I didn't know what's talking about
the heat
the intensity
of the
heat.
sun.
Does it get hotter as you go higher?
But is that because of the sun? So is the sun's intensity less?
You need to stop talking, dude, and let other people talk. Go ahead, Trig.
All right, so he's trying to use his bad analogy, and it's not going to take him any further. He should have just said, "Yeah, I should have said solar irradiance because that'll work for you in this analogy as well."
I'm waiting for the concession, but I haven't gotten it yet. So it appears that maybe perhaps we need a consensus of globers that come in here to either agree, because I'm taking them all down. Whoever's a part of that, we're gonna usher you into the idiot bus. Then we'll take you to Idiot Town, leave you there. So whoever else wants to come in on this, go ahead. Because we got Javi, he's confused. He doesn't really know. So we'll just leave him on that. He's undecided at the moment.
Yeah.
Well, Talon, you're still using this. You haven't conceded. You need to concede in order to go further at this point because it is a bad analogy.
He won't.
That was really bad. Sorry. That's why I never hopped on the analogy. It wasn't.
You think Matt, if he would have heard it being something that was like analogous, that he wouldn't have said anything? That's the point. You have to at least make it analogous. Dude, I mean, listening to it the first time was one thing, but then having them repeat it again in no text was like, dude, that's a good analogy. I like it. I'm like, the fuck is going on? Like, why isn't anybody saying anything? Like, that's weird.
I think it was just too simple, dude. That's the thing. The analogy was too simple, and it doesn't really work.
The complexity of what's happening. Yeah, it's so.
Yeah.
It's
what's actually happening on Earth is way more complex than just like you moving your hand closer to a candle. You know, there's an atmosphere. There's so much more things that you missed out. So.
So when it comes to like having that explained, when you make it that redundant, it's irritating because it's not redundant. All right. Anyway, I'm gonna mute him. See if he'll probably double down. But that's not what I was saying. Listen. This is what I mean. Like,
double down, bro.
Again.
So I mean, I don't know what you guys are going on about. Honestly, like the straw manning is getting kind of pathetic. So, Trig, seriously, I need to ask Trig first. Does going up a mountain?
Trig's already explained. No,
again,
he's done. No, he's done. He already said his piece. You said your piece. You're wrong. We're gonna move on. Everybody wants to move on now, because we can do that now. You're just wrong. It's been pointed out.
Am I going to defend myself or not?
It's not analogous.
Or no?
It's not analogous.
That's your opinion.
You're like the ship captain from the Titanic, dude. You're just going to go straight into the water, are you?
All right. So are we going to just continue with the bad faith?
No, it's not bad faith. You've already explained. It's been already like known that it's a bad analogy. Like listen, you can believe the Earth is a globe. That nobody's here stopping you from doing that. But when you use a bad analogy, that's not something that's going to continue. It's not. You can continue to say all you want wrong things about the Earth being a globe and use different types of analogies, but this one is too redundant for you to continue saying that you're going to make it sound like you're going to make it make sense. It's not going to make sense anymore. It's busted, dude. That one's busted. Simple as that.
You guys aren't even. What is my I need to see what my analogy is. In the
oh my god, dude! Just listen. I'll give you this chance. You can move
on, dude. I listened to your original.
Tell me what
analogy,
it is.
Right
I'd actually, honestly, like now you guys have completely lost the plot. What is my analogy? You keep saying my analogy, but you won't tell me what it is. Say what it is, and then say why it's wrong.
You were comparing the candle to a sun.
Okay, why?
The intensity of the heat.
You said because of heat.
Right, and the closer you get to the heat source, what happens?
Yep.
Yeah, you said you could get the distance to the sun by measuring the heat.
Okay. So would it be irrelevant to point out a point on the Earth where the air gets thinner?
No, we're not talking about geographic location.
Yeah,
that's not relevant to what you were saying.
Who brought up the mountain?
I did, because you were using the geographic location. The only thing I was talking about is raising up. So from the surface to as high as you can get. It's getting colder. That's it. You're busted.
You guys are attacking Alpha's analogy.
My analogy? No,
that was
what
yours.
You said.
It's been your analogy the whole time,
man.
Can we just move on, dude? Can we just move on?
Yeah,
Come on.
Let's just move from this point.
So
You're wrong.
Why is the sun colder at a lower angle?
Oh my god, dude! You're seriously go. Listen. Go
you don't need
hang
to
with
down
your
this
friends.
hill, dude. I'm not saying you were completely wrong, right? It's just the fact that your analogy was too simple, therefore it was
We
not
should be saying
analogous.
he's completely wrong.
Well,
this is what we were talking about yesterday, Matt. Remember what we were saying yesterday,
Like the
Matt?
whole context of what he's trying to
when people
imply
should
is
just
not
go,
wrong. It's just
well, it
it's
is.
just not going to work.
Otherwise, it would be a good analogy.
Otherwise, it'd be an analogy.
No, I'm talking about I'm saying like when he's talking about other things, like
Oh.
getting closer to the sun. That's one thing. But when we're in Earth's atmosphere and we go up, we're not going to get just hotter just by that.
Right.
So
And that's
he needs to add
reality.
more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Outer
He needs to
space
add
is
more
fake,
onto
Matt.
it rather than oversimplifying it. It's too simple with the candle thing.
Well, this is the thing. This is what I'm trying to point out to him. If he's going to make something, and I think trigonometry stepped in and said something, but that's all. He doesn't need to ask trig anymore. Quite like that. It's done. If everybody's agreeing that that's not analogous, then we need to move on. Like, fuck's sake, dude. Just take your L
because you're saying
and go.
You go. Oh, well, the sun's heat is just like a candle. As you get closer to it, you get more heat. Oh, okay. Well, as you get closer to the sun, it gets colder. Okay, so not the same.
Yep.
And then you go, okay, well, the air is thinner, but it's still not the same thing.
Yeah, not necessarily, dude. That's what I'm saying. Like the candle analogy, like I believe that if you truly were to get closer to the sun, like in outer space or like pretty close to it, right? Obviously, the heat would be more intense if it hit you, right? Obviously, if it hit something in space. But the analogy within Earth's atmosphere is just not a good one, and he's oversimplifying it. So it's not a good
So
analogy.
Maybe here's a better
what
analogy.
What makes you say that if you get closer to the sun in space, that it would be hot?
That's a different
you.
argument, dude. I mean,
Would you agree that
you just said that?
Well, Matt
You said,
Nuclear,
"I
if I could.
believe."
So the James Webb
I
Telescope,
believe.
the biggest part of it is the heat shield that prevents the sun from showing any light or heat on the telescope. And it's in the middle of space. So if space is so cold, that if it's so close to the sun because it's out there in space where it's super cold, how come it needs that massive sun shield?
Yeah, we're not worried about that idea of you doing some kind of a Star Trek analogy. We don't care about that. The only thing we're concerned about is your bad analogy and what you used, and you need to concede. That's it.
What?
We
No,
hear that
what do you
lovely
mean? Do you
concession
mean the
coming from your lips.
So again, I'll confirm my W
No,
again on the
confirm.
James
No,
Webb
no,
Telescope,
W.
which has a massive
No,
heat shield on
James
it.
Webb. No,
So-
we're not even talking about
Yeah,
that.
you don't know that.
Yeah,
we
your
need
Star
to
Trek.
get away from this, dude. This is
Jesus,
just not.
So does so does solar irradiance increase with altitude? Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
So like, all right.
Wait, does Talon? Let's see.
Yep.
Yep. All right. So how about heat? Does that increase?
Depending on where you are.
Not you.
No.
Talon, does heat increase as you rise up off the surface?
What?
Does
no,
heat
the
increase?
air gets thin. No, the further away you get.
All right. Thank you for your concession. That'll be all. We can move on.
That took a while.
Yeah, we didn't need it down.
It's like pulling teeth, man. Oh, fuck. All right. We're back on track. Good stuff.
Well, the other day he wanted to say that shoes were natural.
Yeah, we're back on track. I think. We might go off the rails again.
You're gonna mute them now, I think. I mean, or at least hard force them.
I'll mute both of them. I don't care.
Why does it get colder when we go up higher in the atmosphere?
Well, hold on. Listen to this, Talon. I want them to
Does the
answer
sun
this
get
question
colder?
because I don't know if
No, we're not here to answer your questions.
As
You're
the
here
sun
to
get
answer
colder,
ours.
the higher up in the atmosphere you get.
Man.
Well,
hey,
he-
Matt Nuclear,
he
do you
put his
agree?
own foot in his mouth.
I thought we
with
already
respect.
clarified this, man.
I thought
Do you
so
think the
too.
sun
But we're
gets
back,
colder, or does
back
the
to that
atmosphere
again.
get colder?
bro. Oh no, we're not. Just all right. So when you feel like you moved on, just type in the text channel and I'll unmute you. How about that? If you don't want to move on, then you'll type in the text. Argue with people in the text. We got plenty of those.
And then there seems to be this weird spot where it gets hotter too.
Wait, are you saying that you think the sun itself decreases in temperature with altitude? Because that's like saying the candle decreases the closer
Nobody's
you get.
saying that shit, dude.
Who said
Like,
that, man?
let's
You just
let's
making
not.
shit up.
Yeah,
Alpha
you
keeps
want to.
saying the sun.
Alpha keeps saying what? What does Alpha
The
keep
heat.
saying?
Keep saying
He said the
the
heat.
temperature
What
of the
does Alpha
sun,
keep
not
saying?
the
What does
atmosphere.
Alpha? What does Alpha keep saying? Tell me what Alpha keeps
You
saying.
keep saying the temperature of the sun, not the atmosphere.
No
Why
one
do you
said
keep
The
temperature of the
temperature?
sun.
When the fuck did I say the temperature of the sun? You utter moron.
He said the temperature.
I never. Those words never were uttered out of my mouth.
You can't measure the temperature of the sun anyway, retard.
I never said that either. So you're a liar. Demonstrate it. He has multiple
We
times.
just
Well,
get
guess
off
what?
of this, man.
Until you
we're not gonna
concede,
get
you're not
anywhere.
going to be unmuted. How about that? Since I'm here.
This is why
I've
we
never
don't
said
argue
that.
about. This is why we don't
Simple
argue
as
about
that.
things in the sky, yeah, because no one can confirm what's going on up there.
Yeah.
No one, not one person. It's a silly argument that never comes to a close because there's no conclusion.
No, I don't need to ban you. I need your body here for the numbers. We're getting more, traffic in here because you guys are in here. So you're in here.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, you're in here making us great again. Just like Trump's going to be president in 2024. You're making us great
Make
again.
flat Earth great again.
All I have to do is mute you, unless you start becoming really ridiculous, and then I will have to. But not now. I just have to mute you and unmute you.
Can we just all agree to move on from this point? Trigonometry, hard force, and talent.
I
This is
thought
not
so.
going to get anywhere, man. Especially when we're going to keep going back to the original analogy that you made. So
They won't move on from it. Especially Talon, he won't move on.
Yep.
Did you hear what he was asking yesterday? He said,
There's
"I want to
better
know how."
discussions we can do.
He said, "I want to know how the flat earthers get the radius."
Well, I was there for that. I couldn't believe I was hearing it.
It's like they came in and they had a meeting of the globe. There was like 5 of them in here talking. And he goes, "I want to know how flat earthers measure the radius." Why would we measure a radius? Weird.
Oh shit.
And he is quite comical. Give him that. It's a weaselly way of arguing. It's kind of like it. I wonder how he does it. Like, how does he come up? Like every twist and turn. It's quite talented.
Tell you, man.
Just changes. Like you get to a fork in the road and he creates another fork that you didn't see was there. And then he goes, "Where's he going now?"
Yeah. What's weird is that he starts putting things in your mouth like you didn't say.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
well, what do you
exactly.
mean? So you're saying this doesn't work the way it does? And like I never said that. You just made that up right now, saying that I said that. I didn't say that. I'm actually saying the same thing you're saying that's wrong.
And then even when you say, "No, I didn't say that," he adds on to his argument that you did say that and moves on to the next subject about what you didn't say.
That's mentally ill.
Wait, Amish was listening to him, and we were talking about an open palm getting closer to the candle, and then he made it into a fist so he can make it like a ball, ball earth. It was funny as shit. Oh shit!
Gotta go. I'll be back.
These guys are funny.
Damn, I wish I had more time. It's never enough time. These guys' heads are my playground. That's all I gotta say. They think they got a good beat on reality, and I just show them to be wrong every fucking time.
Yeah, they got a model.
Well, this is consistent with reality. Really? We don't see that in reality, what you're saying. And see, the thing is, when Matt's identifying things like you do, it's much more complex. You got to actually make it like sound like you know what you're saying. You got to talk some sense to people, because when you're breaking it down, it doesn't really sound like you're making that much sense.
No.
Anyway.
I think it was too simple of an analogy. Like you move your hand closer to a palm, you move your palm closer to the candle, you feel more heat. Like that's just too simple, right? We have an atmosphere, we have a vacuum, like all that other stuff you need to add and combine that.
Yeah, of course.
It was just too simple. It was just too simple. That's all.
And plus, the type of heat that it is works totally differently.
No, you need to concede that I said that. I'll let you off the hook, trigonometry. You know the parameters by which I stand by. So it's up to you.
Yeah.
Well,
the wick is
you want to
burning,
double down. It's up to you.
and then it's oxidizing the wax, and it creates an upwards heat. What's the sun? The sun's not doing that, is it?
Nope.
Is it burning oxygen, the sun? Where's it getting the oxygen from? And you don't feel the heat unless it's got something to radiate to or radiate through. So.
I'm going to get... you have the mute button, don't you, Timbo? I'm going to let these guys up.
Yeah, man.
Because I'm going to go do stuff.
Cool.
I'll be listening, but in a little bit. I'll let these guys up because I'm going to not be talking, so... If he continues, listen, if he continues on the point that I said something I didn't say, just fucking mute him real quick. Like, all right, no. But now it's... He wanted to put words in my mouth, and I didn't let him, so... I said, I'm not going to unmute you until you concede, but since I'm not going to be here, I'll just go ahead and unmute him. But if he keeps on that point, let's fucking mute him again.
I guess we'll just get that clip later, then we can talk about something else.
Yeah. Here's Talon again, and his wonderful mind.
Matt, I'm on my phone, so if you want to get it.
I'm not gonna go back and just keep a clip, dude. It's just useless. It's pointless, anyways.
What do you mean?
Yeah, Matt's not your lapdog, dude. He's a critical thinking human. He's gonna do what he wants. That's what he means.
No, but like I mean, genuinely, we don't need to keep fucking dying on that hill, dude. It was too simple of an analogy. I already told Talon that. We can switch the topic.
Why do you keep saying that? Just drop it. You don't get to keep throwing the same fucking smear.
I'm not dog piling your shit. I mean, it was just too simple.
So just shut the fuck up.
It was just too simple. It was just too simple.
You're being too simple. You're being reductive.
Was it not simple? Trigonometry man agreed that it was too simple.
Right. Well, then he suddenly realized what I was actually talking about and how wrong alpha was.
Yeah, but what you should have been talking about.
So you should have been like, well, wait a minute.
What
this
you
is what
should have been
really
talking
meant,
about
wasn't
shouldn't
it?
have been your analogy.
You either have to like support what I'm saying or shut the fuck up. Because like alpha's
no,
already
I can
here to
disagree
deny.
with what you're saying.
There doesn't need
I
to be
can
three
disagree
people
with what you're
denying
saying.
me. I don't need three people telling me that I'm bad. And I'm just saying this like
No one's telling you that you're bad when we're telling you that your argument or your analogy is bad.
Having people like you like come in and like play games with alpha.
Dude. You shouldn't be in here.
Like,
you can't stand
criticism. You're not entitled. You don't have the clout to like.
Yeah, dude, keep crying.
No, I just did that because he didn't want to move on.
You're just acting like a man-child, dude. You're a grown-ass man. You don't need to be acting like a man-child because someone disagreed with your shitty analogy, dude.
Typical leftist, bro.
Yeah, dude. Talon always freaks out in every other channel, dude, because he's always with his like liberal mindset thing, dude. But
yeah,
it was too simple of an analogy, and I told him that it was. Enter with all the other evidence and all the citations that you'd have. Don't just do the candle palm shit. It's too simple, dude. He acts like we're calling him a bad person because his analogy was bad. Come on, dude.
Yeah, so what he's saying to you, Matt, is that you can't disagree with him if you're on his side. That's weird, yeah?
Yeah, it's not how it works, unfortunately.
This is crazy, dude.
It's that's what politics does to your head, mate.
This is your brain on leftism. If everybody doesn't agree with you, they're bad.
And idiots.
Well, he thought we were calling him a bad person because we disagreed with what he said. Come on, dude.
Yeah, but the thing was, you didn't even disagree with what he said. You just said it wasn't a good analogy. That was it.
Yeah, that's all. All I said was it was too simple, and he got like super duper offended by that. Apparently, it just hurt him.
Yeah. Gonna go and sort it out with the soy latte now, and
yeah,
dude,
get some estrogen in his body. Eat some tofu.
Some Beyond Meat burgers, bug burgers.
Yeah. If you don't like meat, why would you get something that tries to be meat?
I don't know.
Weird. Mushroom burgers, like ground up mushrooms mixed with tofu to try and make a meat substitute.
Dude, Talon's just crying in the chat. Crying, dude.
Yeah.
Sad sight.
I literally tried to give you like a rope to climb out of the hole with, Talon.
Hey, you did when you were talking about what's it called, the solar.
Solar radiance. You could have just hopped on my train. I could have taken you.
Oh. I was trying to get him to make his argument more sophisticated. The analogy was just too simple. I told him it was too simple. You get closer, therefore cold. Or you get closer, therefore hot. Like, no, not how it works. It's a lot more complicated than that. So let's change it up. And he was given chances over and over again to just hop onto something else, dude. He kept fighting it.
Yeah, Trigonometry Man provided a chariot, a golden chariot for him to hop onto. All he needed to do was take one step, and it would have taken him out of the snake's den. But he didn't want to grab it. He said, "Fuck the chariot. I will die on this hill by myself."
It's funny how Talon's so mad that he's muted. He likes to mute people in his liberal voice channel that he got when they don't agree with him. So it's funny. It's funny how you don't like
the
being
tables
muted,
have
Talon.
turned.
Yeah, dude mutes people as soon as they disagree with him in that channel. So
Yeah, you go in there and you go, "Are you a conservative?" Mute.
No, he doesn't do that. I mean, he tries to have conversations. I mean, it's private channels. People can do what they want.
I mean, that's what he did when I was in there last time I was in there, shooting people and shit. Didn't let them get their point across either. Runs away though. How am I running away? You got muted. I'm not a moderator, dude. That shit's fucking funny. Oh man.
Berg.
This shit's hilarious, man.
Who else wants to die on Talon's Hill?
None. It's been nuked. The hill doesn't exist anymore. It's a crater.
It's flat.
It's crazy because Talon's really willing to die on that fucking hill by himself.
Yeah. Even I would have conceded by now, and I'm very hard-headed.
Well, remember we were having that conversation yesterday, Matt,
in the
about
left
being
room
able
because
to.
he's scared. That's funny.
Remember we were having that conversation about being able to say, "Okay, maybe I'm wrong. I'll have a look at this." Like, what's wrong with saying that? There's absolutely nothing wrong with saying that, and like it's a diffuser for an argument as well, because you go, "Okay, well, maybe I'm wrong. I'll go and take a look at it," and then everyone goes, "Okay, well, maybe when you have a look at it, come back, present your argument." It's not a W or an L. People let pride get in the way, ego. Get rid of your ego. Admit when you don't know, or you could be wrong. Go and have a look, and then come back. Or a quick Google search would tell you that the sun's heat is not the same as a candle.
Wait, that's hold on.
Apparently yesterday.
Watched him show up in my channel, and then he said, "I'm scared to join his channel." Dude, pathetic bias.
So he can mute
pathetic
you?
bias towards what, Talon? That's a good question for you.
So I wanted to ask a flat earther if they're able to model the trajectory of like a thrown ball using just density of the ball in the surrounding medium. Is that something that's like somebody's capable of doing?
I don't know. I'm not that type of flat earther. I build things. I have a structural engineering degree, but I don't know about throwing things, whether I could work that out mathematically.
I can do that.
Who said that?
I did.
I don't think you did it with density of an object on the surrounding medium, did you?
Yeah, you can do that. Like the equation for relative density is easy to derive.
Yeah, but can it predict the motion of an object if you throw it?
Yeah, you get the same downward acceleration. Use like if you use the density of the air and the density of an object, and equation for relative density, you can predict a parabolic motion too.
I'd like to see an example of this because I've never seen this done before.
Well, wouldn't you just have to work out how quickly the ball its momentum would slow down, and then how long the ball would take to reach the ground? No?
No. You don't do the slowing down. You simply get the acceleration of the ball downwards using the two densities and the horizontal motion. And you do the same thing as anyone would do with Newtonian mechanics using gravity, but instead you're using the density of the object and the medium.
But you still need to use that 9.8. So that would instead of calling that gravity, you just call it speed down, like another vector. Yeah.
Say that again.
Because you need to work out how high the ball's going to go, and then how long it's going to take to go back down to the ground. Yeah.
No. You only need the horizontal velocity and the downward acceleration.
Yeah, but what about how you need to know how high you're going to throw the ball as well?
No, only the direction and velocity. From that, you can figure out how high it would be if you want, but you don't need that.
But the ball's still going to drop at the same rate. So you're saying you're going to, but only from that you can only work out if you throw the ball level.
Wait,
so if you throw the ball up at an angle, you've got an upward trajectory, right? So you need to work out how quickly that ball slows down on its upward trajectory, how high it gets to, and then how long it takes to get back down from that height. So in that, you would need 9.8 meters per second. Correct? Or not?
Yo, I had to step away a second. Can you ask that question again? Sorry.
No, I'm not going to explain it again, man. No. Don't waste my time.
Yeah, so are you able to show how you got a constant downward acceleration, 9.8 meters per second?
Yeah, that's a constant in the equation. So
okay, so you do have to assume a g.
Well, you do have to have a value for what's the acceleration if there's no medium. That would be 9.8
you're
meters
just
per second
calling it
squared.
G, though.
Yeah,
You're putting G in front of a number. That's all you're doing.
No, I was wondering if you were able to, just with the density of the ball and the surrounding medium, if you're able to predict its flight path with nothing else other than
With
horizontal.
no constant?
What?
Well, I mean, I don't think that's a fair question because, like, the same thing could be said about gravity. Because in gravity, you do need the big G, and that one you need to measure. So you do have to measure what the value of G is to use the equation.
Right,
and I think the yeah, go ahead.
Here's a better analogy, I guess, compared to so with Newtonian, all I need is the velocity I'm throwing the ball at, the angle I'm throwing the ball at, and G, and then what I'm asking for density is the density of the surrounding medium, the density of the ball, the velocity the object is thrown at, and then
the height of the ball.
No, because you don't need that in Newtonian either. Well, you do, I guess.
Yeah, you need G in both.
You need to know how long it's going to be in the air.
But you can figure that out using just the velocity of the ball when it leaves your hand and G. That's all you need. And the angle, of course, that you're throwing it at.
You need 9.8 meters per second squared on both.
Okay, so you do have to assume some sort of downwards acceleration of 9.8.
Yes, you do, because everything goes down. Solid objects go down.
Okay, so that's invariant of density, right?
The constant is, the equation isn't. So the equation for relative density, you have both the density of the object, you have the density of the medium, and you have little g there.
Yep.
They're all part of the equation.
Yep. So what I was trying to get to the point is that you do need to have some sort of downward acceleration that is invariant of the density of the object and the surrounding medium. So it's almost like it's some sort of constant between.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, that's my point. Yeah.
Fair enough. Like you need to know what's the downward acceleration when something is in the vacuum. No, that's the constant that both using Newtonian or using relative density, which is still Newtonian because the way you get the equation, the way I got the equation was deriving from Newton's equation.
Yeah. So my question was like, flat Earth? It was obviously an unanswerable question for flat Earth because you do have to assume a constant that is invariant of weight or invariant of mass and
yeah, but he
right?
said you need a constant in a vacuum, and then you work out from that. Yeah, is that what you said?
Yeah. So my point was that you need a constant everywhere, that you can't escape this downwards acceleration.
Yeah, well, there is a downward acceleration, isn't there?
Yeah. I'm not arguing against that.
We don't disagree with that.
So do objects fall because of density or because of the acceleration downwards?
It's not really my field, man.
Okay, that's fine.
I work on all as I've ever worked on with my job is weight. So.
All right. Yeah. No, that's fine. I was just because I hear a lot of people trying to say that like density is the cause of downwards acceleration, and that's what I was trying to like disprove.
Yeah, I don't know about it. You know, like it's pretty big to claim a cause. Yeah, but we all know that little g exists. It's a downward acceleration. Yeah, an average speed. I don't, if anyone denies that, they're idiots.
So then we can just throw away the density part. Like that would make sense. Like I don't want to hear about density as well.
Then that would be in a vacuum because then you got to you know when is anything falling through a vacuum?
We have vacuum chambers on Earth.
Yeah, I know, but they don't all fall at the same rate, do they? It's an average speed.
Well, yeah, and we can explain that by, the Earth being not a perfect sphere.
Just the things in the same vacuum chamber.
Yeah, but the things in the same, yeah. So if we move to a different location, then the downwards acceleration would change.
No, but they let me try and find it for you. They did this drop experiment.
Yeah, I know that, like,
and they all fell at different rates. So what do you mean it's due to the Earth not being a perfect sphere? It's got nothing to do with it. They're all in the same location.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you have a vacuum chamber and you're dropping objects at the same place in the same vacuum chamber, they're all going to fall at the same rate. But if you move...
That's what it shows. It shows they don't fall at the same rate. That's why it's an average.
Really, that's interesting. I'd like to see that because.
See if I can find it. Give me 5 minutes.
Bruh, Matt, this is crazy. He's in his left room, his cope room.
All by himself too.
That's crazy. I need to buy a Cavendish setup so I can prove Big G. For like $3,000. I'm crazy enough to do it.
It's one that the flat earthers will appreciate then.
Yeah, it's an actual experiment. We don't get those often around here. It's mostly just like philosophy, actually.
That's true. Which is the most boring part.
Yeah, like 95% of this is just philosophy. Was he DMing you too, Matt? Because he's like crying in my DMs right now.
Yeah, he was DMing me as well.
Yeah. You guys are just biased because I'm left. Thanks for the confession. You guys are hacks.
He thinks we're biased because he's left. Holy shit, this dude is fucking crazy. He is indeed kind of batshit crazy. I'm not gonna lie, dude. Dude's just a little insane. Even in his left room that I was in before, he's a little crazy, dude. A little out of it.
Cavendish needs to be demonstrated on the crisis in flat Earth gravitation.
That's gonna be our new thing. The crisis in Jekyll made the crisis in flat Earth trigonometry.
Yeah.
We got the crisis in flat Earth gravitation, crisis in flat Earth trigonometry. Next. Well, we've been had the crisis in flat Earth perspective at the bottom up obstruction.
Yo, Amish, you missed like a meltdown. Yeah. Talon like melted down.
Obvious it be said feminist males, the destroyer of empires. Yep.
We need to prove big G. That's the objective. Prove big G and flat Earth is gone.
Thought it was gone already.
What do you mean?
I don't think there was any hope left for Flat Earth, given all the other stuff.
I agree, but like, just in this is the flat Earth. This voice channel is the flat Earth in its entirety.
You flat earthers want to have a chat?
Wow. Manufactotum is a flat earther.
No, he's not.
What do you mean?
Why'd you say that?
Manufactotum's not a flat earther.
I know. I'm just saying random stuff right now, hoping somebody will engage in a conversation.
Sometimes it's got to be the way you got to go at it.
Yeah, Manufactotum is a flat earther confirmed. He's confessing in text chat right now, but no one look.
I confess to be a flat earther to Nathan Oakley.
Really?
Yes.
Are you a locally flat earther? Because I'm a locally flat earther.
That wasn't actually what I was going for, but I think that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm a local linearity earther.
Let's say I'm a local, not local, I'm a effective flat earther.
Yeah, local linearity earther is my favorite.
I am also a local flat earther.
I do agree that the distance or the horizon or the baseline when you're doing celestial navigation is, for all intents and purposes, flat. The
distance to Polaris is a flat Earth measurement.
Yeah, the couple of miles isn't very curved compared to the whole Earth.
X. That stuff is flat. Oh man.
Mars is made up by NASA. I've never seen it. I don't think it's there.
Yo, what's up, my flat earthers?
What's local flat earthers?
You doing well?
Yes.
Yeah, we're trying to measure the flatness right now.
Dank. Like, did you see that Rick and Morty episode with like the ultimately flat piece? Is it that flat?
I would say nothing can be flat.
So if it's not flat, is it like globe Earth?
No, everything's just locally flat.
Okay.
Like literally everything is locally flat. At some point, if you have like mathematically you can prove this on any function. You're gonna find something called local linearity, which is that smaller and smaller increments of the function measuring between 2 points on the function. You're going to get less and less slope, and if you just keep on decreasing and decreasing, you're going to get to a point where the slope barely changes, right?
That makes sense, but I think I can think of some exceptions to that rule.
What, like logarithmic functions, or like x to x cubed or something, where changes?
Well, take for example the magnitude of x. So at zero, it's linear in the negative and it's linear in the positive, but in between the positive and the negative, it flips. So it starts going down and it goes up. So at that very point, you'll never make that point like linear. If you approach that point, try to approach more and more and more, you're still not getting to. You're still not getting those two points to approximate a straight line between them. I'm not sure that what I said makes sense. Just
yeah, but
get the magnitude of x function.
I don't think anyone would claim
discontinuous functions like that.
I don't think anyone could claim that the Earth is function shaped.
Oh, I don't know.
That would be pretty
Been across
crazy.
Earth Awakenings. There's some pretty weird shit goes down there.
Yes, the Earth is.
Earth Awakenings, dude. Oh my god, dude, that Discord is.
The Earth is actually the Earth is actually a sine wave. Or just do the crazy trigonometric function sine waves and stuff, where you just keep on adding powers to it and it goes crazy. All the wavelength gets shorter and shorter in amplitude. That's the Earth. That's the real shape of the Earth.
Am I hearing the crisis in flat Earth geometry again? Geometry or
the crisis in flat Earth calculus? Yeah. Here we go. I'll send a shape of the Earth in chat. This is real. This is sine of x cubed. This is the shape of the Earth.
Interesting.
What do you think about that bacon? Does that account for the forces involved?
No idea how to interpret that, but it's a nice looking function.
The crisis in flat Earth calculus.
There's no flat Earth calculus.
Yeah, because it's Newton. Newton made it, so that's just not good.
Not only that, but one of the arguments is like you can't have an angle to a curve. That contradicts calculus. Calculus precisely gives you a way to figure out angle between curves.
Yeah, what's a derivative? Huh, what's a derivative, says the flat earther. Oh damn, Tard Force about to get banned.
Oh no.
Damn, bro.
Not that bad, right?
I don't know. That's pretty bad. That might be bannable. that's just the worst gyno ever. Tyler 1 gyno.
I remember some dude fucking posted 2 dudes making out in the chat, text chat before. It's fucking crazy, dude.
Yeah. Interesting stuff, huh?
For sure.
Jenna, do you ever speak? I want to talk about electromagnetism.
Jenna just is always in the chat, man.
The crisis in flat Earth electromagnetism. Everything is a crisis, actually.
Yeah, what isn't a crisis?
Amish, are you here?
You're Amish's prodigy, right?
I'm his project, yeah.
Project. You're a project. I thought you were a prodigy.
But he gives me the Amish pass, so I'm fine with that.
Yes.
When Amish is speaking, my ears are open. He's a cool guy. Oh, now we got Rich Evans, Timbo. Everyone's from this is Glober Party.
Yes, sir. Rich Evans is hilarious, man.
Yeah. If you just become an ANCAP, all the flat earthers will like you.
All the flat earthers already like me, man. Became friends with all of the guys, you know. Is Crit here still? Crit's my buddy, man. Sending me those two gifts every day.
Oh my god, it's just Glober Central, bro.
I accidentally posted an image in this chat. I didn't mean to. I meant to put it in the other chat.
Yeah, I was about to say, you're about to get banned for that.
I did not mean to. Usually when you join another room, it carries over the chat into that room you join.
Yeah, I didn't know if you were like trolling or the Tyler one gynecomastia.
Yeah.
Where are all your neighbors there, Trig?
What do you mean?
Your neighbors. The flat earthers.
Amish isn't here and Mennonite isn't here, or Crypto.
Well, the room's kind of like a big suffering since they implemented the AFK room, and so they can't really AFK farm numbers in here.
That's not what we do anyway.
That's exactly what y'all do. That's why.
No, it's not, dude.
Okay, so whenever I see in here like 40 people, of which 30 of them are deafened or muted, and there's like 4 people typing in chat, and then I have like 30 of them just listening to silence for 20 minutes. That's not what y'all are doing, Heretic.
Yeah, that's not what us all are doing here. Check the AFA chat right now and see how many people from this VC are in there.
You wanted to know a secret on that one, Chief? It just kicks the people from this specific room. In fact, all the user rooms, it just kicks them. They don't even go into the AFK chat.
So why are there people in the AFK chat?
Do what? Because those are for the other rooms, like the actual server rooms.
Well, we get kicked out of here into there when we're inactive for too long.
And then it kicks you out of AFK chat, then if they fix that, just out of there after like 2 hours.
Okay, so how come nobody from this room is over there since we spend all our time AFK farming in this room?
Because again, after 2 hours, it just kicks you out of AFK chat.
Okay, so it's been 2 hours since anybody has been booted here, so all these people must be actually active here.
Sure, and that's
they
why
always
the numbers
are,
are
dude.
low.
There's hardly ever anybody from here. Sometimes Crit ends up in there. Sometimes Quad does. For the most part, it's people from other rooms. We don't AFK farm. It's just, you know how you can't stand not coming in here. You're like addicted to the place.
In actually
Yeah,
speaking?
that's why it's a popular room.
In actually
Because of you guys.
And not just like
No, it's not about actually speaking. Sometimes you're just sitting and listening and using it as a podcast.
Yeah, the room is addictive. I'll be honest.
People, obviously.
There's no doubt about it.
That's why
This
this
is
guy's
number one
always
room.
here. That's why Matt Nuclear is always here. That's why I'm always here.
Yo, got any Black Swan?
There's no better room than this, man. Come on.
I mean, like Manufact Totem Park's here all the time. Is he helping us AFK farm? Is he trying to drive us to number one? Like, just shut up, dude. It's retarded shit. You guys are like paranoid.
Heretic is actually paying Manufact Totem to AFK farm.
Yeah.
True. Anyway,
But like, come in and sound smart every once in a while so that it seems believable.
I mean, like any recent thing going on with the flat Earth is what I really came in here to ask. I know that
Same shit, different day.
I know that Witsit was talking about doing some sort of a radio signal test, which I don't think he'll ever get to.
Well, that's just poisoning the well, isn't it?
Well, he's not doing it till he does it, right?
Agreed. But you can't say that he's not.
Okay,
Agreed?
well, I'll just say that he hasn't.
All right.
Wait, what is this radio signal thing?
So the thought process is, because of how radio operators, especially with the ham radio community, using the ionosphere to bounce signals to and from different places with little hops, and being able to have people at the trough of the signal, I guess you could think about it as receiving it in multiple locations. Not all locations, but just specific locations based on the math that they calculate for the angle that they shoot at. Using a globular model, Witsit believes that if he were able to, if I might be mistaken, but from what I understood him describing on Jim Panda's server, was if he can interpret the the Earth as being flat and still send out those signals, he should still be able to hit specific targets.
I still haven't gotten an invite to Jim Panda's server. If you can invite me.
Oh, my fault.
Yeah. So, I wanted to see if satellites are a really good way, just because of how absurdly fast they're going. Like, if I observe a satellite and then you're like 1,000 kilometers away from me and you see it again, the same thing, like that's going really fast.
Well, I just stick with the whole idea of the ground speed of celestial bodies, something that you can actually measure, and how it doesn't really conform to a flat surface.
Oh my god, I did not know Gem Panda server was this active. What the hell?
Oh yeah, all the time.
Not that worthy though.
Not what?
It's not that worth it.
But see, I try and map it out. I got a map from Australia and took a look at ground positions of the sun during December 21st, which should be the widest circumference of the sun, and the ground speed of the sun seems to be the exact same ground speed as during the solar not equinox, not the solar eclipse, what is the word I'm looking for, summer solstice in the northern hemisphere. Yeah, which is really odd to describe because they should inherently be two different circumferences. So how can you have the same speed? Yeah, so how can you
I'll play devil's advocate.
Yeah. You're gonna argue you're gonna argue as to how they can have the same circumference as on a flat surface?
No. The circumference could be larger, but I don't think anyone is actually measuring the ground speed of the sun. Instead, you're just calculating the angular speed of the sun based on how the coordinates are changing over time. So if you use the globe to do the calculation, you're going to get the same ground speed in both scenarios. So
I can know
Yeah.
that the sun is directly above me at one moment, and then somebody 500 miles away can know that the sun is directly above them several hours later, or maybe an hour or two later. And we can figure that
How
out
many
quite
miles?
easily. Well, 500 miles.
All right. How do you know they're actually 500 miles away?
Because I am willing to trust like maps of Australia and driving distance calculators.
All right. That
Because
might be the issue then.
well, I think it'd be really hard to argue that the driving distance between two locations is not what they say, given that we all have odometers, unless we want to go down the really fucking bizarre route that odometers are all programmed to show different distances, like depending on your longitude, or sorry, your latitude.
According
Why
to your
don't you show that
argument,
the
according to your logic, that both are not a straight path. So you're saying the sun's taking a straight path, but the guy who's driving has all these twists and turns. So they're not the same.
Highways are relatively straight.
The shape that you see on the...
Yeah, relatively is not what you're saying the
Okay.
sun's traveling
Cool,
like.
then I'll just default to maps then. And then we can just even throw out like 10% driving distance if you want to feel comfortable with that.
I think that's a very good argument.
Yeah. With the Australian capital cities for each state, you can do the distance thing if you work out the distance between each one. And the distances, that matrix of distances, it's really impossible to lay out on a flat sheet.
Yep.
There's enough...
If you find a way to get a distance between points that are hundreds of miles away from each other or thousands of miles away from each other, then don't even bother with the ground speed of the sun. The distances alone are going to be enough for you to know whether it's flat or not.
Well, the argument could still just be that like the continent sizes are correct, but the ocean sizes are different, right? And then one would have to explain, like, oh, the sun must be like speeding up super fast over the waters, but then slowing back down over the land as some sort of cope, instead of just saying that the sun is just traveling constant speed over like the ground as it is over the water.
But you're saying that the continent sizes are the same, and yet we have different map projections. So why is that? How are you gonna square that?
Different map projections.
No one's taking the distances from the projections.
Yeah.
Projections are simply different ways to project a sphere into a plane. They're not meant to represent the actual distances.
When I take a look at the projections that they put on a flat map, when I am able to take the projections that they put on a flat map, I'm able to take a look at the key, and especially like the full continent size ones, or even like state size ones. And they all tell, or at least the good ones, will tell you how much they morph depending on what part of the map you're looking at. Like whether it be in the corner or in the middle. They even have like little scales, like where the grid is warped to make sure that you're looking at the right distances. And you're able to take a look at those and calculate, oh hey, there's a 690 miles between this point and this point, going off the grid here. Now, if you want to keep on going with that line, then one could just do the ultimate test of just hugging a coastline. Because, yeah, if you don't want to worry about like roads and going up and down.
You can't do that because the coastline has a paradox. How are you going to measure the coastline, or that you know that you're going exactly the distance of that coastline if there's high tides and low tides? You haven't thought about this through.
Yeah, I have. You just go in one direction along the coast at, let's say, high tide, and you can just measure the distance. And if the high tide stops, you can just stop and just carry on 6 hours later, or 12 hours later.
Bang.
Also, there's typically markers as to where high tide would be, which you can follow even if high tide isn't there. So I've kind of thought about this through quite a lot. And if you want to go with that cope, you can always just get a boat and just travel along the coastline.
Yeah, we have a coastline paradox. Or did you not know that?
Oh yeah, the more precise. Yeah, I know. The more precise you measure a coastline, the longer the distance. Which again, we're not trying to get to all like the little nooks and crannies and divots and twists and turns. We're worried about a straight line. So there is no like coastal paradox involved. But I guess you misinterpret the coastal paradox too.
Is the sun's ground speed constantly the same?
The sun's ground speed? It does not appear to be, no.
Okay.
Depending on the day, because it'll be either between the two tropics, of which for some reason as it gets closer to the equator, it speeds up, and as it gets further from the equator on each side, it slows down. But what we're comparing is December 21st versus, what was it, June 21st, I want to say? Is the summer solstice? Oh, June 20th, my mistake. June 20th. So the ground speed of the sun on June 20th versus the ground speed of the sun on December 21st appears to be the same, which is really hard to explain on a flat plane. How can a circumference change and yet the speed stays the same, and yet the object is still able to make one rotation in the same amount of time? Seems like a paradox to me.
What were you saying? I could explain it.
Okay. Go for it.
All right, well, what's the question? I just joined.
Well, I'm asking how a circumference can change, and yet the object going around that circumference can travel at the same speed as the previous circumference, and yet be able to make this, or like the two different loops in the same period of time.
Kinetic force and inertia.
Or maybe the original source of the sun is pointed at a different angle.
Okay. So if I have a flashlight, we would say that the source of the light is the flashlight, correct?
I'm saying kinetic force and inertia.
Okay, yeah, kinetic force and inertia, which has fuck all to do with explaining how an object can go around a circle at the same speed.
So I'm telling you how it works. That's how. That is literally how. The kinetic force of an object being pushed and pulled by by the gravity, and the inertia that it was originally going doesn't really dissipate unless it's stopped by something else in the field.
I want you to do this for me. I want you to go out and get a fucking what was it? Go out and get like a box, or just go get some a construction board.
Like I got a construction.
Get a construction board.
Yeah. Not a board, just paper. Paper gonna work?
No, thicker. I need you to be able to like screw in a screw.
I got a cardboard box.
Cardboard. Cut out a big fucking section of that cardboard.
All right.
Put like a nail or a tack in the very middle. Trace one circle, and then make another circle with double the radius around that point. And then
what'll that
figure out how to make an object go around the first circle at the same speed, right? So same velocity as a second circle, and yet both objects be able to make a single loop.
Well, it wouldn't be able to, because you have to account for the distance between.
I agree. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It wouldn't be able to.
I agree. But what was the other thing? Sorry, I got sidetracked.
Let's say if something was like 10 miles out and something was 100 miles out, it's going to take longer for that 100-mile object to circle something.
Much like if you're riding a bike at 15 miles an hour. That's why racers want to be on the inside lane rather than the outside lane.
Yeah. What was the question then?
Oh, I was asking how somebody can demonstrate these ground positions being the way they are on a flat plane. Oh, but it's about the source of light. Sorry, my mistake. It's the source of light. So one would still have to describe, like if I had a flashlight and I angle it down like around my feet and I make a little circle around my feet, one could get the ground speed of that light on the ground. And then if I were to point it out, I could tell
you your fatal flaw, Tard, if you want me to.
Okay.
There's a fatal flaw in your premise.
What's up?
You're assuming that we're already conceptualizing the Earth to be a specific way. So in the case for flat Earth, you're looking at the AE map to try to square that. We're not actually talking about that. Yeah.
Okay. Well, in any case,
I would say conversely, you would say the globe Earth is working just fine. But if you're using a flat Earth, a flat plane, let's say, and that concept wouldn't work.
Okay. Then perhaps we could come up with a way.
Fatal flaw.
Okay, then perhaps we can come up with a way to either realign the continents or rethink the path of the sun in order to make this work.
We can't
Because
realign continents. They're where they are.
I agree we can't realign continents, so we're left with option B, which is to try and figure out how else the sun could be traveling if not in a circular path.
Well, here's the thing that you're going to end up with is a really good guess. Would you agree or disagree with that?
Yeah, it'd be a really good guess that we could test.
Yeah, but like it doesn't matter what you could test; it'll still be a really good guess. It won't. At the end of it, won't be conclusive.
Well, one could take a look at the path of the sun over continents, correct?
Yeah, but why are you avoiding what I'm saying?
Oh, sorry, it could be a really good guess.
Yeah,
it could be a really good guess.
Listen, and to your point, however you're trying to square this, it's going to lend credence towards whatever you're saying. You're lending credence towards. That's it. But it's not going to tell you if that's the case or not. Like if you want to get like to the point where you're going to verify something, or I should say this. Let's just say you're going to falsify it. You're not going to be able to, because at what point are you going to say, okay, let's take what we're saying now and go test it? Not in the short sense, but in the macro sense. Not in the micro, but the macro. How are we going to know that that's how the sun operates over the whole entire Earth? Because that's what we have to see. That's the ultimate falsification. We're not doing that. So the fatal flaw in your premise is that you're putting the idea that the flat Earth or the way the sun operates over it is a specific way, and it's basically it's a straw man to a position that we didn't claim. So
Sure.
anyway,
then all it could just possibly do then is eliminate one of the ideas as to how the flat Earth is, which is a circular path of the sun.
Well, and I would say this, man, I wouldn't be too opposed to you doing that, but the problem that we're having is there might be some people that think that the Earth is an AE map, and that would be the argument to have. But I honestly, I don't think here's what I'm telling any flat earther that's in here. If you're saying that you side with like it's a circular path over a flat plane, then you're gonna have to say, well, how is the orientation of land, and there's a lot of other things that are involved. It's a more deeper conversation than just saying how does the sun work over a flat plane. There's it's a bit more complex.
Well,
but anyway, you can say what you want. I don't care. It's like what you're saying. I'm just saying the fatal flaw is.
Yeah, what I would say is it definitely cannot be a circular path because of what I brought up, especially if we take a look at just Africa, of which the sun definitely travels over Africa throughout, between the solstice, or between the equinox and was it winter solstice? And we can see that the sun is traveling faster as the sun travels over northern Africa than it does as it travels over.
That's only on an AE map.
When you say
that's only on an AE map, dude.
No.
Yeah, you're looking at an AE map.
No, I'm just taking a look at a map of Africa, which could be any which way, unless you want to say that the entire shape of Africa is completely like up in the air.
Yeah, it's unknown. Yeah, it's unknown. Have you seen that? Yeah, here's the thing though, and I don't know if this had to deal with political reasons, but how they made the continents look in respect to another. Like supposedly Africa is one of the largest continents in the world, but they made it equivalent to like the size of like the U.S. So map projections have been given this illusion that continents. So there is that. I mean, you could see the reason why.
Size is different from shape. So we can just take a look at the shape of Africa.
Yeah, it's still the same. It's the same problem though. You have to look into. Yeah, this debate has nothing to do with flat or globe, so you need to look into that before you jump into this.
Well,
we've seen it all, so I'm telling you to actually do it because you're making a non-point right now. So.
I would say, and myself, I've looked into maps of Africa, and I would say that the general shape of Africa is pretty much consistent throughout all maps I've seen.
This is really crappy standards of evidence.
I mean, I don't know what else you want me to do besides map out the entirety of Africa by myself.
How about you just admit that you don't know, and we can all, celebrate together that we actually don't know these answers.
Well,
that's true.
And that would be truthful.
This would be truthful because I have a map of Africa that seems to work for people.
See, and this is the reason why you guys die on the hill that you do, because you hold to these claims that you think that are absolute gold standards, and they're just not. It's proven by cartographers in history that there's no way that they could see like how they're able to detail all these things because of the fact that how are you going to measure coastlines when they're completely in fluctuation? Like there's so much that you don't understand right now with the conversation you're bringing up, and it's the ignorance that you hold that's going to be your undoing. This is the reason why.
And yet we fly planes there every day, and planes fly from there to here every day.
Yeah, so what?
Listen,
Listen,
they don't know where they are.
Let's not detract. Let's not detract from the point. It's not the fact that you can go from a point A to point B. We're talking about the shape of something. We're talking. No, it's not. Are you going to jump on this? See, you guys get on this idiot bus, and then you just start piling in. Everybody starts joining the idiot bus. So the idiot bus is some guy says something really stupid, and here comes another idiot jumping in the bus. You don't need to do that. Just because you're Globers doesn't mean you need to protect each other's idiot points. It's stupid. You were talking about the shape of something. He was saying going from point A to point B. You know what I'm saying is correct. Why are you siding with him?
So in regards to coastlines, we're talking about very minor differences, depending on tides and depending on some other weathering effects, which does not detract from nearly the whole that is the continent of Africa. What we're talking about when we're bringing up cartographers, we're talking about minor changes.
You don't need to die on the hill, bro.
I agree. I don't need to die on the hill that Africa could just be a completely different shape in order to make things work.
Well, I mean, and that's what we're saying, though. If you're trying to, you see, and that's the thing. The logical way to go is to be honest with yourself intellectually. If you're not able to square it, why are you trying to? Because it's not this. Nobody brings up these arguments, but you guys that are trying to say that the Earth is a globe via your,
the counterpoint to that is I can't talk about it at all unless I know with 100% certainty by measuring Africa. By measuring Africa by myself, according to this guy.
No, that's not what I'm saying, dude.
No, that's what the other guy's saying.
No, I'm saying what Amish is saying. Be honest when it comes to this topic. You need to lay out. Listen, you need to lay out on the table.
Amish I'm talking about then.
Yeah, he was chiming in. What I'm saying is you need to lay out on the table what's at stake here, whether or not you know what the information or you're going off base assumptions according to what you know history have given you, which is cartography and maps and models and stuff. Yeah, you can't say working. You just can only say that this is the best we got right now.
Can't say working map?
No, because in one respect it's working, in another it will fail.
Okay,
and that's what I'm trying to show you.
Okay. In what respect of, let's say, orienteering does a map of Africa come out to bring up cause? Give me a bit.
It's up to you.
So they come in here, right, and they think flat Earth has to be a certain way, and they think they know the globe Earth has to be a certain way, and then they form an argument between the two, and we have to step in and say, no, you're wrong about both.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying too, Amish. I'm with you on that. The point of critical thinking is so that you can understand when something's being said that doesn't jive with somebody's absolute statement. Nope, this is the only way it can be. It can't be anything. No, how do you know that? We have to understand the process by which you understood that information to be true. And that's what we're doing right now. And so you haven't looked into certain key factors in this particular argument, which on the flat Earth side, we investigate each point to its nth degree, and we find inconsistencies, we find flaws, we find the reason why people don't look into this. It's because you take everything to be a foregone conclusion, and you're moving forward with the point like it's true.
Okay. So,
and that's why I'm pointing it out to you.
When we take a look at Nigeria and Ghana, we know the distances between Accra and what was the capital of Nigeria? Let me double check with that.
You can't say you know unless you tell us how you know.
Because they are well-traveled routes every single day, both by ground and by air.
So how do you know?
How do I know?
How do you know what the distance is? No, how do you know? How did you look into it? How do I know?
Because I take a look at maps that seem to be pretty reliable. Because if they weren't reliable, then people would say, oh, hey. Yeah, hold on, because people again would say, oh, hey, these distances reported on this map ain't adding up.
That's not the thing, though. He's saying, no, it's not. What is the methodology by which the people that have said this is the distance from point A to point B, how do What's the methodology that they prove that that's the correct way to figure out the distance? What did they do? Not just traveling. Traveling is traveling. I understand traveling, but what is the measuring part? Now tell me the measuring part. You travel is one thing. You measure it is completely separate. How did they measure it?
Through a lot of geodetic surveying.
Hold on. That's not separate at all. Every time you travel, you measure the distance.
No. How are you measuring? What methodology are you using?
If you drive 60 miles an hour and you drive in one direction,
no,
for an hour, you'll make 60 miles.
So we're talking about Africa, dude, with like jungles and deserts and shit.
Yeah, and we have geodetic surveyors with planes that go out there and survey all the time. Yeah, with planes
so for
that
cars,
have surveying equipment.
Yeah, cars. Listen, cars, planes, trains, and automobiles. Like that's all you guys have. You don't. We're not talking about the vehicles that take you from point. We're not talking about the vehicles that take you from point A to point B. We're talking about a methodology by which measurement was done. Now, I want to know the methodology. Don't tell me about the vehicle. Tell me about the method.
All right, if he's going to claim geodetic surveys, Mickey, let's have him teach us.
So what they can do is they go out.
Is, right?
Yeah. So what they do is they can take a plane up there that cast out infrared signals and other signals in order to read.
How's that geodetic survey?
Yeah, well, it's part of geodetic surveying. It's taking a scan of the ground and
compiling
not it, though.
Like you can do that without doing geodesy. So you don't know what geodesy is. You have an idea of what you think it should be in your mind, and that's they're measuring the globe with like satellites and lidar and shit. No, that's not it. I'm sorry.
Yes, that seems to be.
How do they measure the globe if they don't use satellites?
Keep researching. You need to know what geodesy is, and you need to look at cartography and map making.
We're not talking about satellites.
I'm asking you what it is. What is it?
We're not talking about satellites. We're talking about the point that Tard's bringing up. We're not going to jump to another topic.
Yeah, so they engage in aerial surveying, they engage in geodetic surveying, and when they engage in aerial surveying, they do the same thing where they have an equipment on board the plane that takes scans of the ground, and they compile those scans with really accurate distances.
Yeah, he's using words.
Is that aerial surveying or is that geodesy? Which one is it?
Yeah, he's using words. He doesn't know what he's saying.
Which one is it? You're making up your own shit.
You're just using words, Tard, and you know it. Just
aerial surveying. No.
You're Googling on the fly. You think you can be an expert bullshitter with Google. It's not working.
Okay, and you could just keep
There's
like
no
saying
problem
that,
with Googling on the fly if you don't know.
Well, because you're not able to answer these questions. So
clearly I am.
Yeah, no, you're
you
not.
don't have to know everything.
Because you're asking me how we know distances between point A and point B, and when we say that
asked you to define geodesy, which you failed to do twice.
Because I have like 4 people I'm trying to communicate with,
it's your
and you're not one of them I'm focusing on.
Why can't you just tell us what geodesy is?
It's you and Amish.
No,
it's
you too.
Guy jumping in there. You're not answering me. You're answering him.
Surveying method used in civil engineering to determine the relative position of points on the Earth's surface by considering the curvature of Earth. And when we look at how they do
curvature of the Earth, how do they consider the curvature? How does one do the considering?
Can I ask what is geodesy? I have never heard of that term before.
Yeah, he's telling you right now. He just
later.
And plane surveying are two. So, in fact, here's where they mention about plane surveying, which is what I brought up, which is just taking scans of the ground, which they have in fact done in order to help map out the dense forests and rainforest of Ghana and Nigeria and the fucking other shithole. What is this other one between these two other countries that we had to drive through?
You sound like a bigot.
Well, I've lived in Ghana for about 4 months.
Yeah, you haven't heard the half.
You're calling these places shitholes. That's an insult.
Yeah, I've lived there for 4 months.
Wait till you hear his view. Wait till you hear his view on the world. You would mute him and kick him from this channel so fast it would make your head spin, dude.
Well,
if you actually heard the way he thinks.
Why is he a bigot?
He actually thinks smart people should be in control of the not smart people, and that they should be the ones to do things in this earth, and screw the little man. And so
sounds like
coal miners,
should be banned from our channel permanently for that shit.
Yeah. He was talking about coal miners, and he said, you know what? It's best that the coal miners don't have a say and like their podunk ass.
Why are we getting
like they should hold on, because I'm gonna point to Amish as the reason why you're saying the things that you are with such bigotry. So I want to show him the reason, like who you really are,
okay,
behind your little fake song.
So
and
attacking
dance.
the character rather than the argument, correct?
You can't. You listen. No, you actually said these things, so it's not me attacking you. It's just assessing the type of
That's
character
called
you
genetic
are.
fallacy.
How about this?
That's a
I got an
genetic
idea.
fallacy.
We destroy the
character rather than
argument
the argument.
first, and then we destroy his character second.
Yeah. So we have ground distances traveled, in numerous directions. We have aerial distances traveled, with surveying equipment on those planes. We also they don't have too many trains because it's not really developed, so we're not even going to bring in the trains. We do in fact have naval surveying with nautical surveying. So yeah, we have all sorts of surveying going on, all seeming to show relatively the same distances between.
Define surveying.
When you are mapping out and you are measuring distances and positions in order for either maps or for construction. Yeah, so you're just taking measurements and you're compiling measurements for later use.
All right. How does one consider the
Hello?
How do you consider curvature in surveying?
Well, in regards to distances, not really mapping out with a known angle of attack, one would consider the curvature of the Earth in order to make those angles work. So, much like if I were to have any type of triangular path that I know I've traveled, and I judge the angles between those, and let's say we just had an equilateral triangle of 60, 60, and 60, but I didn't travel 60, 60, and 60. I actually traveled like 62, 62, and 62, and yet somehow ended back up at the same place I started. That is impossible on a flat plane, and that is where, like, considering the curvature of the Earth would allow a
You can't say that. You
triangular
can't say
path.
that. Sorry, but you can't.
All right, hold
that.
on.
No.
I want to
Remember
find
told
out
you
from
that
him.
You can only say this is my best guess. You can't say that it cannot happen on a flat surface. You can say this is my best guess as to how it could happen.
Well,
but once you deny the other, once you deny the other, absolutely, you've made an absolute statement. You can't do that. You have to retract. You have to retract what you said and say that I can't. Tell. Yes, you do. Because to say something absolutely is to say that you've sussed out. Hold on a minute. You have to first of all suss out that everything that you've described in your scenario to be everything explained. All things aren't explained. You still have some unknowns in your specific model. So you have to say this is my best guess, but I can't say that it's for sure. And if that's being disingenuous, if you're not doing that.
When we have angles of 62, 62, and 62, mathematically on a flat plane, that is impossible to make a triangle with. And that is just the law of triangles.
Now, I would agree, okay? Granted. Now, can you provide an instance where this has happened?
Where this has happened? No.
Yeah, you're saying this
Not
is
off the top
the
of my
case.
head.
Well, show me a case.
I just said I can't. So I'll just retract geodetic surveying, and I'll just bring in aerial surveying.
In what you say should happen, you say this should happen, and I say, great, give me an example. You say you can't. So you're just
I'm not trying to
stuff.
detract. I'm not trying to just detract
You're just
from the
imagining
argument
this
of known
happen.
distances between Nigeria and Ghana.
All right, listen. You don't have an example, so can we move on to something else?
Yeah, we.
Yeah, he's muted. Yeah, we're moving on. Here's the thing, though, and if he's gonna be genuine in this chat and be a glober like he is, he has to say this is my best guess. This is not absolute. So once he makes an absolute claim, he has to prove how he got that information to be absolutely true, and you can't do that. He doesn't even operate. He doesn't even operate in a paradigm. He doesn't even operate in a paradigm where things are absolute. So how could he make an absolute claim like that?
Do you understand what he was saying? It's equivalent to saying triangle can't have four sides.
Just listen, all right? Everyone listen, right?
You got it.
What he did, everyone should see this. He only knows the distances between two places because he presumes that the Earth is 3,959 miles radius. From then, a globe, you can work out the distances between two places. What we're saying is you can't measure these things. You can't do that. He's taking a projection and doing an equation based on a radius of the sphere that has been given and not measured.
Exactly what he's not doing. Where'd you get that from?
Okay. What's he doing then?
I'll tell you what he's doing.
He was talking
Tell me
about
what he's doing.
surveys.
What's he doing?
Here's what
He was
he's
talking
doing.
about arrows.
He's taking the distance between these two positions on the coordinate reference system and says that's the distance on Earth.
Exactly.
You're taking the airspeed of either
No,
I'm not trying to.
that's
I
not
don't know
measuring
geography, but you're
distance.
taking the airspeed. You can't measure distance by using airspeed or vehicle speed.
No,
No,
you
not
mean like with
airspeed.
a pitot tube and you're measuring barometric pressure differential with like airspeed and crap like that? No.
No, you can't get distance from that.
You actually can get distance from.
You're not going to get a
gyroscope.
measured distance.
Okay. How do you get
Your
a
measurement
distance
will be
from that?
useless.
Go ahead. Tell us how you get a distance from that without ground speed.
What do you mean without ground speed?
You said airspeed. You can get distance with airspeed.
Yeah, if you know your speed in the air, right?
How do you know your speed in the air?
Which is relative
Circular
to the speed on the
reasoning
ground,
much?
right?
Circular reasoning much?
It's
So you
your
put
speed in the air is your speed on the ground. It's a distance
No,
covered.
it's not.
Right?
You
No.
retard. What if the
'Cause
air
you
is
can-
traveling at 200 miles per hour?
You can have airplanes
Right.
going 800 miles per hour ground speed and never break Mach 1.
Yeah, exactly.
All right,
you
so
know your air- if
can
you know
we
your-
move on to
if you know
somebody
your
else who
speed-
knows what they're
okay.
talking about?
Well, I was waiting for him to finish his point. This is not my point, so I'm not going to
Oh,
try
okay.
and champion it. But
Are you arguing it then?
no, I was simply saying the one point he was making, which people were actually one person was criticizing about not knowing is saying something with absolute certainty was the same as saying a triangle can't have four sides. It was synthetically true, just part of the definition.
Okay, so what he did was, right, he said if you go 60, he's talking about a spherical triangle on the Earth, right?
Right.
Amish said, who has done this? He said, well, no one. So it's just an equation. It's not reality, dude. You can say that, okay, on a sphere, you can do that. Of course you can. Grab a basketball, you can do it. But no, you can't do it on the Earth.
That's the point he was making. He was saying, look, if you had a triangle with three angles of 62 degrees, you can't do that on a flat plane, right? That's what he was saying.
Do that on Earth
You can't do it on the Earth.
You can in theory if the Earth is spherical.
Yeah, of course, you idiot. In theory.
Yeah, right. That's what he's saying. He said if you actually measured this, it wouldn't be a plane. It would contradict the flat plane.
Anyone can say that. Anyone can say that, but until you've actually done it, then you haven't proved that this is the case on the Earth. You can't do that.
Because I could easily say if Earth is hyperbolic, then when the angles of a triangle don't measure 180 and they come up to like 160 degrees, that must mean Earth has to be a hyperbola.
Sure, you could say that.
All right.
And then if I said,
I would be wrong, wouldn't I?
If I said that you were wrong about that conclusion, I would be wrong, right?
Well, because nobody can measure or demonstrate this happening in reality. That's been our point this whole time.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that wasn't the
so there's
the
no
complaint.
you can't back up your assertion that this would happen.
No, that was not my assertion. My assertion
right.
is
okay. So good. Moving on.
That was not my assertion. You're misrepresenting my argument.
Well, you don't have an argument.
Yeah, you're white knighting for this other guy, and you fucked it up.
I didn't fuck up anything. You guys misunderstand the English language.
No, I don't think so, man.
We actually clarified that.
I think you came in supporting what he was saying, not realizing what he was saying. And now you're trying to backtrack by saying that we don't understand English.
Yeah, it's like white knight regret when you white knight for an idiot by accident. Oh fuck!
No. I said I don't understand his survey points. I'm not familiar.
So why'd you jump in then? Why'd you
Only
jump in?
because number one, because you guys
just to argue the point.
No,
flat earthers are always wrong. Yeah,
you guys were complaining
just
about
that point.
That's right, Simba.
You guys not. Are you going to let me talk? So you guys were complaining. Somebody, not you in particular, but somebody was complaining about him saying an absolute statement, which was absolutely true, synthetically true. That's all.
What's synthetically true? What is? Yeah, what's synthetically true? What was that?
Well, it's like synthetically true is like
no. What was the statement?
True. It's like Oh, it was the 62. You repeated it was the 62 degrees, right?
Truth by
yeah, of course. It's true. It's true in equations, but it's not true in reality on the Earth.
Right. Well, I don't know that it is true, but the complaint was that he was saying an absolute statement, and the complaint was that he can't say that statement because it was an absolute statement and he couldn't say that, right? But it is absolutely true.
It was being offered in defense of the globe. And it's not a defense of the globe, as you keep saying.
I don't. You have to. The evidence
it's not a
is
defense of the globe, right? Is that a true statement?
It's not a defense of the globe. No, it is simply a statement about spherical geometry.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
okay, so it's not a defense of the globe.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, we agree. Even the guy you're white knighting for agrees.
He could change his mind at any second.
So do you have an argument for the globe?
Do I have an argument for the globe? Yeah, I tried to talk about Rainy Lake the other day, but didn't. It got sidelined by somebody.
What's Rainy Lake?
Oh, it's an experiment done a few years ago. I don't actually know how many years ago. Recently.
Oh, is that with Walter Bislin?
Yeah. That's it.
Yeah, where he slid the refraction slider like to the right all the way. And he removed some of the media on his website, which we saved because the media on his website debunked his own claims. But the good news is we still have it and we've been posting it. That guy, that Rainy Lake.
If you want to post it, I'd be glad to take a look at it. No, he didn't. As far as I know, the refraction.
Well, without me posting anything, I'll tell you one of the problems.
Surveyor.
Show me where the horizon should be in that Rainy Lake.
The target should he demonstrated by the alignment of the targets.
Should be. No, show me where it is.
If you look at the graphs, I don't in front of my computer right now.
I asked for the horizon.
So that was not the point of the experiment. It was not the horizon. It was the alignment of the targets. That's a non sequitur.
Okay, so you don't have a horizon. So what about curvature? Where's the curvature supposed to be? Where's
the curvature? The curvature is demonstrated by the alignment of the targets.
How do you know the targets are in alignment?
Because they're observed to be in alignment from the observer standpoint.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they're of uniform height and also azimuth. I guess they're aligned along one azimuth.
There are different targets at different heights, and then there are targets at the same heights at different locations. So imagine you have targets. So you have an observer. We'll call that at distance 0. And you have targets at different distances from that observer, right? Out across the lake, right? Some of the targets are equal height. Some of the targets have increasing height, right? The targets of equal height, if the Earth were flat, should be all lined up in a straight line or very close, within some error of measurement, right? If the Earth is flat, in other words, if the water
no
doesn't
refraction. So no refraction.
Right. So how do you account for this by observation alone?
There is a standard. Hold on. There is a standard surveying refraction accounted for in the equation.
Oh, and then when he uses the Walter Bislin one, he just slides it along until it matches.
Yeah, he used 77% refraction, which is like twice standard refraction.
I believe it's whatever the standard refraction is, 17 or whatever the standard
surveying he used like 27. We have a screen cap of that shit.
So what was he using
the current website?
What was he using? Stop, dude. So what was he using for the flat observation? What refraction was he using there?
I think it was all using the same refraction.
No.
So they shouldn't be lined up then.
You know what the funny part is, Timbo? We've got a GIF of what took place over the day, time-lapse footage, and it looks like Skunk Bay.
Yeah.
It's like Skunk Bay, dude. So yeah, where's the curvature at?
Right. The curvature is because the targets of increasing height line up and the other ones don't.
So should they line up or not?
Yeah.
The targets of increasing height do line up, which would be indicative of a curved Earth.
indicative? Do they line up physically or apparently?
They're apparent. Their alignment is apparent from the observer standpoint.
So this is all dependent on the observer's skill, isn't it? Dependent on observer skill.
It is dependent on an observer. Everything's dependent on it. Well, not everything, but most things are dependent on an observer at some point.
Yeah, so we can't reproduce this, you know.
No, most science, the way science is conducted, is in theory reproducible. That's why they documented what they did, right? So you can, in theory, reproduce it.
Right. So when we find evidence that Walter Bislands had doped his data, what then?
You could find evidence, but then you'd have to demonstrate.
You know what we found, and we can demonstrate. I wish I had access to my files right now, but it's in our home server. He applied custom refraction indexes to each of the observation points.
Custom refraction indexes.
Yeah, to make it a globe, to make it curved. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you'll have to show me that, because that doesn't really, unless you're describing it. I'm not understanding what you mean. I don't understand.
And his maximum refraction he had to invoke was 27%. So that's a K factor of 0.27.
Yeah, I think the K factor he says currently is 1.7, which is the standard.
Right. So he went up to 2.7, which is like absurd. So you know what that does, right? That magically inflates Earth's radius by 27% to explain why it looks so flat.
Yeah, I mean, so okay, I'm not saying that's correct, but even if you inflated the radius, it still would not account for the observations.
What do you mean?
So
you're trying to cope with why it looks so flat, right? So that's the whole point of this. Walter Bislands shows you something that should not be possible on a globe.
Why would it not be possible on a globe?
Well, because we see too far in Walter Bislands' Rainy Lake demonstration. He even tells you this.
Where does he say that?
That's why he's accounting for refraction. The whole point of him accounting for refraction is to explain why you can see too far.
Refraction is accounted for on every standard surveying model, right? It's a known effect of the atmosphere near the ground.
Well, it depends on the refraction. So there is refraction, but terrestrial refraction is an artifact that's used to explain why we can see too far in surveying.
And there's a standard refraction, which everyone knows is an approximation, depending on atmospheric conditions.
It's not, but standard terrestrial refraction, the standard refraction is not measured; it's assumed.
It's an estimate, yeah.
It's assumed. There's no curvature. There's no curvature to be refracted that anybody can actually measure exists in the first instance.
They have to estimate it because it's difficult to calculate, but it is measured.
They never measured the curvature, and they say it looks flat, but we think it's a globe. So if the light has to be flat, then it might be curving because it's a globe.
So you're saying, are you claiming that atmospheric refraction doesn't exist?
Yeah, the atmospheric refraction defined as 7/6R, where there's a continuous downward bending of light in all directions at all times, does not exist by any known mechanism in science.
Are you claiming atmospheric refraction doesn't exist? Because you defined it in a very narrow sense.
Well, this is the sense that is used in surveying.
Yes, that's why I said it's an approximation.
And I'm saying it's bullshit. Yes, it's bullshit.
It does not exist in any absolute exact term. No, it's an estimate.
Terrestrial refraction does not exist. Refraction is a real phenomenon. So is miraging, is a subset of refraction, if you want to call it that. You also got reflection, which people also call refraction. You know, when you got miraging and examples of total internal reflection, people call that miraging and people call that refraction. It's a muddled mess. So you've got like the upward refraction, the downward refraction. You got all these mirages all over the place. But what exists out there is this outlying claim that there's a continuous and stable and present tendency for light to always bend around the ball. And
actually,
for that to happen, there has to be temperature gradient to support that claim, and there isn't.
No, that's not true.
Yeah, it is. Temperature is the biggest reason why light bends. It's not density.
It is. Temperature is. What do you? No, it's not temperature. It's density. It's 100% density.
Temperature that causes a change in the optical density. Sure.
Yeah, exactly right. Temperature can be responsible for density, but also air pressure as you get towards the Earth surface of the Earth is more than it is higher, right? So there's a built-in density gradient.
Right, but when we do surveys, let's say that we get the, let's say we pull up the old black swan image, right? And we look across a uniform layer of air from 1 foot off the ground to 1 foot off the ground beyond the rigs and past them. And we don't see any refraction at all because we know we can accept, that the temperature of the water is measured by the buoy data and the temperature of the air directly above it are about the same, within a degree or so of each other. So you're not really going to get much bendy stuff happening at that level.
Where's the
so
buoy
there's
data?
no 7/6R.
How do you know?
For there to be 7/6R, there'd have to be a gradient at that layer, and there isn't. Just like in all these other observations.
Hold on. This gets to a question I've had about that image for a long time. You have the buoy data from that day, from that time?
We got USGS surveys of how far the rigs are. There's so much to it. Yeah.
I know. I
mean,
I accept how far. I accept how far the rigs are. I accept that photo is
yeah. We got
legitimate.
The buoy data too.
From that day, from that time.
Oh yeah, the guy who does these black swans, he's got like 100 of them. He grabs buoy data every day.
Yeah, if somebody could post that, that'd be great. I'd like to every day. I don't care about every day. I care about when that photograph is taken.
Okay. I don't know. Go to the black swan hashtag in the channel info in our home server, if there is one.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, we grabbed all that down. It's on the guy's website. It's on BMLSB69's website on YouTube. He posted too. So the idea that there has to be this constant downward bending all the time is ridiculous because the data and the evidence that we collect does not support it.
But you see atmospheric refraction all the time, right? At least it's documented.
We do, but it's not off a curve.
Including in the Navy, the military uses. They know this exists and it's an issue.
Yeah, for lasers.
For radar, right?
Yeah, and lasers. We love lasers and radar in flat Earth community, right?
Yeah, well, as long as you don't misunderstand refraction.
So here's a good point to bring up, all right? So for there to be refraction or some kind of bending of light, they can take a curved surface, like the surface of a ball, a sphere, and lift it up from where it should be observably curved to observably flat. You have about trillions and trillions and trillions of points of light that are reflected from the surface to your eye. Each of those arcs of light has to be conformal to produce the flat image, which means all trillions and trillions and trillions of rays of light must be conspiring together, bending at different arc lengths, different rates of refraction, all of them, in such a manner that can produce a perfectly flat rendering of the scene in front of you. Is that not freaking crazy?
It is until you think that happens.
Yeah, every ray of light, there are trillions of them, has to have its own index of refraction, and they all magically, coincidentally, produce a flat image in front of you for miles and miles and miles out to the horizon and beyond. And what's even crazier, let me tell you this, we put on infrared goggles, right? We put on our infrared specs, which cuts down on refraction because we're seeing in a wavelength that doesn't bend as much. Because that's infrared. Infrared has longer waves. They don't turn as much when they go through media, and they bend around media, right? When we put on infrared, we should be able to see that curvature in all its glory. It should be much easier to see because it's not refracted anymore. And you know what? We don't see the curvature in front of us like we would expect. We don't see curvature at all. We see farther. It looks even flatter.
Okay, let me address your first point about the trillions of photons. Let's just say they're photons, right? But the fact of the matter is there is a pressure gradient between the Earth as it is right now. You acknowledge that there's a pressure gradient, even small, right? So no matter what you say, that the Earth, that those photons are going through a refraction. You may say it's so small that it's inconsequential, right? That it doesn't really change the perception of the Earth, right? But it is going through a refraction medium, right? There's no.
Well, I'm saying we're not seeing through. I'm saying we don't see that anymore. If we're looking through a universal,
like a homogeneous zone where it's like in the Black Swan, where you have maybe 1 degree Celsius variance between the surface of the water and the air.
Right.
Or when you put on infrared and there's no more refraction. So what do you do then?
Yeah, I'm not sure that the wavelength for infrared makes that big of a difference, but I'm not going to push that point because I got to look it up. But I'm just saying. So there is atmospheric when you pass through an atmosphere.
Military uses it in like Hellfire missiles.
Yeah.
Military
So
loves
they use-
infrared for sensors because it sees through so much stuff and has straight side to side, point to point propagation.
Right. It's also easier to pick up at night. So, okay. So, but that aside, right? The air between the beach, let's say, and the rigs is not a static monopressure area, right? It is refracting the light.
9.5 miles, one temperature, one degree Celsius.
Yes, but the pressure, there's still a pressure gradient, right? There's no doubt about it, right?
What from 0 inches to 12 inches off the ground?
And you're telling, yeah, there is a small, and you can say it doesn't.
So that's causing refraction to create a flat image in front of you out to the horizon beyond 9 miles. It could be like 20, 40 miles.
No, I'm not. Look, I'm not addressing that point. I'm addressing your incredulity, whatever you want to call it, incredulity. I'm just addressing your incredulity about how a refracted image could form something coherent from the observer standpoint. I think that's a not an accurate statement.
Okay, well, I mean, every time I've observed refraction in any sense, it's caused a reduction in fidelity of the image. And there's a good reason for that, right?
Yeah, and I do think you see some wavy stuff around those images, at least the ones I see.
Yeah. So do you think if you get your eyes closer to the surface of the ground, you should be able to see further because there's more refraction?
In the right circumstances, you could, yeah.
And then if in that same circumstance, if I were to stand up, that I couldn't see as far anymore?
In the right context, yeah, absolutely.
And you think infrared is rather insignificant too?
I said I don't know.
When it comes to comparison to visual wavelength and the bending of light?
I said I'm not sure. I said I'm going to look into that because I'm not sure about that.
How about these tri-band laser experiments, or I should say tests that have been done? You know, you take maybe 2 or even 3 different wavelengths of light, collimate them, and then you shoot them over vast distances to see what the refraction is, because you can use interferometry from using the different wavelengths of lasers to then calculate and actually measure the refraction index of air. So like when the US military does this, and they get a grouping of the 3 different bands of lasers in the reticle of the target on the other side, 148 kilometers away, when they expected a much further multi-beam dispersion, and it didn't happen because their terrestrial refraction models didn't fit, then what should we think?
Well, they're called models for a reason, right? They're highly specific to the environment.
There's a study David Bricker did an analysis of, and he concluded that that all refraction models were useless and to explain this observation. And they tried another one, a turbulence model, which worked better, and even it wasn't very good. And this was 3 band lasers shot from Maui. Man, what's the name of that place? It's the Air Force has an observation point there, and they've got some high-powered lasers that they do these high-energy tests with. But they shot it out over the ocean, about 148 kilometers, and they expected beam divergence due to terrestrial refraction, and it didn't happen.
Do you have a name for this event or experiment or whatever it's called?
148 kilometer electromagnetic propagation, whatever, something or other, something squat. It was done by the University of Dayton, Ohio, in conjunction with like Boeing, Lockheed Martin, U.S. Air Force, Naval Research Lab, and a bunch of other people. And yeah, shoot. It's in our home server. Just Google Bricker, Bricker, David Bricker. He did a study on top of that demonstration where he was trying to data fit different models. So we've got example after example. I mean, I got another one, NATO Sapphire. So naval surveyors, military surveyors for the Naval Research Lab under a NATO contract, a NATO-funded contract vehicle, took their infrared theodolites, some really high-end surveying equipment, to the Chesapeake Bay, set up a tower across the way, and set up their observation point across the water from it. And they purposefully stuck one of the emitters below where the projected Earth curvature should be, thinking that, okay, this will be our control, because we shouldn't see this under any circumstance, especially in infrared at night. And so they did these observations, and the stupid light kept popping up in their image. They could not only see the light, they could see the damn tripod that it was sitting on, as well as the surface of the water directly below it at the shoreline. And the whole thing should have been obstructed by Earth curve. It frustrated them. They called the whole situation cursed in their official report to the customer, back to NATO. And it's in their published articles. There are a couple more papers that went along with this, where they're also trying to data fit using different models, and they're getting frustrated. They actually admitted that they had to fudge the temperature data by 2 orders of magnitude. In other words, what they assessed their Celsius reading of the water, they had to move the decimal place over 2 positions in order for them to get a refraction index that supported their observation. But the refraction index didn't exist.
Okay, that's just obviously not true.
Crazy, right?
Because
we can keep going with examples all day long of people who are duly certified and trained to carry out these demonstrations.
Yeah, I'm going back to that Maui thing because I'm trying to find it. So can I do, like, is there a Google search I can do?
Maybe. I think it's 148 kilometer propagation, and then Dayton, Ohio.
I think he sent it to me in our DMs, Amish. I'll try and find it for him.
All right. Well, I'm not anywhere near a place I can do that right now. Not for the next hour or two.
Yeah, I'll find it.
Okay.
Yeah.
No,
So we've got that. We've got like Jay Tolan's long distance observations too, which he almost does exclusively in infrared.
No, I'm just saying you move the decimal point two over on water temperature, and you either evaporated the ocean or it's all frozen, right?
Yeah.
I'm just saying that would be hard. That would be hard to hide in a paper.
Well, yeah. I mean, it was. They were talking about how crazy it is. Like they needed, for their refraction model to work, they needed like a 0.01 degree Celsius, and they ended up using a whole degree Celsius change. That bad.
Sorry, you broke up there. So I could see a degree Celsius, maybe even like
a degree Celsius from what should have been 0.01 degrees Celsius. Obvious at B posted the study I just referenced here. Thank you, Obvious at B. Yeah, military doesn't screw around because they want their lasers to blow shit up on the other end. And if I were to guess, these people probably know what they're doing, you know? So we can compare these examples, right, to these globies that get their freaking theodolites from busted Fisher-Price sets at the thrift store and set them up without understanding anything about surveying, but maybe a little bit of geometry. And then they submit shit to us all day to evaluate, and it gets fucking frustrating. I'd rather read stuff like this, wouldn't you? Anyway, I gotta go. I'll be around.
Hello? Hello?